Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I feel like I'm in a dead zone-ish, kind of, sort of, but hopefully I am not. Actually, let me fix this while I'm at it. Oh yeah, it's already fixed. Okay. Yeah. Y'all saw that think piece from this young lady? What's her name? Tanisi? Tiny C? I don't want to mispronounce her name, right? Um, yeah, so I wanted to speak on this because, and I saw some of the comments from you guys. Y'all peeped that she's talking about the gender war like it just started in 2014, right? Yeah. There's a lot of weirdness here. Where's that comment? I'm looking for it. Did it disappear? It disappeared. Wait a minute. Where did that comment go? There we go. Adric, what's going on, Adric? And Adric said, I'm glad the so-called gender war didn't start till 2014 and the excuse me, and the conservatives started. I think you're trying to say started it. Thanks to Nasi. You said Tanasi, but I think it's Tanisi. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name correctly, but yeah. Oh yeah. Let's make sure to remind ourselves that we will be doing a No Scrubs, the song No Scrubs review. It was supposed to be this week, but life lifed, and so we will probably have to postpone that for later on next week. My apologies to Buckeye fan. I keep on pushing this back. My apologies, but it will be it is on the docket. We will get to it. We will get to it. Yeah, and it's very interesting because black women in particular. I'm speaking about black women in particular here. They speak about the gender war like the gender war started with the likes of a Tommy Sotomayor or the likes of a Fresh and Fit or the likes of a Kevin Samuels or a David Carroll, and that's because and I want and somebody tell me how to pronounce her name correctly. Kind of, but um, I'll just call her Tiny for short. We'll say Tiny for short. Tiny, you and many other black women say that because you don't appreciate that black women had a monopoly on the conversation going back since the 70s, really since the plantation. But okay, we'll be nice. Since the 70s, really, really, really since the 80s. Right? So the books were written in the 70s and in the 80s, and the movies defecating on black men were produced in the 80s and the 90s and the early aughts and the 2000s, and the songs were, well, throughout the whole entire time. Right? Right? So I don't think you appreciate that you're saying the gender war and you're saying 2014, and I'm not sure if you're speaking about the gender war online on the internet. There's a lot of black women that would disagree with you. They would probably peg it to and I don't mean that, no pun intended there. They would probably peg it, they would probably start with a Tommy Sotomayor. And so we're talking more like 2010-ish, 2009-ish, 2011-ish, right? Maybe even 2012-ish. They would start it there. So I don't know where you're getting this 2014 from, right? I don't know where you're getting that from. But either way, the issue here with this idea that the gender war, particularly in the black community, is more recent, is because women like you, and I don't mean that in particular in an insulting way, women like you don't appreciate that women like you, older version of you, but women like you had a monopoly on the conversation. And guess what women like you did with that monopoly on the conversation over the past 40-ish years? Let's be kind and say 40-ish years. We'll start it in 1980. We'll start it at 1980. Just to be kind, we'll start it at 1980. I don't think you appreciate how much, right? How much crap black women and mainstream media at the behest of white racist folks, yes, even on the left, ma'am, how much they defecated on black men and just used 4 and 5 syllable words to do it. How much black women hid behind intellectualism and their advanced degrees while they were defecating on black men. See, y'all think it's about hip hop and black men calling black women all type of B's and H's, and not appreciate how much your intellectual class, your petite bourgeoisie of black women were defecating on black men all through academia and all through the mainstream media, all through the late 70s, all through the 80s and the 90s, all through the early aughts. You don't appreciate that. Right? I don't really got any videos to show, but okay, but fine, 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 fine. Yeah. Let me do that. Actually, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's you know what? Yes, you're right. You're right. Good. Yeah. Look, compassionate on the ones and twos, and so this link is for compassionate in particular. Anybody jump up? You're just gonna be backstage for a little while. And y'all give me 1 second. Let me Mr. Z, what is going on with your? Y'all give Z a second. Give me a second. Technical difficulties, and it's my fault. And there we go. All right. There you go. And compassion, if you don't mind, bringing up the okay, fair use, fair use. Bringing up the and the link is in the description box. Bringing up the video. I guess now we could go play by play. Shout out to Edward Anderson and everybody else who does it this way. Shout out to BGS. Right. This is actually the way smarter way of doing it. I'm just usually on my phone, so I can't do it. I'm not even usually. I'm almost always on my phone, so I can't do it that way. But once again, shout out to Compassionate for the help. Yes, right. And Herrick Compassionate. And he really calls himself best producer, and he is. Shout out to the Raj Report. Right. But yeah, no, this young lady to me, I'm not going to say she necessarily came with any malice. At least it wasn't aggressive. Let's say it better. It wasn't necessarily aggressive, but no, young lady, this conversation goes back way further than 2014, right? And I don't think you appreciate how much white society kept the microphone away from black men, allowed for black women to talk, and the only real way black men responded was through hip hop music and through art. And now that black men do have social media, we're able to show black women's misbehavior, black women's hypocrisy. It's very interesting how you mentioned the gender war and you didn't mention the man on the street interviews. You didn't mention all of these insane divester swirler channels, all of this insane rhetoric coming from black women. You didn't mention any of that, right? So there was some very clear, and Mr. Z is going to tell you I'm biased on my channel. So I'll just put that out flat. But there was some very biased assessment that you were giving here. And I'm going to get to that in a little bit, but let's continue. And actually, let's get to the notes. Continue. Oh, crap. Z, what did you do? Okay, yeah. And we're continuing. So Tiny, will, like I said, we'll call her that for short, mentions black women being encouraged to settle, and she plays the clip from the brother, y'all remember the one that from a few months ago that said, you know, black women, you're gonna have to settle, some of you are gonna have to settle. And you know, she, you know, Tiny, much like many black women, there's this it gives them the ick. They want to throw up every time they hear this word settle, and they feel like they're being forced to settle. And somewhere in the background is white women aren't told to settle, right? Let me respond by saying this. He's right. Now, number one, black women aren't settling. Black women aren't even getting their level. I want to be very clear to you, Miss Tiny. Black men earn more than black women. Black men have better credit scores than black women. Black men employ more people when we're employers, when we have our own businesses. Black men employ more people than black women. Black men have more wealth than black women. Black women aren't actually settling. Black women are angry that they're not white women. Black women sound delusional. And so because your delusions aren't being met, you're saying you're settling. It's not settling. I saw that clip that you played from the African sister who said she had an uncle visiting from Ghana and he spoke to her and he kind of laughed at her because he's saying, well, I have a man that wouldn't marry you and it's better than what you have now. Essentially, I wouldn't laugh at my niece in that case, but I want to be very clear. Black women aren't settling. Imagine black women, imagine this world, everyone. Black women telling you to beg for you to provide for them. Black women telling you to beg for you to offer them some stability, excuse me. Imagine a world like that. That is what we're saying, Miss Tiny. Black women are not settling. Black men are in a better position, yes, even with the deletion on camera by the state. Yes, with the extrajudicial killings. Yes, with being hunted by white men. Yes. Yes, even with the incarceration rate, black men are still in a better position than black women. Yes, you heard right. Even with black women having more college degrees, advanced degrees, and terminal degrees than black men are still financially in a better position than black women writ large. Yes, you heard right. Yes, we are. Yes. So black women aren't settling, ma'am. Because your delusions aren't being met does not mean you're settling. Sorry. Right? This is facts. Right? Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Oh, you said ready when you okay, what do I have to do? Do I add you back? Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. There we go. Boom. Right, there we go. All right, all right. And go ahead and play that clip when you get a chance. Compassionate.
Settle. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but listen, everybody can't have a perfect man out here. It ain't even enough of us around. Like, let's be honest. So at the end of the day, we can go ahead and put that 50-50 conversation to rest, because every woman ain't gonna get 80-20, 100-0, whatever y'all thinking is gonna be 60-40. Some of y'all gonna have to go 50-50, and shit, y'all might gotta go 60-40 on your end with the man, just to be happy at the end of the day. Like, let's be realistic. Come on now. Somebody gonna have to settle, man. That's all I'm saying. All the straight men that's left in the world, a lot of them is in jail. A lot of them married. What do that leave left? Everybody can't have their cake and eat it too. Like, you can't have the best of the best. Sometimes you gotta just go for what you got and be happy and be grateful, because you can have nothing at the end of the day and be miserable.
This is not a new idea. A lot of men have been telling women to settle. This idea of thinking is very much backed by this red pill and conservative ideology. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of this. Telling women to settle. What is so annoying about this? Well, settling only works if you're desperate.
Pause right there, CC. Pause right there.
Men like
when you're desperate. Ma'am, women are desperate. That's what the swaggy begging is. That's first, let's address the conservative thing. Women are showing themselves to be very hypocrites. Even Anne-Marie Slaughter says this, right? The articles that say economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, and that's the women's perspective, by the way. And even you, in this own think piece, ma'am, show a bit of hypocrisy in that respect. Women do need men, and black women in particular do need black men, right? So when we say only if you're struggling, black women are struggling. Once again, Black Enterprise Institute got their numbers from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. So this is not just rhetoric, ma'am, speaking to my title. This is not just rhetoric. This is not coming from a place of ignorance, right? This is not Mr. Z being an egotistical maniac. According to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, which, by the way, pulled all the numbers from around the country, not just St. Louis, single black and single Latina women have the least amount of wealth in America, in particular, single black women. So yes, black women are struggling writ large. What's very important to stress here, and I've said this before, I think I need to emphasize this. We have a whole lot of black women who are doing okay or okay-ish in life, who might be petite bourgeoisie of the black community, or who might actually very well be doing very well in life. And they're speaking from that angle, almost forgetting that the vast majority of black women are not in your position, right? The vast majority of black women are not in your position, and yes, they are struggling. Yes, they are desperate. And what they do is they hide their desperation behind begging in a very swaggy way. What are you saying, Z, for those of you that have never heard this before? Instead of coming up the middle and saying, you know what? I'm $60,000 in student loan debt. I have this $30,000 car that I could barely afford the monthly payment on. My portion of the rent for this apartment with my roommate is killing me, right? My apartment is $2,400 a month. I have the master bedroom with the restroom, so I gotta pay the $1,400, and it's killing me. Instead of black women being honest with themselves about that, and that they're digging themselves into a hole, instead of them being honest about that, they speak to men, black men in particular, what black men should be doing about black men's obligation, instead of saying, you know what, I need to cooperate, say that one more, Ginzy, I need to cooperate with a black man, ooh, and maybe get on his program. Ouch, 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 ouch. I know that hurt. That way I can have someone who's more stable than me help float me. And I'm just talking about pure numbers right now. We're being very utilitarian right now. I'm not even speaking about, once again, the enjoyment of being in a relationship with someone that gives a F about you. Right? Yeah. Is that the compassion? Is that the title? So the article? Yep, there you go. Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US. You see that? Yeah. So dear Tiny, we're gonna call you Tiny for short, right? Because Mr. Z doesn't know how to pronounce your name. And you might have said it, I just wasn't paying attention. My apologies. This is real. This is what the vast majority of black women, excuse me, are up against. Not the way you feel. This is not about your ego, ma'am. This is not just the exercise in rhetoric, right? And this is not coming from a place of ignorance. Mr. Z is not coming from a place of ignorance here. These are the facts, right? What did they say? The average or the median wealth of single black women is something like, what was it, $3,300, something along those lines? $3,300, ma'am, that's no money. Black women, single black women have what, 8 cents to every white man's dollar? Black men, on the other hand, have 21 cents. So nearly a third. It's not great. You're right, ma'am. If you just thought to yourself, that's no real money either. Yes, but it's still just about 3 times, almost 3 times more than black women, single black women at least. Right? And yes, I'm gonna be streaming later, right? I'm gonna be streaming. I'm not streaming. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have y'all up in a little bit, right? To Alan Stranger, and Alan Stranger says, "Same. I'll hop on too if it's allowed later." Yes. And here we go right here. And thank you for highlighting compassion. And compassion highlights here. St. Louis, 23%. I'm talking about the Federal Reserve of St. Louis. And it says, according to an analysis, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, 23% of adults who have never married have significantly less wealth than married couples with unmarried Black and Hispanic women being the most impacted. Via Bloomberg research found that in 2022, median wealth of a Black woman was only 8% for every dollar owned by a white man, 3,300 to be exact. 8 cents. I said 8%. Sorry, 8 cents to every white man's dollar. Dear Black women, dear Black women. So Miss Tiny, I hear you. It sounds nice. It sounds empowering. I understand you don't want Black women to feel defeated. You don't want Black women to feel like they have to get on a Black man's program, right? And you're a younger Black woman, so I'm pretty sure you got hit growing up with all the color purple rhetoric. And if you put your livelihood in a Black man's hand, he's gonna physically abuse you, or he's gonna financially abuse you, or mentally and emotionally abuse you, and all of this. And guess what? Not only is that a lie, but you don't really have a choice. Ooh, goddamn, I know that hurt. You don't really got a choice but to put your livelihood in a Black man's hands. Because while it's in Black women, as Black women have their livelihood in their own hands, their wealth is $3,300. You can't afford to live. Not just you, I'm saying, Miss Tiny. I'm saying Black women writ large. Single Black women in particular. This is not conjecture, ma'am. Right? And let me read KMS's first super chat. And KMS says, no disrespect, but this is Black women we're talking about. History in this regard starts when she, the individual, realized, yo, is this ninja talking back? Exactly. So, and KMS is saying, for Black women like you, Miss Tiny, history starts when you realize, wait a minute, Black men are talking back. So we'll stamp this date as when history starts, when the gender war starts. And if you're speaking about the gender war online, once again, you're still wrong. If you're speaking about the overall Black gender war, you can trace that back to the plantation, quite frankly. Right? You literally got Sojourner Truth talking about how she can outwork the men in the fields. on the plantation, and while also chastising white men and white women and saying, "Ain't I a woman? Shouldn't I be treated like white women too?" Literally, I'm just saying. Is Mr. Z making that up, or did I just get a misreading of Sojourner Truth's "Ain't I a woman"? Somebody correct Z if he's wrong. Right? Continuing, and KMS continues by saying, "Too many women. The gender war started when her man developed standards." And there you go. By the way, I agree with KMS. By the way, I agree. So to Miss Tiny, I disagree with you, and I have the facts to back up my angle. Black women don't got. Thank you, compassionate. Compassionate. Look on the ones and twos, right? And this is from Black Demographics, right? And there. What else do you need to, Miss Tiny? It sounds good, I want to emphasize this empowering language. And that's all a lot of Black women engage in on these social media streets, whether it's TikTok, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Instagram, right? Whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter. It's a lot of this empowering language that sounds good, and it makes Black women feel empowered, and they don't need Black men, and middle finger to Black men and middle finger to everyone, as you said, Miss Tiny, that's trying to chastise Black women and force Black women to quote unquote settle, right? But the numbers are in what they are. And by the way, this does have larger ramifications, not just for Black women, but for Black men in the Black community writ large, and for overall society. That's why they're pushing you to end up with a man and marry a man. Because the governments around the world, around the developed world, they literally do not have the money right now to float a bunch of women who never got married, who never had children. They don't have it to float you. Right? And I got to read this one now. And thank you for the super chat, Buckeye fan. Thank you for the super chat. And Buckeye fan says, they'll complain about men lacking ambition. Okay. And I'm glad you said that. Right? Men lacking ambition assumes that women are not in the workforce also competing with men for the same positions, the same jobs, the same promotions. So when you say lacking ambition, understand what you're saying. You're saying that Black men lack the ambition to knock women out of the paint in the competition for the jobs, the careers, the promotions, the prestige, right? While simultaneously saying that if the game is rigged in men's favor, then that's sexist and that's patriarchal. Huh? And Lion says, uh-oh, Z putting up slides. Now you got to thank Compassionate for that one. You got to thank Compassionate for that one. Right? Shout out to Compassionate CC in the back on the ones and twos. Right? So once again, thank you, Buckeye fan. But you're right. They will say that Black men in general, but Black men in specific, lack ambition. Huh? This is the truth. And Compassion, you could bring up the rest of the think piece. And shout out to Miss Tiny, but you're off on this. And once again, not compassionate. KMS, thank you for the first super chat. Thank you for this first super chat. And let's continue.
Videos telling women to settle. There's this assumption that all women are desperate, or that women in general are desperate to be in relation with men, as though we don't see what's going on, as if the veil hasn't been lifted. This idea that they
Pause
like
right
to
here.
push that.
Ma'am, you don't see what's going on. That's why I have this video right now. I'm streaming right now, madam, because you don't see what's going on, and most women don't. You don't. Women are desperate. That's what the foodie calls are for, ma'am. Huh? Women, like the third of women that admitted it, they admitted sometimes it's because it's a nicer restaurant. If you don't know what a foodie call is, it's when a woman is not necessarily interested in the man. She says yes to the date because of, one, the type of restaurant, right? It might be exclusive restaurant. Number two, because she's hungry and she can't afford a meal. Or number three is just for the enjoyment. But once again, one of the reasons is because she's desperate, she's hungry, or she knows she's going to be hungry and she can't afford that meal. She can't afford a meal, or worse, she can't afford that meal. So, ma'am, the majority of women are desperate. Madam, Miss Tiny, the median household income is $74,000 a year. Not for just for black people, but overall in America. Median household income, $74,000 a year. That's just about two people earning about $37,000 a year, ma'am. You take away the man, that's a woman earning $37,000 by herself. That's enough in America? Maybe when you're young, yes, you can make things shake. You can barely make it at 37. Excuse me, young with that money. But with children, okay, you're not gonna have the children. Single, earning $37,000 a year as a woman in America, it's not enough, ma'am. So yes, women don't realize what's going on, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Compassionate.
Women should settle, that our standards are too high. It just annoys us because I think a lot of women face this pressure from all around. Women are told that, oh, you need to get married, you need to like have a family. Like as soon as you're starting to creep up on 30, that's when all the messaging really comes in. Though society is already grooming you as a woman to want to be in a relationship, all the romance movies, the princess movies, all this sort of indoctrination is targeted largely at women to make them want to get married, want to be a family, to be a nurturer, to be a caretaker. And while some of that might be innate, I don't think that women are so tied to this idea as they have been in the past. And a lot of women don't feel the need to have a relationship and to have a husband. They have all these words in society, being an old maid, being a cat lady, these things that try to make women feel fearful if they end up being alone, as if this is the worst possible outcome for you as a woman. And it's not. In the 1970s, this is when more than half of women were in the workforce. And at this point, they were paid 60% less than men. As soon as a woman was able to take care of herself, I think women took off and ran.
Pause right there.
They
Pause
were
right there.
very
Pause right
happy.
there. As soon as women were able to take care of themselves, they took off. And she shows the Roadrunner cartoon. Okay, wait a minute. When were black women writ large able to take care of themselves, ma'am? This speaks to a very okay. So I brought this up before. I think this is time I bring it up again. And let's let me say this and then I'll read this second super chat from KMS. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Number one. I brought this up before. Angela Rye on the Breakfast Club years ago, when she was responding to Donald Trump, saying Donald Trump said essentially, black people, you're poor, you don't have much, and blah blah blah, and et cetera, et cetera. And Angela Rye says, well, me and my girls, we're all good. And I remember hearing that and thinking to myself, yeah, but the majority of black people are not. The majority of black people are not. The majority of black women are not. And so I'm responding to Miss Tiny by saying the second women became stable, they took off, but the majority of black women are not. They're not stable. They're not good. They're not good financially. That's just a fact. According to the numbers, that's a fact. Take off where? Take off where? Once again, it's a handful of black women who come from either solidly middle class, maybe trending closer to upper middle class. They have professional parents, right? Or they're upper middle class, or they're part of the petite bourgeoisie, and they do all the goddamn talking, right? They get into academia or they start creating content like this, and they're doing all the talking. And your average woman is living vicariously through her average black woman, excuse me, living vicariously through, and I'm gonna say her name, Kim Foster, or Yanni, or Chrissy, or Miss Tiny here. And yet, factually, the majority of black women are struggling. Took off where? You tell a black woman right now, hey, we got to take a trip out of town. We got to go get a plane ticket. They can't afford the goddamn plane ticket. They got to put that on a credit card. They cannot afford the $300 and $400, $500 plane ticket. God forbid it's overseas. Took off where? You hit the average black woman with you listen. For those of you in my comments, I read those comments from y'all that tell me, oh, homegirl just did Uber Eats and she's driving a Tesla, Z. Homegirl just dropped off the food to my house. She's driving a Benz. Miss Tiny, where did black women take off to? Where did they take off to? Took off. They already told you 40% of Americans, not just black people, not just black women, 40% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency. 60% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency. How much worse is it for black people writ large than black women specifically? Took off where? Right? Thank you, Jake. Working three extra jobs, working 2 jobs, plus doing some type of gig work. Uber or Uber Eats or what's the Instacart or something like that. And I'm gonna highlight this one right now. And thank you, Leon, for the super chat. And Leon says, "Rich auntie season, LOL. Take my son to the park." Right? And Miss Tiny, I'm giggling. I'm making a bit of fun, but it's not necessarily to mock you. I know Mr. Z could be a bit eccentric, and I'm doing a bit much, right? And some of this is just it's all in jest. It's a serious matter, but I'm kind of joking with it. But that's a real question. Took off with. I don't even have to necessarily go in on black women. I could just speak about the overall socioeconomic landscape for your average American, and everyone knows it's even worse for black people, particularly black women. Took off where? It sounds good. This is why I said it earlier. Maybe I need to modify my title to also say empowering, right? Empowerment. Because this sounds empowering. But the average black woman don't got nothing. A wealth of $5. A wealth of $5, Miss Tiny. That's what black women have. A wealth of $5. I didn't pull that out of my rear end either. So you could continue compassion when you get a chance. As a matter of fact, before you do that, and KMS says, and thank you for the super chat, the selfish, myopic mindset of black women. The gender war started the second it affects me and not before. Thank you. And that goes to what I was saying before. Women like Miss Tiny, and she seems somewhat young, they don't appreciate how long black women just railed on about black men. Unabated. Actually encouraged by other black women and encouraged by the dominant society. You know, the white racist folks, both on the political left and right, ma'am. You're not fully appreciating that black women had the microphone for decades, and all they did was defecate on black men. So when you say 2014, I'm talking about struggling. I'm struggling to understand where are you starting this clock from? Is it the online, quote unquote, online gender war? Because even that was before 2014. What marker? What's causing you to say 2014? Right? And yeah, you could continue. I'm compassionate.
To have this right and to be able to take care of themselves. And so when society continues to frame women as, you're supposed to want to get married, you're supposed to want to have children, and this is your ultimate goal in life, it is a very archaic idea and an old idea and representation of a woman. They are allowed to have standards. They are allowed to say, if I do get in a relationship with a man, then it's going to be with a man that makes this much money or has these aspirations or treats me like this. They are allowed to say that because
pause right there.
Right.
You done messed up. First of all, compassion, this is hysterical. 5 million of the 7 million working black women earn $50,000 or less. Took off where? Thank you. Number one. Number two, right? Ma'am, you are allowed to, and I've said this multiple times. You and other women, you and other black women are allowed to have whatever quote unquote standards you want. That's not the issue. The issue is what you're doing right now. These quote unquote think pieces, you and other black women throwing a grown ass temper tantrum. I want you to understand that's what you're engaging in here, even though you're doing it with this voice. You and other black women, ma'am, when your delusions aren't met, you call them standards. When your delusions aren't met, you throw temper tantrums. You don't just go out living life. You're defecating on black men. You're talking crap about black men, even intellectualizing your anti-black misandry. Madam, it's not your standards, right? That's not the issue. It is your right as a woman to have standards and to reject men. That is your right, and quite frankly, somewhat your obligation to reject men who are not on the level. The problem is when you mix delusion, right? Hatred of black men, envy of white women. I said it the way I meant it. It's not just your average white woman, is it? It's really upper middle class and above white women. Envy of white women and white corporatists and advertisers, advertisers, white capitalists and white advertisers diddling y'all brains for decades, right? Is it really your expectations and your standards, ma'am? Or is it an idea and a feeling that was given to you by white advertisers and ad executives? Huh? So you're allowed to have you are allowed to have your standards. No one's attempting to take that away from you. But what does your standards look like in America after a few decades? In your case, I'm guessing you're somewhere in your mid-ish 20s, maybe later 20s, somewhere around there. What does your quote unquote standards look like after 20 some odd years of social media and advertisers and commercials and television shows showing you the way upper middle class white women are living? Oh, God damn, Z, you had to say it that way. Yes, right? And you go ahead and compassionate.
It's not something you need to survive. Whereas with your job, you might end up settling on your job because you
pause again. Goddamn. She said, you essentially, I don't need y'all to survive, but I might need my job to survive, so I might have to settle. And later on, she's going to say an apartment. I might need this apartment, so I might have to settle. You see there? You understand settling for a job because you need it. You understand settling for an apartment because you need it. Ma'am, you need the man too. Yeah. As a matter of fact, Z, don't do it. Ma'am, you need the man more. Oh yeah, you heard right. You need the man more. By virtue that he's going to earn more than you. The majority of men, yes, even in the black community, earn more than the women. And I already said black men have more wealth than black women. These are just facts. So if you understand settling for the job and you understand settling for the apartment, ma'am, you understand settling for the man. And once again, it's not settling because black men are in better positions than black women. I'm only humoring you by saying settling. It's actually not settling. Right? So continue. Go ahead, compassionate.
You might end up settling on the apartment that you live in because you need a roof over your head. But when it comes to picking a mate that ideally you are with for a long time,
marriage,
you don't have to settle anymore. You don't.
Yes, you do.
Because it's not a necessity. When men are telling women to lower their standards, it's just senseless. It makes no sense. If that means that some women are going to end up not married.
You see that little black girl swag when she said that? It makes no sense. This is Yanny. This is whatever the hell that lady's name that said the most disloyal yawn. It does make sense, number one. Number two, ma'am, it's not settling once again. Black men earn more than black women. Black men have more wealth than black women. It's not settling because your delusions are not met. And yes, it affects the entire society. If you want to know why they're bringing in so many goddamn immigrants, it's because women like you think you're so good, you're not going to have children. And the US government said, I got something for that ass. See, you thought you were going to be able to hold black men and men writ large in America hostage and hold the U.S. government hostage by not getting married and not having children. And the U.S. government said, "Open up the southern border. I got something for their ass." Huh? Ma'am, when I say you, I'm not just speaking about you. I'm speaking women in writ large in the West and in America in particular. If you want to know why all these Western countries, including America, is allowing for immigrants to come in, taxpayers, ma'am. Right? Taxpayers. You think you're going to be able to hold black men hostage. Well, that brother will marry that Latina that just came over the border with one kid and make a life with her and have another 2 kids with her. While you over here being the quote unquote rich auntie, barely making it auntie, struggling auntie. And ma'am, when I say that, I may not necessarily be talking about you because you may be doing well financially. The vast majority of black women, once again, are not. And that's not Mr. Z pulling that out of his rear end. That's by the numbers, ma'am. Right? Oh boy. Settle. How you settling for someone that's doing better than you? And even if he wasn't doing better than you financially, that's still helping you to lift that burden of life. There's a reason why so many women are on antidepressant pills, ma'am, especially over the age of, what is it, 50? Was it 45 or 50 or 48, something like that? There's a reason why, madam. Those delusions don't get met. You give men the middle finger. You age out the game. And now what? Go ahead, compassionate.
They're going to end up single, then that's okay. And I think women are going to be able to deal with that when the time comes, or if the time comes. A lot of
I'm sorry.
Society.
I'm sorry, compassionate. I keep on pausing you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She said women are going to be able to deal with that when the time comes. Ma'am, okay, later on in this stream, because compassionate, when you get a chance, when she's about to show the TradCon wife thing, you could skip over that whole entire and it's timestamp. You could skip over the TradCon wife thing when it comes up, because I don't even care about covering that. But she's trying to tie in this gender war with the way men see it and some weirdo white conservative crap. Nope. Just not gonna let you do that, ma'am. Number one. But number two, when you get to the part about the 4B movement in Korea, ma'am, the Korean government right now is trying to figure out how the hell they're going to support all these single women that were florists, right? That worked at a coffee shop their entire life in South Korea, that never got married because they sounded like you. And the South Korean government is saying, yeah, we don't have the funds to float this many single women who never got married and never had children. When the time comes, they'll figure it out. No, they won't, ma'am. No, they will not. No, they will not. You want to know how we know? Because there's articles talking about an increasing amount of women, black women, homeless black women. They're going to figure it out, right? Like I said before, ma'am, this sounds empowering. Gil Gami killed me. Gil Gami says, numbers are a social construct of the patriarchy, Z. Hysterical. For real, let them tell it. Right? What's going on, Demetrius? And Demetrius says, where is it? But have American black men ever been afforded time to be lazy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But let black women tell it. Like the right, the fact that you're not meeting their delusions, which they like to call standards, right? It's not fair. And you've been lazy, right? She said they're going to figure it out when and if the time comes. Ma'am, no, they're not. No, they are not. The expectation is that some man is going to sweep me off my feet at the age of 60. Ain't that right, Vivica A. Fox? Right? Number one. Number two, the government will figure it out for me. Meanwhile, an increasing amount of black women are homeless. So on one end, black women are speaking about how many of them are homeowners in comparison to black men. And on the other end are the articles speaking about black women's wealth. You know, the least amount of wealth, single black women, once again, least amount of wealth of any group in America. But you're going to figure it out, right? Maybe not you, once again, ma'am, but black women. That's why I continue to say these weirdo kind of petite bourgeoisie-ish black women just talking. They're the Ebony K. Williams of the world. They just talking. They talking. And who do they represent? A handful, a relative handful of black women that got it like that financially. And other black women living vicariously through them, and they don't even got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. What are we in 2024? I said it since 2022. These petite bourgeoisie women just talking. And y'all are the class enemy of the vast majority of black women. And the only thing y'all allyship on, y'all become allies on, is black men ain't ish. Black men need to rise up and get on our level and all of it. Meanwhile, black men are actually above your level as a group. And Lion says like 7% of women in general are doing well financially. I don't even know what this lady talking about. They'll figure it out if and when the time comes type talk. Okay, yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead, I'm compassionate. You can unpause.
They will tell you that you have to settle. They will tell you that you're going to be alone. They kind of push this fear onto women. I saw a video on TikTok that kind of went along.
You should be fearful.
Another video going around of another man coming on here and telling us that, you know, all
and compassionate, you could speed this up to 0.25 or 1.25 better yet.
Settle and just appreciate what you can get and yada yada yada. We've heard it all before. More scare tactics to convince women to lower their standards, or else you're going to die alone and be a cat lady, because that's the worst thing in the world. But it just reminds me of a conversation I literally just had with my uncle last week. He's visiting from Ghana, and we're sitting at the table with my dad, and he's like, you know, you're 25 now. We got to get you a husband. We got to get you a man. What do you want? So I sit down and I tell him like my vision for like my ideal marriage. It's just me. This is what I want. This is how I imagine my married life to be. And everything that I say, he's like, oh, you're not going to find anybody like that. You're being too picky. You're being too inflexible, which to his credit, I mean, he might be right. I might be picky and I might be inflexible. That's very likely. I don't care. That's who I am. So he's like, I got this man back in Ghana. Like he would marry you, but he's not going to do all of that. Like, you're not going to want all this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh yeah, well then I don't want him. If he's not going to be this, if I'm not going to be able to have this, then I just don't want it. And he's like, yeah, but this husband will be better than the one that you got. I keep and exaggerated laughter because
your uncle's right.
And to him, it would be better for me to have this husband than no husband at all. So I let him get his little laughs out. And I was like, I mean, that might be the case if I didn't enjoy my life. I think that would be accurate if I hated my life, yes. But I really like my life. I really enjoy the way that it is right now. And as much as I would like to add someone into it, I would love.
And pause right there. Pause. I would like to, as much as I would like to add someone to your life, to my life, ma'am, if we're doing better than black women, if black men are doing better than black women collectively, financially, socially too, if you want to be honest, right? And people would much rather be around us than y'all. Yeah, they might want to delete us every once in a while, but quiet as kept, they want to pipe us more. And I mean it the way I said it, number one. Number two, they would much rather, the negative stereotypes about personality are not concerning black men. It's concerning black women. We're not the ones with the negative stereotypes about customer service, et cetera, et cetera. Uh-oh. Number one. Number two, adding the man to your life. Ma'am, if we are doing, that's black men collectively, are doing better than black women collectively, no, you're not adding him to your life. He's adding you to his life. So let's assume this young lady is doing well financially. This young lady with the blue shirt on, or blue dress, or whatever it is, blue shirt on. Let's assume she's doing well financially. And she says, I'm not going to settle. If it's not what I want, then nothing. Now, I'm going to address this right now. That's that scorched earth thing I've been telling y'all about. Well, if it's not what I want, then why would I want it? Ma'am, And men collectively, we making y'all mothers pay for that now. Ooh, goddamn, see, we're telling you to keep that same energy, Vivica A. Fox. We're telling you to keep that same energy, Claudia Jordan. We're telling you to keep that same energy, right? We're telling you to keep that same energy, Tracy Ellis Ross, Maya. We're telling you to keep that same energy. Ma'am, the internet was the worst and best thing to ever happen to black women. I'm telling you. Because we see your face, we hear you, ma'am. Keep that same energy throughout your life. Can you meet this mythical, magical man? I didn't say black man because I know you say you African, so you might be okay with the swirl and the divestment. Okay, cool. Can you meet this mythical, magical man? Yes. Likeliness, probably not, but cool. Ma'am, if you don't meet this mythical, magical man, you need to keep this same energy because black men will remind you about this. Huh? Right?
I'm not
And
willing
Leon,
to just take anything.
real quick. And Leon says, this is what happens when and thank you for the super chat, Leon. And Leon says, this is what happens when African women come to America, come to the USA. Once again, this is what happens when African women come to the USA. Yeah. And you notice her Ghanaian uncle says, hey, I got a man for you that, but he ain't all of this. And what did she say? If I can't have that, then what's the point? Ma'am, there are scores of women, right? Eartha Kitt, Vivica A. Fox, there are scores of women in the past that said the same thing like you. And now they sound like Vivica A. Fox or Tracy Ellis Ross. Now that's how they sound. And they're still trying to protect their ego and be swaggy about it, but they can't. Because now they're crying on camera. Right? Ain't that right, Taraji? And go ahead, Compassionate. And thank you for the super chat, Leon.
Just because he wants me, that's not enough. It might be enough for you. It might be enough for somebody else.
You hear this?
In my opinion, if it's not going to be what I want, then I don't want it.
With this generation, this older generation that pushes this ideology onto women as well, this is where it kind of just perpetuates that same idea. Fear tactics aren't working anymore. If I get to being 30, 40 and I'm single and I don't have kids, then it is what it is.
You should be afraid.
I hate myself because of it. And it is a real issue that women struggle with. Society isn't kind to women that decide that they're not going to get married and they're not going to go upon this traditional path. Women are starting to have more self-love. They're starting to have higher standards. They're starting to live themselves more highly. If men aren't willing to rise to the standards that women are setting, then
and pause right there.
Right.
And you hear, thank you once again, Compassionate, because I know I got you pausing a lot. Your finger probably hurts. She said, if men can't rise to the standard, oh boy. Ma'am, once again, black men are doing better than black women. Rise to what standard? Oh, you mean your delusions? Well, then be single then and eat vagina, or go be the sexual plaything for some white dude who's never gonna marry you. That's how that's gonna work. She said, rise to the occasion, or rise to whatever, rise to the level, whatever. Ma'am, this is not how this works. This is just not how it works. The man was right. Black women are gonna have to settle, but here's the catch. It's still not settling because once again, black men are doing better than black women. Right? That's just facts. You should be afraid, ma'am. And other black women like you should be. It's not just scare tactics. You should be afraid. Any black woman that thinks like this, don't you say nothing about them immigrants coming over the border. Nothing. Because they're coming over the border because you don't have any kids, goddamn Z. They're coming over the border because you won't get married, goddamn Z. They're coming over the border because some of you, although you paying your little bit in taxes, are somewhat of a burden, and the government knows you're going to be a bigger burden as you age out. Huh? Thank you, Passport OG. I'm thinking the same thing. And Passport OG says white men need to step up. Dear white men, dear all of you, Undead Chronic, Martin Goldberg, Ollie, come and get them. Right? Come get all of these. Zach, the one that Chrissy interviewed, it was a while ago now, about a year ago at this point. All of you, come get them. Come get them. Right? Yeah, white men do need to step. White men come because really they're feeding over you, and really it's not because of anything other than your white skin and white status on planet Earth currently. But come get them. Step it up. Rise to the occasion when black men are doing better than black women. You imagine that? Somebody tell you to step up and you're doing better than they are, right? Okay, and Compassionate says, okay, I'll read this. Okay, give me a second, Compassion. Let me make this a bigger screen so I can read this. Okay, all right, there we go. So 100K or more, so $100,000 or more, 721,123 black women. Actually, it's 926,560 black men. Remember, there's about 2 million less black men than black women, and yet more of us earn over 100,000 by 200,000. So 200,000 more black men earn more than $100,000 a year than black women, right? Okay, next, $65,000 to $99,000 a year. 1.1 million black women earn that, and 1.3 million black men. Once again, 200,000 more black men earn between 65 and just about $100,000. Next step down, 50,000 to 64,000. So this is where another chunk, 1.1 million black women, so the gap closes, and 1.2 million black men earn that. So the gap closes. About 100,000 more black men earn that than black women. Remember, Black Enterprise Institute, sorry, not Black Enterprise Institute, Black Demographics, and they pull their numbers from the census and from, stuff like what we said earlier, the St. Louis Federal Reserve. They pull their numbers from places like that. So once again, this is not conjecture, Miss Tiny. Chrissy, this is not conjecture. Yanni, this is not conjecture. Kim Foster, this is not conjecture. Kim Foster told us we don't know how to read data. Mr. Z's doing it right now. Right? This is not conjecture, everyone. This is not how Mr. Z feels. This is not about black male empowerment by defecating on black women. Right? Oh, you want to play this? Go ahead, Compassion. Go ahead, play it.
Make a lot of money, like $500,000, $400,000 a year, and they're in their mid-30s.
So, I mean,
Black women that make a lot of money, like $500,000, $400,000 a year, and they're in their mid-30s, and they're single, and they've never had children. And I started to see a pattern, and I started to realize that this is my philosophy. There wasn't an equal counterpart a lot, right? Because it's like their counterpart, their age, wasn't making as much money, wasn't at that level of corporate. It might have been a good dude, but he's, is a delivery man, right? Yeah. Or the person that is at that level is already gone. It's already taken. He's already married and has children. So from a relationship standpoint, I started to see that it was difficult a lot of times for Black women that was rising up that corporate ladder to get into a relationship.
Hold on, we fine. Okay. What does that say? Bald-headed lies.
Black women that
shout out to Compassionate. First, and Compassionate, I did not miss the point. We hear this from everyone. We hear this from Tyler Perry. We hear this from Rebecca Lynn Pope. We hear this from this brother, and that's Sister Sitta too, right? She also the one with the green kind of sports coat on, or blazer, whatever that was. She also said it. You hear this often. This black women are outpacing black men. To hell they are. Now, if you want to get in conversation about white collar versus blue collar, and y'all want to seem like the elitist a-holes y'all are, that's a different conversation. If y'all want to sound like Kim Foster, yes, I'm saying her name today. If y'all want to sound like Kim Foster, ooh, no, blue collar, ooh, I can't do, ooh, no, not on my hands, ooh, no, then that's a different conversation. But if we're going to speak about pure numbers, yeah, black men earn more than black women, period. Right? Let's go down to the next group. 40,000 to 50,000, $1 million for black women, and 975,263. So just about, if we're going to be kind, just about 25,000 more black women in the country earn more than black men between this 40 to 50,000. So you have to go down 1, 2, 3, 4 income brackets before you get black women earning more than black men. And that's specific to the $40,000 to $50,000 a year mark. Right? When you go down the next income bracket down, 30 to 40, then you get a gap of $200,000. So for black women, it's 1.3 million of them that earn between 30 and 40,000, and for black men, it's 1.1 million that earn $30,000 to $40,000. Look how far down we have to go before we get there. Right? The next income bracket down, $20,000 to $30,000. Black women, 979,882. So let's just say 980,000. And for black men, 766,445. And that's between $20,000 to $30,000. The next income bracket down, $1 to $19,000, so $20,000, is 684,893. So let's just say 685,000, and 500, that's for black women, and 508,606. And that's from $1 to 20,000. So the last income brackets, right? You have to get to the last 4 income brackets before you start getting black women outpacing black men. The last income brackets. So in other words, dear black women, all you petite bourgeoisie black women that have been talking crap, the black men of your socioeconomic class out-earn the black women on average. So where is this weirdo narrative coming from that black women are outpacing black men in America? Where is that weirdo narrative coming from? Kim Foster, where is it coming from? Chrissy, where is it coming from? Yanni, where is it coming from? Juicy, Nappy-Headed Ahoba, T Noir, Khadijah, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, Professor Odie, FD Signifier, right? Where is it coming from? Cat Black, where is it coming from? What are y'all talking about? Huh? Ole, the guys from waving the red flag, where is this coming from? T1J, where is this coming from? Consciously, where is this coming from? What are y'all talking about? Rebecca Lynn Pope, what are you talking about? Huh? All of these people, I would wager are 100,000 or more. Just about all of them are probably $100,000 a year or more earners. And yet the rhetoric across the board, from Tyler Perry across the board, is that black women are outpacing black men financially. And look how far down you have to get before that occurs, before you start seeing more black women earning in a specific income bracket more than black men. What was it, the top 3? The top 3 or the top 4 income brackets black men outpace black women? The top 4. Where's the top 3? It's the top 3. Right? Actually, the top 4. The top 4, yeah, I stand correct. The top 4. From $100,000 a year or more, from 65 to 100, from 50 to 65, black men earn more than black women. There are more black men that earn that than black women do. So everywhere from over $100,000 to $50,000 a year, there's more black men that earn that. So $50,000 a year or and up, black men are outpacing black women. Which one of these talking heads on social media, for the most part, earns less than $50,000? Which one of them look like they earn or sound like they earn, if we don't see their face, less than $50,000? So what are y'all talking about? Miss Tiny, what are you talking about? Go ahead, Compassionate, you can play it.
If I can give you one piece of advice, it would be living delusion. Live like you already got it.
This bitch can't be serious.
When you walk out the house, please understand that you're the flyest woman on earth. You're the prettiest woman on earth. You're the nicest woman on earth. You got the best heart, the best. You are it. Everybody's looking at you. You're the center of attention. You can have any man you want, any job you want, any car you want, the clothes you want, the bags you want, the family you want, the vacations. All of that is yours. Remember that you're the one. Period. That's it. Don't let nobody tell you nothing. It don't matter where you at right now. You're the one. You are it. You're a 10. Regardless if it's stuff you got to work on. Ladies.
Compassion got me dying over here. Playing the clip. We all done seen it before, but it's still funny every time you see it, right? And so the living delusion, absolutely. Absolutely. And that delusion does not just hurt black women. It hurts black men also. It hurts black children. And it hurts the economy. Y'all recall black women laughing at black men. Oh, y'all incarcerating y'all, putting y'all in prison and in jail cost the U.S. government $50 billion. I'm not even going to throw in black women's face. Single black and Latina women have the least amount of wealth in America. That's not something to celebrate, especially when you understand that black men and black women are attached by the hip. But then you got women like Miss Tiny and the young lady that she played with the blue shirt telling you what they're not going to settle for. And maybe you two women are doing well financially, but the average black woman is not. So you're not settling. What you're doing is swaggy begging. And what you're encouraging other black women to do is swaggy begging. And let me finally read this. And Vince says, and thank you for the super chat, Vince. Vince says, red pill conservatives, lady, it's red pill liberals too. She don't get that. Because Mr. Z is a red pillar and I'm on the left. I wouldn't call myself a liberal. I'll call myself more progressive. But either way. Huh? This is what FD signifier will not do. This is what foreign man in a foreign land will not do. See, they're not going to bring this real to black women because for them, we're too abrasive, we're too mean, we're too harsh, we're sexist, right? Look how, for those of you that saw the stream with FD and foreign man in a foreign land and Olay and who else was there? Herbie and Quaytan. And when FD had to address these weirdo black women on social media and their white male worship. It is, give me grace, give me grace, give me grace, give me grace. I need grace. Give me grace, give me grace. Give me grace. And then he proceeded to say, there's something about social media, there's something about the internet where these women are coalescing in this space. And yes, this is real. This was always here. Huh? Spain Man said, and shout out to Edward Anderson. Spain Man said, remember, ladies, me. Right? Exactly. They're going to be the exception to the rule. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, ladies? Ain't that right, black women? Right? And Compassion, you could keep on playing. And Vince, thank you for the super chat once again.
Good men to go around, but then that's fine. Then some women will be alone, but some men will be alone too, and that's just the way it's going to have to be. Because
trying to hold black men hostage.
Vet our partner, and I think that's a good thing for both men and women. No one has to feel desperate. You can have who you want to have, and if you aren't able to get that, it's not the end of the world if you're alone. I promise.
It is for black women. It is.
But keeps your proposals, contacts.
You can pause this or whatever. This is the commercial. But yeah, so no, it is the end of the world. Yes, Tiny, it is the end of the world. It is. For black women, yeah, it is. According to the numbers, once again, single Latina and black women have the least amount of wealth in America. It is. And notice when she said and there'll be black men will be single too, or whatever she said, men will be single too. But actually, Miss Tiny, this is where black men and their indifference comes in. This is where black men and their apathy comes in, and this is where black men and their interracial dating and marriage comes in. Something that black women are trying to catch up to black men on, and they're not going to be able to do it because it's not dependent on black women. It's dependent on those non-black men and their families, ma'am. So actually, the attempt at holding black men hostage to live up to your delusions, I did not say standards, is going to fail because unlike black women, black men can date and marry out. Latinas, white women, and Asian women are far more open, and oh boy, Z, you about to go there. And Latino men, oh damn, Latino men, white men, and Asian men are far more open to marry black men. Yeah, I went there. Then white men, Asian men, Latino men, indigenous men, Latina women, white women, Asian women and indigenous women are to marry black women. Will people have some interracial sexual fun with black women? Absolutely. Will a few of them have oops babies with black women? Yes. Will they marry black women? Not according to the interracial marriage numbers. Black women, to hell with your ego. That's why it's part of my title. To hell with your ego. You will get on black men's program, or for the vast majority of you, you will have nothing. Ma'am, you can't hold black men hostage. Yeah, it's not fair. And black men will be single too. Not according to the passport bros and SYSBM. Not according to that interracial marriage rate. Huh? Ma'am, Miss Tiny, there's a reason why so many black women, according to the numbers, are bisexual and are engaging in same-sex loving relationships, ma'am. There is a reason for that. You cannot hold black men hostage. You will get on black men's program, or like I said before, you will be munching on vagina, you will be being the pass around for non-black men, or you will be enjoying your life with a rose toy. As I said, this is not up for conjecture. This is not conjecture, and this is not up for debate. These are the facts. These are the facts. And if someone you can look up the same-sex loving rate for black women and post it in the chat, and I'll have a compassion. I'll copy it, or compassionate could copy it and post it in the back, and then we'll find a way to bring it up on the screen. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, so that Miss Tiny and whatever black woman's listening can understand. I understand. I now I have to put it in the title. I have to find some way to make it sound good. Put empowering or empowerment in the title of this live. Right? Thank you, Compassionate. And getting on black men's program is a privilege, not a right. Remember that. You know, the black manosphere and social media is one of the best things to happen for the black community. I didn't just say black men. Yeah, it's gonna hurt a little bit, black women, and yeah, your feelings. Oh, my feelings. Yes, black women. Oh, yeah, your feelings. Yes, it's not fair. White women don't have to settle. Yeah, I hear you. Yawn. It's the best thing to happen for the black community, because black women gonna get right. Oh yeah, they are kicking and screaming. They're gonna get right. You can no longer hide behind Oprah. You can't hide behind women like Dr. Chris Marsh and Dr. Procope. You can't hide behind Susan Rice. Y'all can't hide behind them no more. Huh? Y'all can't hide behind Tyler Perry and FD Signifier and Dr. Umar Johnson no more. The era of the lies, it's over. All that fake female and black women empowerment talk, oh yeah, that's done. It's done. That's done. Huh? Right? This is the Miss Tiny, all you said, all of that sounded good. That sounded good. The numbers, the facts, the stuff that I just brought up says something completely different. Shout out to all of you black women content creators, right? And actually, I'm going way too far down. As a matter of fact, KMS, I guess I'll read this one now and then I'll go back to the other one. And KMS says, doesn't the axiom pays the cost to be the boss means that if you are a boss, you pay? Exactly. So what the F are these boss bees, loud minority, complaining about? Pay up. The boss foots the bill. But they're trying to pull their Ebony K. Williams, which is I'm a boss bee, and then I meet a man that's even more bossy. That's even more of a boss, and we couple up and we become wait for it, y'all. Oh boy, yawn, a power couple.
Need to.
Go ahead, play it.
I don't know. Position ourselves so that we can create and not build. When some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources. And some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
In our society right now, Black women are making a lot more money for the most part than Black men, right? There are a lot
Lies.
of but for the most part, Black women are making the money.
Is that women are having, Black women in particular, when it comes to becoming a wife?
Keeping it 100,
yes.
There's not enough eligible Black males who fit the needs of Black women.
Lies.
By the time you dissect the demographics of finances, sexual orientation, what you end up drilling down into, because Black women tend to want to marry Black men.
Right.
So Black women
need to.
Harambe says, your optimism for Black women is fictitious. They're going to get right, Harambe. They're going to get right. They're at the table right now. They're throwing a temper tantrum. Because white women aren't told to settle. That's what this is. Listen to the young lady with the blue shirt on. Listen to Miss Tiny. It's temper tantrum talk. Don't let the way they speak, and they're speaking like this and this tone of voice. Don't let that fool you. It's temper tantrum. It's not fair. I want to have the mansion too. Right? I want to drive around in the G-Wagon, in the Tesla Model X. I want to drive around in the Benz GLS. It's not fair. That's all you're hearing right now. They're not using those exact words. That's the sentiment. They're throwing a temper tantrum. Inflation is putting a foot. Okay, you know what? Because I know we're going to use profanity. I'm still going to be like, inflation is putting a foot in their ass. They're feeling the pinch. Maybe women like Miss Tiny isn't. Maybe a couple of the other content creators I mentioned earlier, the Yannies and the Teen Wars, maybe they're not feeling it. The vast majority, as a matter of fact, rewind, and Demetrius probably remembered this too. Donovan on that new what's it called, Stranger Fruit or whatever it's called. Donovan, that was the LGBTQ brother that used to be on the Grapevine. Now he does his own private thing or different thing. He was saying on one of those streams, and Demetrius, you might remember this, that when they were starting the Grapevine or something like that, he was with some dude, and the dude had to foot all the bills because, he quit his job and he's trying to go and, do this thing with the Grapevine. And he was saying he was walking around that apartment and it was tense. It was tense in there because the other dude had to pay all the goddamn bills. So if Donovan, LGBTQ brother, is admitting that, ladies, how many of you are talking all this crap and yet you got a boyfriend who's fronting all the bills? Huh? You talking this crap. And yeah, your man, your boyfriend, your husband may not be affording you the most lavish life, but he's fronting all the bills, or he's fronting the heaviest bills. Huh? And Vince says, Z, did you read the article I sent you written in '98 about what they talking about? No, not yet. I'll get to it. Look, I still got to work on No Scrubs for Buckeye fan. Look, life be lifing, y'all. Life is lifing, right? Life is lifing. But I'm gonna get to it, Vince. I'm gonna get to it, right? And so, actually, let me finish this real quick. I'm kind of compassionate, and so I just want to finish with what KMS is saying. Yes, bosses it pays the cost to be the boss. The axiom, exactly like what KMS is saying. The ladies ain't trying to pay it, and that is literally what Anne-Marie Slaughter was saying, right? That's literally what Anne-Marie Slaughter is saying, and other more and more white women are admitting this, right? Which is when we tell women, hey, maybe you have to be the one to be the head of this situation, because if you want this life, you want to be the boss, you want the corner office, you want to be hedge fund manager, whatever the hell, you're most likely not going to be in a power couple situation. That's far and few between. And what did she say? Something like 15% or so. That's the cap of that type of life. So your man is probably going to have to take a back seat. And unfortunately, that's when women get off the train. You could go ahead and play compassionate.
So then you say, okay, so you want to be the CEO or the president of the university or the surgeon or the scientist, whatever. You've got to marry somebody who is willing to support you
Drizzle.
in the homework, the family work, in the way he's going to support you. Believe me, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do without him.
Drizzle, baby.
Drizzle.
But that's probably what you're going to have to do. And maybe you'll trade off, but he's going to have to do that part of the time. And at that point, many women get off the bus. They don't want to marry a guy like that. They don't think a guy like that is masculine.
I know my worth, drizzle.
Well, right, that vision of femininity had to change. It had to change. Guys had to think that women who were powerful and smart and competitive were attractive, because otherwise we couldn't do it. Well, you know what? We have to think that a guy who puts his family first, that a guy who says, no, I want to be the lead parent.
So first, let me read this. And Indigo says, LGBTQ brother sounds like a character from Undercover Brother. The pun in this is hysterical on multiple levels. Funny. Indigo, I see what you did there. That is hysterical. That is hysterical. That's funny. That is funny. Oh man, that would be a character, and that's funny. That is funny. That is funny, right? But no. So, and by the way, that was Anne Marie Slaughter. For those of you who want to know who Anne Marie Slaughter was, she was an advisor. What department did she work for under the Clinton administration back in the 90s? So this is not some nobody. This is not some nobody. Okay. So I want everyone to understand. You're not just hearing some random middle-aged white woman talk there. She's telling you when she talks to women, dear black women, that would include you, about playing your role, going to what KMS said, if you want to be the boss, you got to pay the cost. It pays the cost to be the boss. That's when women jump off the train. So going back to what Vince was saying earlier, yes, ladies, you're seeing me like a hypocrite. And yes, men like Mr. Z, who I am red pill, but I'm also on the left. We see the hypocrisy and we're calling you out on it. And what you're saying is, well, it's my standards. And Anne Marie Slaughter, the US government, Z, the entire black manosphere, and the rest of us are telling you, you sound dumb, you're delusional, and this is not going to work. Forget if it doesn't work for the men. It's not even going to work for you, Miss Tiny. When I say you, Miss Tiny, once again, I'm not just speaking about you. I'm talking about black women in writ large. Right? So go ahead, Compassion, you can play it.
Now let's move on to the 4B movement that's going on in South Korea. Now, this is a movement I've been seeing on TikTok for about a month or so.
I'm so glad you asked. The 4B movement is a movement in South Korea right now where the misogyny and sexism is so bad that South Korean women have decided to opt out of dealing with men entirely. That is not a joke. That is not an exaggeration. They are not dating men. They are not marrying men. They are not having children with men. They're not even sleeping with men anymore. And it's called the 4B movement because the Korean words for those four things all start with the letter B. This kind of first started happening around 2016 when Kim Ji-young, born 1982, a novel came out. And it is a fictional book about a Korean every woman and all of the misogyny and sexism that she's experienced from literally being a child all the way to her being an adult, suffering with postpartum depression after having her child. Now, this book became a runaway bestseller among South Korean women because they were like, she's just like me for real. And that's kind of when it started cooking, right? Now, the movement officially got its name in 2019, and it's just been going ever since. It's so successful, in fact, that now South Korea has one of the lowest birth rates in the world. The number of deaths in South Korea outnumber the number of births in South Korea. And it's hilarious because all the men and the government are like, oh my God, what do we do? They don't want to like talk to us. They don't want to date us. What do we do? Like everything's in shambles. We don't know what to do. When South Korean women have been very clear from day one, they're like, hey, either you get your act together or we are literally eliminating all of this.
Recently in South Korea, young feminists launched
Pause
the
right there.
movement in Korea. And these are women who are
Pause right there. So first, that young lady gives LGBTQ vibes. I'm not saying she is. She gives LGBTQ vibes. What is it with black women in particular that as long as you're talking crap about black men, or as long as you're talking crap about men writ large, but black men specific, it doesn't matter how much conflict of interest is there. So Princella gets to talk crap about black men and then keep on pulling B. Taylor type women because she's dirty macking. This young lady gets to enjoy her. They're eliminating all of that. This young lady gives LGBTQ vibes. Black women, y'all still playing her, right? Because you think there's something here. This is dirty macking, by the way. This is LGBTQ dirty macking, right? But fine. You're listening to men like Themis, or men like what's his name? Storm, whatever the hell his name is. Storm Monroe? It's not Storm Monroe. It's Storm Monroe. And I'm not saying that brother's LGBTQ, but he gives LGBTQ vibes. Y'all listen to Herbie. So all of these men and women in the black community who are either very, very close LGBT to being LGBTQ or just straight up LGBTQ, and you listen to them, why? Because they're defecating on black men. There's no conflict of interest there. We already heard about Princella. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's see how often we're gonna hear these type of stories. Y'all don't see the conflict of interest there, but fine. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Come on.
Actively choosing single life. And so their movement, possibly tens of thousands strong, although it's really hard to be sure of how many women are actually taking part in this. It is the 4Bs or the 4 no's. They are saying no to dating, no to sex with men, no to marriage, and no to childbirth. And a lot of what spurred this extreme feminist movement on was the Me Too movement, and a lot of women sharing their stories that they've had. Korea's patriarchal and misogynistic culture contributes to the oppression of women through traditional gender roles related to relationships and motherhood. I am no expert on relationships in Korea, but I do know that it is very traditional in comparison to America, whereas we're like slowly becoming more progressive in how we behave in relationships. Women don't necessarily have to take on all those traditional roles, even though clearly with the trad wife thing, we're trying to get back to that place. Korea kind of still is there in how they expect women to behave in relationships. They are the homemakers. They're expected to cook. They're expected to clean. They're expected to take care of the children. If someone's going to give their job up, it's probably going to be the woman. And
Pause
so
right there.
once
Pause
they
right
get
there. Pause right there. Yes, ma'am. You're right. If someone have to give up their job, it's expected that it's going to be the woman, ma'am. And there's a reason for that, because according to other women, that's women like Anne-Marie Slaughter, right, and Liz Mundy, etc., when they tell women, by the way, you might have to date or marry financially down, or yeah, you're okay, fine. Somebody's gonna have to take care of the kids. Okay, if you want to work, then your man has to be a stay-at-home father. And that's when they get off the train, ma'am. So yes, it's the women that give up their job, because they would much rather give up their job, even if they're earning more sometimes, than the man, because they can't see him the same. It's not the men, ma'am. Once again, economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. That was from women's perspective, ma'am. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? By the way, some of this is flying in the face of what you just said a minute ago. Do you hear yourself? Yes, ma'am. This is the hypocrisy I'm speaking about. This is the hypocrisy. Yes, the women give up their jobs because they feel uncomfortable with a man being a stay-at-home husband. That's not just an American thing. Yes, South Korea also. Right? And Better You missed that. And Better You says, did you still plan on doing that Korea video from a while back? I did it already. Right? I did it already. You missed it. And that was like over a month ago. I actually shouted out Trail for it too. Right? I'll put it I'll link it for you in a little bit. Give me a second. Right? Give me a few minutes. I'll link it for you. And go ahead. You can continue, Compassionate.
To a marriage, oftentimes this is how they're going to be expected to behave, and there's also things that they have to do for their in-laws, and it can be a very difficult situation for a woman to go through. We also see that their birth rate in Korea is at an all-time low. In 1960, women had on average 6 children, and in 2022, the average Korean woman was expected to have just 0.78 children in her lifetime. In Seoul, it's 0.59, and so there is a downward drift that is continuing to happen, and eventually it's going to be 1 in 2 women are expected to have a child in Korea. And so they are seeing a downward trend, and the Korean government has been doing a lot to try to incentivize women to have children, to incentivize them to get married by subsidizing housing for married couples and giving them money for having children, but it's not working, and the trend is still going down. And why do they still not want to have children, even though it's becoming incentivized? I watched a couple of videos like street interviews, and I also read some articles on why they don't want to get married besides the harassment and the patriarchal misogyny of their culture. 59% of men cite financial reasons, and 38% of women also cite financial reasons. And this is the top reason that they don't want to get married or have children. It's because it is a huge financial burden, especially once you have kids. You have to send them to Hagwon, and Hagwon is very
I'm going to address this in a minute.
School, and daycare is really expensive. We all know having children is very expensive, and getting married is as well. And so this is the number one reason they're choosing to opt out. And
My point.
43% of women cited they don't feel the need to, versus 20% of men that cite that they don't feel the need to get married. In the street interview that I watched, a lot of women were citing that they have other goals that they want to achieve. They said they would be willing to date long-term, but marriage was out of the question. And so I just think that in a society where this is no longer a norm, this is no longer something we are expected to do, especially on the women's part, we are no longer legally required to do this to sustain our lives. We're going to see marriage rates decline, but especially with this tension between men and women with the things like
Pause
the
right
Me
there.
Too movement. First,
TF indifferent, you are ahead of me because that's exactly what I'm saying. Look, you, Miss Tiny, you yourself, according to what you read, the number one reason has to do with money. The 4B movement, which is not a real thing, it exists in Korea. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's not nearly what y'all making it out to be. Black women trying to live vicariously through South Korean women giving men the middle finger. Oh boy. You said, and you're right, the number one reason was money. 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 Not, the patriarchal expectations on the women. Nope. The number one reason was the money. Right? Like TF says, not this feminist crap. The money, number one. Not the expectations on the women, although that might matter. I agree. I won't say that these women don't feel some type of burden on being a wife and a mother and taking care of the in-laws. Okay, yeah, that's a reason. But the number one reason, even according to you and according to what you just read, was the money. So what are y'all talking about here then? Uh-oh. Then what are y'all talking about here then? Huh? This is what we're saying. It's this weirdo stuff that comes from these people. They just talk and they pontificate and just continue going and going, and they'll read the stat that says, oh yeah, the number one reason is the money. But look at all these character flaws in the men, and the men want the women to be submissive. But ma'am, didn't you just say the number one reason was the money? Like the women said the number one reason was the money too? Wait. The women, I didn't say what the men said. The women are saying the number one reason is the money. You tie that to America, and once again, economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. And that's women's perspective, by the way. What in the hell are y'all talking about? So is this is how black women, right, connect to other black women, by talking crap about black men. So you have the petite bourgeoisie and the intellectual class of black women, and they're the class enemy of just about all other black women. And so the only way they feel connected to them is by being like, yeah, black men ain't ish. Ooh, girl, you right. Other than that, y'all are lames to them. So the corporate woman and the highfalutin woman and the PhD and the woman in the corner office, the only thing she aligns with other black women with is that both of y'all think black men ain't ish. And so the educated class and the petite bourgeoisie class of black women, what y'all do is intellectualize your misandry. So you put 4 and 5 syllable words to black men ain't ish. Dear Miss Tiny, Madison Brown, all these little cutesy ass black women, Amanda Marianne, that's all y'all do, right? And you could continue, Compassionate.
First and foremost, how these women feel that they are treated by the Korean men is probably a big reason that they would go to such an extreme as to like not marry, not have sex, and like distance themselves from men. It's trauma that they've experienced from these Korean men. Until that is healed, until men change how they behave towards
Pause
women,
again.
treat women, and
Please, Compassionate. Once again, the trauma they experience from men. They said the number one reason was the money, ma'am. Y'all be adding extra, and once again, that's why it comes from a specific class of women. Average women, working poor, working class, lower middle class, oftentimes even solid middle class women will be like, oh yeah, the money is the issue. The money. And then these highfalutin, intellectual, took feminist theory ass women come and be like, well, isn't the real issue that you're experiencing trauma because these men want you to perform a certain way and they want you to look a certain way and they're telling you that this is the way women are supposed to be and it's their patriarchal expectations? No. She said the money, ma'am. Yo, who raised these people? Whose mans is this? Who raised these people? Who raised you? Exactly. Who raised you? This is some weirdo stuff. You literally said the number one reason was the finances, the money, and then until these men can heal and until they work on themselves and what? Once again, Miss Tiny, I am poking fun. I am poking fun. I am going at you. I am. Because of what you represent. Once again, intellectualizing your anti-black misandry, your misandry writ large, and using the South Koreans to do it. Huh? What in the hell are you talking about? You said that these women, according to the numbers, number one reason is finances. Money, 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 money. And of course it is when you live in a country with a handful of super corporations, they call them chaebols, that then sucked all the money and opportunity off the table, and oftentimes, not oftentimes, all the times by politicians. These politicians be in the South Korean Samsung and Kia and Hyundai back pocket so damn much. Or better yet, I said it the wrong way. The corporations, the mega corporations, then bought off the politicians. Yeah, the money, ma'am, the corruption in South Korea, ma'am. You know, not the average South Korean man. The money, the money, the money. Same thing in America. White neo-colonial settler state, neoliberal hellscape, and then y'all talking about what y'all not settling for. If you don't get the entire hell out of here, who raised these weirdos? Right? Thank you, Spain Man. Man, this is such a deep comment. And Spain Man says, all I hear is piling over steak on the Titanic. White women get to settle? Ma'am, have you seen the economy? Have you seen inflation? But she gets nice things and I don't. Ma'am, we are sinking. This was before COVID-19. Black collective wealth is supposed to be zero, flatline, zero by 2053. And black women are in the middle of COVID-19, Armageddon outside, telling Kevin Samuels what they not going to settle for. Telling Kevin Samuels, who wants to be with average anyway, ma'am? You are in your 40s and you had to move in back with your parents because you're laid off. And you're calling into Kevin Samuels talking about what you not going to settle for. What are y'all talking about? Right? Toya said, hell no, they don't hear themselves, Toya. They don't hear themselves. They don't hear themselves, Toya. You right. Oh, thank you, Compassionate. And Compassionate says 61 likes, 117 watching. Yeah, get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. I thought y'all mess with Z. I thought y'all like Z. Right? And Indigo says, which is true, it's giving, I never got a pony. Thank you. I said temper. I've been saying temper tantrum for the longest because that's what it is. They're intellectualizing their misandry, right? And let me read this right now. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. And after I read this, Compassion, you can play the rest of it. And KMS says, I agree. Women should not settle ever. We need to truly empower these ladies by granting them the ability to negotiate, right? Want to slow down passport bros? Start haggling hoes. Hashtag barter bees. KMS, that's funny. No, for real. But so I would say they're at the table. I agree with BGS on that. I agree with BGS 100. They are at the table, and what I'm saying is they're throwing temper tantrums, right? Because they're side eyeing white women at their table and saying, "But look at what she's getting. I want that." Now they're not paying attention to the fact that your average white woman ain't getting like practically nothing except for hard white D and bubblegum. And a methed out white dude that's gonna be missing teeth in the next 3 years. They're not paying attention to that. They're looking over at the upper middle class and above white women and be like, "Look what she get. I want that. I want Real Housewives of Orange County. Why can't I get Real Housewives of Orange County?" That's what they're looking at. They're not looking at the table with Roseanne. Huh? They're not looking at that. They're not even looking at the table with Mary with children. They're not even looking at that table. They're looking all the way at the table of Real Housewives of Orange County and say, "Why can't I get that?" It's temper tantrum talk. And yes, it does cost you, black women. What's the problem with delusion? Be delusional. No. It costs you. It costs black men. It costs black children. In other words, it costs the entire black community. And yes, it even costs America. When a collective of women writ large think and move like y'all, guess what? The US government says, "Watch this. Open that southern border." Huh? Or y'all not going to have kids now? Watch this. Huh? Y'all think y'all can hold America hostage because y'all are delusional and y'all are mad that you graduated college with $60,000 in student loan debt and you can't find a rich dude to finance your life? And so y'all can live the power couple life? You think you're going to hold America hostage? All right. Y'all keep on. Yes, Biden is feeble-minded. We saw that debate. We saw it. But you think Biden is going to let a bunch of pissed off, temper tantrum throwing ass women hold this country hostage? Huh? Watch this. Hey, open that southern border, please. Spademan says, "Watch this." Usher's voice. I was actually thinking about the T-Pain and Ply song. Right? But still, watch this. Right? Passport Bro said, "Watch this." SYSBM said, "Watch this. That 25% of your young black men that are marrying outside of their race now, said, watch this." Miss Tiny, you cannot hold black men hostage. Miss Tiny, women writ large cannot hold men hostage. Miss Tiny, what you didn't mention is how many of those South Korean men are going to Southeast Asia to find wives. They're doing the same thing their Chinese brothers are doing. Oh, these women ain't gonna get married? Watch this. Huh? So yeah, this is not a thing. This is not a thing. And I agree with KMS. If these women aren't at the table in good faith, then leave them there. Leave them there, and one of these white dudes will do whatever he want to do. Maybe she get the mixed kid out the deal, and if not, then Princella and the rest of them could have them. Princella and the Rose Toy. Shout out to B Taylor. Princella and the Rose Toy could have them. Right? Look, I prefer black women. I prefer black women. But I want y'all to be very clear. These Gen Z said, yeah, nah. Gen Z said, nope. And it's not even coming from a place of malice. Gen Z just says, yeah, the black girls I grew up with are mean. Black women are mean. Nope, ain't dealing with it. And y'all can try to explain it away. Yeah, but we have to deal with this, and white women don't have to deal with that, and Asian women don't have to deal with that. And the black young boys are like, yeah, nope, no, I don't want to hear it. I'm out. Skirt. Let the white dude deal with it. Right? Because you're not going to treat the white guy like that. Let him deal with it, or go deal with another woman, probably a black woman, because once again, white women, Latina women, and Asian women aren't checking. They're even more racist than their men. Right? So once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And you could continue, Compassionate.
their expectations of them, I don't think this movement will slow down. I don't think the child rates are going to go up. It's just going to be hard to get people to buy back into this slowly aging idea.
With our servers designed for AI.
Oh, commercial. Yeah, wait for that to go through. But yeah, no, yeah, no, it's not you. It's not on you, compassionate, right? But yeah, no. So and I definitely want to play that last part because she's gonna say something and it really set me off. Oh, go ahead.
I want to discuss is the gender wars, which is probably the root of a lot of these issues, the root of the tension between men and women. So we're seeing that women are becoming more progressive and they're finding a lot of solace in progressive ideologies, whereas men are becoming more conservative and they're finding their solace in conservative ideologies and in the likes of Jordan Peterson's and Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and Kevin Samuels. And this ideology is giving them the comfort that they need in this society. We saw what a huge
Pause right here.
Became, and this is when we really.
So, ma'am, okay, fine. The young men are finding solace. Notice you mentioned a whole lot of black men and only one white dude in Jordan Peterson, but fine. They're finding solace in Andrew Tate, mixed black man, Kevin Samuels, black man, Fresh and Fit, black men that don't want to be black, but black men. You mentioned that. You say they're finding their solace there. And where do black women online find their solace? You see how biased this is? Where do you didn't mention where you said more women are going to the left and more men are going to the right, right? That's what you said. Even though there's a leftward drift, the younger you get, but fine. You say that, and yet you poke fun at the same time by mentioning where black men are getting their solace from, or men, I guess, but black men in specific. But you say nothing about the women. You don't mention Real Talk with Yanni or Chrissy. Huh. These are women with hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube. You don't mention Paris Malone. Huh. I wonder why. You didn't mention Cynthia G. Uh-oh. I wonder why. So you mentioned the men, but not the women. Huh. And yet, later on, you're going to hear her mention balance. Oh, I believe in balance. Do you now? You believe in balance, ma'am. But you poke fun at the men where they're finding their solace, right? And what you're saying is they're finding their solace with these toxic men. These toxic men that talk about man stuff. Ain't that right? You see how y'all play the game over here? Intellectually dishonest like a mug. You see how you play the game? They're finding their solace with Fresh and Fit. Right? This is that toxic masculinity talk. They're finding their solace with the likes of Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate. And Jordan Peterson. And you mentioned nothing about the women. Uh-oh. Huh? No talk of Chrissy, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. No talk of Real Talk with Yanni, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. No talk of Paris Malone, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. No talk of Cynthia G, she had over 100,000 subscribers. Huh. Interesting. Lexus Exodus, tens of thousands. Okay, not hundreds. Interesting. What happened? You could go ahead, I'm compassionate.
We saw the beginning of this gender wars begin to happen. Since 2014, women between the ages of 18 and 29 have steadily become more liberal each year, and young men have not. A Gen Z female is more likely than their male counterpart to vote, care about political issues, and participate in social movements and protests. As a result of this Me Too movement,
Pause right there.
Women becoming more progressive.
Why should we vote and participate in a system that told us that the finger is on your side? They're putting their thumb on the scale for you. Why would we participate in a system? I think this is the best way to explain it because you seem younger. Ma'am, you understand that the game is rigged in boomers' favor. The generation boomers, definitely white boomers, because they vote more, right? And there's more of them in Congress. That's House of Rep and Senate, right? You understand this. Fine. If you can understand why younger people are less likely to vote, right? They're somewhat apathetic, they're somewhat indifferent because they feel like the game is rigged against them anyway. How do you not understand why men wouldn't vote, right? Or why men are less likely to be more political or get active socially when this system has already informed us that they're putting the thumb on the scale for our sisters? This system is telling us, yeah, we don't know if we trust you that much. We're gonna back the women, and then we're gonna try to shame you into kissing her ass and rising up to her delusions. We know she's so delusional that we're bringing in immigrants through the back door because she don't want to have kids with you. She don't want to get married to you. She's telling us that she feels like she's better than you, and we're looking at the tax data. Actually, you're doing better than her financially. Why would we vote in a system like that? Huh? Why would we get politically active in a system like that? No. Let me tell you what's going to happen. White men are going to go to Latin America and East Asia and Southeast Asia to find wives. And black men are going to, or Eastern Europe, black men are going to go to Africa and Latin America to go find wives. And a little bit in Southeast Asia. Huh? And for those that can't afford it, they'll date around here and try to find the best deal that they can. SYSBM. That's what's going to happen, ma'am. Why would we get politically and socially active in a society that already tells you, by the way, we put the thumb on the scales for these wayward ass women? You don't even stop to consider why the men do what they do. It's all, no, men bad, actions bad, sexist, patriarchy. There's like no real systemic analysis. And we could tell that, ma'am, because you said yourself the number one reason that Korean women are saying that they're hesitant to have children is because of the money, and you skipped right over that and kept on talking about character flaw in Korean men. Oh boy. Who raised these people? Once again, your average woman, her concern is money. Can we afford to live? Yes, she wants a bit of status, of course. Yes, she wants you to D her down the right way, of course. Some charisma, absolutely. Stability. But these weirdo women like you, Miss Tiny, the Kim Fosters of the world, y'all just can't really, that's not how y'all were socialized in these weirdo feminist ways of thinking, black feminist ways of thinking. So you put all of it on character flaw. And yeah, you'll mention the money. Yes, you will. The status, you've mentioned that, right? But even in that, you're talking power couple talk. This is weird. Right? And Compassionate says, Z, if we're being honest, some PhDs somewhere told them these ideas were vetted and accurate, so they take their word for it. The academics have failed us. No offense, Dr. Thunder. I don't think Dr. Thunder would take offense to that, and you're right. And it's not the Dr. T types or the Dr. Tommy Curry types or the Dr. Ron O'Neill, Dr. Dunbar, Dr. Thunder types. It's not them. It's not them. It's the Dr. Prokopes and the Dr. Chris Marsh. It's them. It's FD Signifier if he continued with his PhD program with his 1 foot in and 1 foot out and not being honest with the women. Yes, you do need black men. To hell with your ego. That's the problem. It's the Khadijahs if she would have continued and got her PhD. Huh? Because no one wants to offend women. I watch Olay sit there, and to give FD credit, he was backing her up. Sit there and tell the rest of that goddamn panel how insane these women sound online. Black women sound online. And Irby could not hear it. Quaytan could not hear it. To the point where, and he was joking a little bit. Even Foreign and the Foreign Land was like, "Are you sure it's not white trolls? Are you sure it's not white people?" Right? Olay, a whole ass black woman trying to tell y'all how insane some black women sound, and they couldn't hear it. Even FD was backing her up, and they couldn't hear it. Huh? This is a major issue in the black community. Unfortunately for black women, black men can get a non-black wife easier than black women can get a non-black husband. Or some mixed kids for that matter. God damn, Z. To be honest. And Jay Stone says, and thank you for the super chat, and after this you could play that the rest of that compassionate. Jay Stone says it's a full court press. NBC just released an article and video smearing the black manosphere and media. Oh boy. Woo! I'ma love it. Don't worry, I'll be there. They could say it however they want to say it. We have the numbers and facts on our side, and y'all have propaganda. And propaganda is pretty damn effective. Mr. Z's not going to pretend like it's not. We know because we've been on the receiving end of anti-black misandrist propaganda for decades, for centuries. But we got the data on our side, so y'all could continue with this. They're hurting black women's feelings. Y'all could continue with that propaganda. That's all y'all got. What, black women are going to go scorch earth on the black community? They launched all their nukes already. Unfortunately for them, they've been launching their nukes since the late 70s. Really, since the early 70s. Really, since the late 60s. Uzi, stop. Right? So thank you, Jay Stone. I will definitely check that out. Thank you for informing me. If you want to put a link down in the comments, you can, especially the Dr. Thunder says, actually, let me read this right now. And yeah, Jay Stone, put after the stream, or actually if you want to put it right now during the live streams, if you want to put links down for the article and for whatever videos might be associated with it, I'm gonna check it out, and I guess y'all could expect Z to be covering that sometime soon, let's be honest. And Dr. Thunder says, and thank you for the super chat, Doc. Let him know, Doc. And Dr. Thunder says, y'all ninjas need to like the video, share, and support Z. Take some of my sandwich money, sandwich gang. Hashtag sandwich gang. Thank you, Dr. Thunder. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Doc. Thank you. Right. And it is always humbling, and I'm always going to remind you how humbling it is to have you brothers, Dr. Thunder, be in the chat. And I'm going to put the link in a minute for people to come up. And, I appreciate the support. Yeah, no, I'm sick of this type of propaganda against black men. I'm sick of black women like Miss Tiny intellectualizing their misandry, their anti-black misandry in specific, and the data is on our side. Like all the data is on our side. If not all, just about all. Let's give me some space. Almost all the data is on our side. So all y'all doing is talking, throwing temper tantrums because you're not upper middle class white women. Really, if we're gonna be honest, right? That's really what it is. And so you could continue compassionate. And once again, thank you for the super chat, Dr. Thunder.
A lot of men are feeling as though society is turning against them, and whereas only 1/3 of men would have said they face discrimination, now half of men cite that they feel as though they are discriminated against. The movement of men into alignment with these red pill ideologies, the Andrew Tates and the Kevin Samuels of the world, this is where they are being affirmed that their masculinity is okay and it's okay to be a man. And these men are struggling.
Look how she says it.
School, they're less likely than women to graduate from college. They have fewer close friends than previous generations, and they're 4 times as likely to commit suicide than women. So men,
because we're around women like you,
struggling in modern society because of all the changes that are happening. Women raising
no, because we're around women like you.
Movement and just all these things that are happening worldwide is an effect of the oppression that women have gone through in the past. In some sense, it's justified, but I always will advocate for balance. I will always
pause right there.
People to be level-headed and to really.
You say that. See, notice what they do. This is the same thing Amanda Marianne did, and the same thing Madison Brown did, right? You spent 23 minutes, ma'am, defecating on men, black men specific, but on men, and then I advocate for balance. I'm sorry, y'all. Look, you spent 23 minutes defecating on men, black men in specific. And then this right here, like, I advocate for balance? What balance? That's the same thing that Madison Brown did. Put out the whole about swirling, and she put this whole think piece together, defecating on black men in specific, and then explaining why black women date out and marry out. And then in the last segment, she says, well, I'm not telling y'all to essentially beg white men. Ma'am, this was a goddamn commercial for white men to come and save black women from Blackistan. And in the last minute, you're like, by the way, black women, don't go out there begging white men. Oh, women, listen, okay. Listen. To black women, young black women in specific, but to black women, I get it. You're in academia, you're in these colleges and universities. You outnumber the black men there. Okay, I get it. You graduate with your college degree or an advanced degree, or maybe even a terminal degree. You're in white collar spaces oftentimes. There may not be as many black men as there are black women. And so you think you're that much smarter than black men. You think you're that much smarter than black men. I get it. I understand. And so you think you can sound like this Miss Tiny. You think you can sound like that Miss Amanda Marianne, because Amanda Marianne did the same thing Madison Brown did, where you explain why black women want to date outside the race. And it's really about defecating on black men and how black men don't show up for black women and how black men are colorist, featurist, texturist. You spend however long doing that, and then there's a little segment where you say, well, I'm not telling black women to go chase after white men. Yes, you are. Right? You spend this much time defecating on black men, and then I'm just saying, stop it. So I understand, ladies. You think you're that much smarter than black men. I get it. Unfortunately for you, black men can pick up what you're putting down. We understand what you're doing. And our response to you is, outside of the black manosphere, and specifically outside of the black manosphere, get it out, Z. Outside of the black manosphere, and specifically Z, we see what you're doing, and you know what our response is? Indifference, apathy, and dating and marrying out. Uh-oh. See, Z is talking. Z is doing a lot of talking. Ed is talking. BGS is talking, right? Bernard Raleigh is talking. Angry Man is talking. Obsidian is talking, right? Bunch of millennials and Xers and a couple of boomers are talking, right? Younger millennials, though, Gen Z, will some of them talk? Absolutely. Absolutely. But more and more of those young men are telling you to read their Nikes. Huh? More and more of those young men are telling you to read their Nikes. And thank you, D. Scott. And D. Scott says, and thank you for the super chat. D. Scott says, I put the link to the NBC article in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Right? Goddamn Dusty Hotep. Every single time, Dusty Hotep. I got to read this one now, I guess. Goddamn. And once again, thank you for the super chat. D. Scott, thank you for the super chat. Oh, Dusty. God, every time Dusty Hotep show up, he put a super chat to make me read the insanity. Every time. Gee, I really don't want to read this one. Oh my God. I really don't want to read this one. Okay, look, let me just hurry up and get this out the way. Dusty Hotep says, and thank you for the super chat, Dusty Hotep. God damn. He said, let them get their Sade Robinson on. Jesus Christ. Every time. You the worst. It'd be Dusty Hotep and it'd be Grinch. Every time they show up, they put a super chat and be like, Z, read this. Every time. Right? Jesus Christ. I don't even want to keep this on the screen too long. Right? And once again, D. Scott, thank you for the super chat. Dusty Hotep, thank you for the super chat. Jesus Christ. And Spain Man, thank you for the super sticker. Jeez. Vince, you don't know who Sade Robinson is? Gee, okay, so it's a young sister. She was only 19 years old. She went on a first date with this whatever looking white dude, and he took her back to his place and he dismembered her. Yeah, you heard right. Young sister, cute, young, 19 years old, chocolate. Went out with this 30-something-year-old white dude, first date, and apparently she was excited. She going out, first date, right? Drove around in her car. He deleted her, dismembered her, torched her car, and yeah. And then they found some of her dismembered parts around the city, apparently. Yeah. It's really sad. Right? Wait, go back up, compassionate. Let me see what it says. Yeah. Yep. There we go. That's the article. Yep. Sad as hell. Yeah, go ahead. You can finish this up. And once again, thank you for this super sticker.
Push each other to grow. We need to push each other to change and to be better humans. That's always going to be the answer. I don't think it has to be in a detrimental way. We don't have to hate each other. We don't have to be so polarizing with each other. We're not seeking understanding at all. Like, there's just so much hurt behind both of these movements that are happening. I don't think it's going to be an easy one to heal. I think we are in the crux of it. It's probably going to get worse before it gets better. Marriage rates will probably continue to decline. Birth rates are probably going to continue to decline until we can find a new way of being in harmony. We are in a moment of change, and we have to embrace that. As hard as that is, to embrace change, it's what we have to do. We need to be more balanced in the relationships that we decide to take part in. We're going to
pause right there.
Here and
be more balanced in the relationships. Whenever you hear Black women say egalitarian or balance, what did Mr. Z say? What they really mean is patriarchy by feminist specifications. Translation: provide, protect, and shut up, Black men. They don't actually mean balance, because as Anne-Marie Slaughter told us, whenever she start talking to them about what that balance really look like, that's when they get off the train. Translation: I want to be a boss bee, and then I want a man that's even bossier, yeah, right, and a better position than I am, and then we come together and we be a power couple, and I can spend all my money on the things I want, and he can spend all the money on the things I want and my needs, and we could be a power couple, and he could provide, protect, and shut up, and obviously provide good D. It's not balanced, ma'am. It's not balanced. Go ahead, compassionate, play that. You can have your autonomy, and if you need my help, you gotta pay. Huh? I did say it.
You should be paying me, bitch.
You don't get to figuratively, if not literally, give me the middle finger until you need my quote-unquote help. You don't get to, I could do bad all by myself. Who wants to be with average anyway? Until you're struggling. Nope. Until you can't eat all the positivity coming out of Bowser's mouth. You don't get to give me the middle finger until you realize, oh, wait, I don't earn the type of money Bowser earns. She made me feel good about my position juxtaposed to Black men, but in actuality, I kind of need them. Yeah, you can. Mr. Z playing Mr. Z on Mr. Z's channel. Shout out to Compassionate. Right? I said it. Whenever y'all see me say that in your comments, right? So no, it is true. All the positivity coming out of Kim Foster's mouth, I'm saying her name today, right? All the positivity and the empowerment coming out of Miss Tiny's mouth, all of that, it sound good. It sound good. All that empowerment sound good. Don't it sound good? Don't it sound good? We don't need men. Men need to step it up. Men need to get on our level. I heard when she said it. It sounds good. It sounds empowering. But the truth is, Black women in mass are struggling. They don't got it like that. Their finances are shot. They don't. Black women, once again, single Latina and single Black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Single Black women have 8 cents to white man's dollar. 8. Not saying the 21 cents Black men have is all that great either, but it's still almost 3 times more than what Black women have. Miss Tiny, what you're saying is factually inaccurate. So in other words, I want y'all to understand what Mr. Z is saying. You want to know why black women rock around here with resting B face? That's why. Their lives are miserable. I didn't say miserable. I wanted to break down every syllable. Miserable. That's why. And the ones with smiles on their face, for many of them, it's a facade. It's a facade. They're struggling. So yes, they're hiding behind all of that swag and that bravado, that black woman bravado, all that ego, all that snarkiness, all that rudeness and meanness. Y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Well, it is a reckless stream after all. But okay, so let's get this out. And I'm not ending the stream yet. We're still gonna bring people up, but there's gonna be a moment where Mr. Z got to get a little quiet. Okay. Actually, let me read this now. And KW Dawn says, and thank you for the super chat. You have enclaves of middle-aged black women talking about decentering men. No, you aged out the game, and the men you want do not want you for anything serious, bruh. It's their ego. It's their ego. Think about it. How often do you think of a person in general, a woman specifically, and then a black woman even more specific, can be honest and tell you, look, I squandered my opportunities when I was younger. I'm not saying I could have had the most chiseled chin Tyrone ever, but I squandered my opportunities with well-off black men or stable black men. I squandered my opportunities. I didn't think those men were attractive. I didn't think those men, they didn't do anything for me. I didn't find those men appealing. How many black women are going to tell you that they're in their financial situation right now, they feel lonely right now because they torpedoed multiple situations that they had or they could have had with a black man worth a damn? Huh? So yeah, KW Dawn, I'm not surprised. They're not going to be honest with themselves and definitely not honest with other black women. I had the chance at least stability, and I squandered it. I didn't think he was good enough. That's why. Right? I didn't think he was good enough. And now I'm 50 and single. Huh? How do we really truly expect Vivica A. Fox to say that? Do we expect Claudia Jordan to say that? Do we? Do we expect Tracy Ellis Ross to say that? Do we expect Maya to say that? Right? Do we expect Chili to say that? Think about it. Is that what we're expecting? Because they're not going to do it. There's a handful of black women in specific that's going to sound like that middle-aged black woman compassionate, I forgot what her name is, and she said she pretty much destroyed her marriage because she got a promotion at her job and she destroyed her marriage, and now she's single as hell and apparently he done moved on. There's a handful of black women that will admit that I destroyed my marriage or I destroyed my relationship with this boyfriend that could have been a husband because I thought I was better. There's a handful of black women, right? So no, I don't expect middle-aged black women or older black women to be honest in general about their current situation, right? And y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. But yeah, no, KW Don. I don't expect black women to be honest. I do not expect them to be honest at all, right? Okay. All right. I got that. Shout out to Toya. I got that text. So yeah. I'll get with you, Toya. I'll get with you. Right. What I was gonna say? Oh yeah. So yeah, no, KW Don. I don't expect them to be honest. They're not gonna be honest. They're not gonna be honest. And I get it. Your ego. We're human beings. I talk about black women, not like they're monsters and they're the worst people on the planet, although Cynthia G and her ilk, ooh, right? Lexus Exodus and her ilk, oh boy, right? No, I speak about them like they're human beings. And so when we speak about them like they're human beings, I understand that there's people like Dr. Umar Johnson that like to valorize them and speak about all the positives, right? So those people exist, but on the other side, sometimes that same type of woman that Dr. Umar Johnson is describing, right? Or like when I had the conversation with Diallo, those same women on the other side is an egotistical maniac that's a a-hole. And we don't often speak about that part. The black women that are insufferable, the black women that are mean, the reason why she's single, right? Not just with a black man, but with any man. Why doesn't she have any dude? Right? Oh no, because she's loyal to black men, but black men won't step it up. Stop. Maybe, but probably not. Right? So yeah, KW Don, I don't expect middle-aged black women to be honest about their situation. I just don't. Right? Yeah. Nope. Can't do it. Nope, they're not. They're not. Right. And once again, thank you for the super chat, KW Don. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, and we'll go to this super chat. And after this super chat, Compassionate, you can play the rest of this. And KMS says, black women, I want a man who is better than me to be my helpmate, who is also Christian and follows biblical teachings, except the part where he leads. Bruh. I mean, literally, she just pretty much said that, right? And it is, understand something. I seriously doubt this young lady watched Tracy Ellis Ross speak about how she might be ahead of her time and the type of relationship model that she would like. And it was who was it? God damn, I remembered the name after I said it the last stream, right? And I remembered it, and now I can't remember it no more. But it was another black celebrity woman that sits similar, or at least one of these black social media commentators who sits similar, right? And you're going to continue to see these black women that instead of them being honest about the give and take in these relationships, what they're going to do is do exactly what we're saying now, which is maybe I'm just ahead of my game, and maybe it's because black men don't want to, kind of experiment with these different social models or relationship models. And really what they're saying is, why can't I provide, protect, and shut up? Why can't I get you to pay for everything? Just exercise none of that leadership that comes with you paying for everything, right? Why can't we get that? Why can't we get, or why can't you pick up the bulk of the work? Why can't you pay the bulk of the bills and just never exercise any of the power or the influence that comes from that in this home? That is what they think is some new experimental thing. Dear black women, y'all been trying to pull this for decades. At least for decades. Ain't nobody signing up for that. No, like when I say no one, not just black men, no one's signing up for that. No one. Not black men, not white men, not Latino men, not Asian men, not even other women. Nobody's signing up for paying for the bulk, if not all, of everything, and then not exercising the requisite power that comes from that. I don't know what drugs y'all on. No wonder y'all single as hell. There's no one signing up for that. Like no one. So fine, like y'all are saying, I could do battle by myself. Which, by the way, ma'am, you kind of did say that here. So although you're not a boomer or an Xer, you look maybe Gen Z-ish, maybe young millennial. You are expressing the same sentiment. You're just not using the same words, ma'am. And that sentiment is as old as, once again, Xers and boomers. Right? That sentiment is as old as Xers and boomers because they too were throwing temper tantrums, right? Shout out to what's her name from how Stella got her groove back, right? Because black men, particularly in America, were saying, "Yeah, I'm not dealing with no a-hole black woman, and I make this type of money, and I'm of this class, and I have this status," right? So yeah, that is just not going to work. So I agree with KMS on this one. They don't want to couple up with someone who's going to exercise the power and the leadership that comes with their resources. So fine, you don't have to do that, ladies. You do not have to. No one is telling you you have to. Just be single then, or go munch on another woman, right? Or rose toy. You can have the rose toy is always there, right? You could buzz yourself to death. That part, right? And I'm already watching clips of ladies saying, "Bruh, this thing got me gone. That's crazy. Y'all done fell in love with the toy." That's horrible. Hey, but it comes with sticking your middle finger up at black men comes at a cost, right? There's a cost there. Go ahead, Compassion. You can play this last little bit so I can let everybody up. Compassion might be doing something. All right, but yeah, y'all. So I wanted to cover this today because I think Miss Tiny, and this is about 2 months old. Miss Tiny represents a class of black women, and she could be just solidly middle class. She could be working class for all we know. But this intellectualizing of your anti-black misandry, and then you saying things like that's factually inaccurate, ma'am. Yeah, there is no this type of negotiation that you're trying to do with black men. So I guess this was your plan all along. And when I say your plan, I'm not speaking about you in particular, Miss Tiny. I'm saying black women like you all along is to lie to black men, tell black men, don't believe your lying eyes that you earn more than black women. Don't believe it. Don't believe, I guess in this case, don't believe your lying wallet that you earn more than black women. Don't believe it. Just understand black women earn more than you. And so talking about that power that you're saying, Mr. Z, that should be afforded to the leader, well, we earn more than you, so we should lead. And actually, nope. Factually inaccurate, right? Factually inaccurate. And that's the real. Leon said this is never ending. It's never ending because of white moneyed interest, black female intellectuals, and their black male lackeys. Right? This would have been over forever ago. Right? And shout out to BGS who told us it has already ended. But I'm saying the women are at the table. I definitely agree with him on that. But this would have ended forever ago. But first, there's money to be made in this discourse online. It's true. There's money to be made in this. The women are about it. That's number one. But number two, it's always been America's favorite pastime to defecate on black men. That's as American as American pie. Number three, what are black women gonna do? What are they gonna challenge the small hats? Let's think about what are black female academics gonna do in academia? There's only a handful of Susan Rice and Condoleezza Rice that actually give a hell about politics and international politics, geopolitical issues. No, there's only a handful of them that really know and give a damn. What else are they going to do? What else are they going to get their PhD in? What else are they going to specialize when they go and get their master's degree? What else? Right? So you have a bunch of intellectuals that love this type of talk. They love to talk about desirability. They love to talk about interracial relationships and who's getting married to who. They love it. They love that. As I said, they don't have the ovaries to challenge the small hats. They don't have the ovaries to challenge the white women who are chipping off crumbs to them. They're not going to challenge white women when white women are chipping off crumbs. They see white women's hypocrisy, encouraging them to be single and don't settle, and black. They can see it. They see it, right? But when they're going to challenge the women that are chipping off crumbs to them? No, they're not going to do that. Absolutely not. Right? So yeah, it's never ending because other women encourage them. That's white, black, Latina, Asian women, because they live vicariously through black men, because they're definitely not doing this crap to white or Latino men, definitely not white men. There's white moneyed interest. And up until recently, you know, there was a window. I have seen the clip. Shout out to Dr. Green Gorilla of and I have seen, you know, past black male intellectuals challenge some of these black feminists, especially in the early '90s and all throughout the '80s and whatnot. But then we got to be honest, for a little while, especially because of mainstream media, there was this hush over black women just defecating on black men all throughout mass media, and just the overall discourse in the black community it was understood that black men ain't ish. It wasn't up for debate. There was no conversation. It was just like, black men ain't ish. Period. It was just understood. And now that there's social media, and now that black men have a voice, women like Miss Tiny here don't know what to do with themselves. And now they're talking about the online gender war in, you know, 2014. She didn't even say online. The gender war in 2014. I still don't understand what she's trying to say with that. Right? But yeah, now it's black men in this black manosphere and the manosphere, right? And they're trying to make the black manosphere and the manosphere the same and interchangeable. It's not. We're not on the same thing the white dudes are on, and I could show you we're not on the same thing the white dudes are on. The white dudes are ayatollahs. Ain't no negotiation. Right? The white dude, y'all want to talk about dictatorial. There's a pun in there. The white dudes ain't trying. There's no talk over there. But they're trying to make it seem like black men and you know, make it the black manosphere and manosphere are interchangeable. No, it's not. Because we're not saying what the white dudes are saying. And we're not advocating for what the white guys are advocating for. Black men are talking about cooperation. White men are not talking about cooperation. They're talking about bowing down. They're not talking about getting on the program. They tell you, no, do as I say. Right? Because I know what they're trying to do. They're going to try to make the black manosphere the face of misogyny. Right? Because they're too cowardly to address white men for who they are. Right? They're going to try to make the black manosphere the face of misogyny. And how does that benefit black men or black? It doesn't benefit black women. Dear black women, y'all could try to encourage or do whatever you're doing in the back rooms with your white editors and your white publicists to have them attack black men for you. It ain't gonna work. Black men are not going quietly in the night. All you're gonna do is let your son see who you are, and them Negroes are going to go further and further into Divester and Swirlerville, mocking these women, and they themselves are going to marry out. I didn't say have mixed babies out. I didn't simply say have mixed babies out. I said marry out. Or the best you'll do, if we're going to be honest, and this is actually what they're engaging in, the best you'll do is these young men are not going to say anything. They're just going to marry non-black women. Forget everything I just said. What they're going to do is be like, oh, okay, yeah, Maylene, Marisol, right? Amber, you're not scaring these young dudes to end up with black women. That's what you're not doing. It's not happening. You're not scaring these young black dudes to do that. And by the way, you're not shaming young non-black men to end up with black women either. You throwing black men under the bus does not make them want to come and rescue you from Blackistan. Y'all really don't understand how men work. And the men over there who do understand how men work just won't tell you. Shout out to FD signifying foreign man in a foreign land. All they do is blow smoke up y'all ass over there. Right? Oh boy. Right? And so Venom cases, and let me read this real quick. Venom cases are African women stupid or dumb? Goddamn. They are the last group of women to rise and have seen other women's societies fail at this path. Yet, like an insane person, still chose to go down this road. I think it's their ego, bro. Like I said, it's their ego, bro. It's their ego. It's their ego. It's anger at black men for not making them white women, upper middle class and rich white women. It's anger at white men for not making them white women, right? These people don't care about none of that stuff we're talking about. I want this life. I want this, and I want it now. And why can't I have it? I want to be an upper middle class or rich white woman, and I want it now. And why can I not have it? Who says? Right? Who says? And y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Intermission. Mr. Z will be back. Intermission. And after this, I'll start letting everyone up. Y'all give me a second though. And we're back. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yeah, so yeah, regular streams. That's what that was, right? And the intermission is over. So I wanted y'all to see this because Mr. Z did you want to know what grinds my gears? What grinds Z's gears is these people that intellectualize their anti-black misandry. Intellectualize their misandry, intellectualize their anti-black misandry in specific. And they sound good, right? This is not as aggressive or abrasive. It's not as coarse as what we're used to, especially from the Hood Sisters. She's not necessarily laughing at us with the hood girl laugh. You did hear her kind of smirk, implying that black or men are not doing that well. So there is some of that, and there is some of that. You see, if you would just accept what we're saying, then wouldn't you live a better life? No, actually not. Nope. Right. So I definitely wanted to have y'all see this, and it popped up on my feed. I'm like, oh, because I've seen her before, and I'm like, oh, what did I miss? How did I miss this? Right. And so I just want y'all to check this out once again. Don't let the way she speaks kind of bamboozle you, right? It's not, like I said, it's not as coarse, it's not abrasive, it's not necessarily aggressive, it's definitely not aggressive, but the underlying message is the same old, these men are not getting down with our program or on our program, so they get what they get. And I'm okay with people saying, oh, you ain't gonna do what I say? Fine then, let them eat cake. I'm okay with people saying that. If y'all want to play the power game, we could play the power game. Dear ladies, it ain't gonna look good. I said it before. Black men and black women are attached by the hip, number one. Number two, if there is a gender war, black men lose the gender war. They lose it. Black women just happen to lose the gender war harder. Seeing that we're attached by the hip, black women just lose the gender war harder. And the numbers back me up on that one. That's not speculation. That's not Z's ego, right? The numbers back me up on that one. So you can attempt to hold black men hostage all you want in this gynocracy. You can attempt to hold black men hostage in the gynocracy all you want. Your sons ain't hearing it. Your nephews are not hearing it. Huh? We're not gonna have your kids, ain't that right, Chrissy? Why should we birth your kids? You don't have to. The Latina will. Huh? It's funny how these things are assumed. When you see brothers with non-black women, it's always assumed that he was chasing after non-black women. No one ever asked him, were black women a-holes to you? Because nobody wants to know the answer to that question. That's why they never ask it. Because they know the answer to that question. Z, I thought you said they don't want to know the answer, but they know the answer. They know the answer. They don't want it confirmed. They don't want it confirmed. So they don't ask. I saw the clip that BGS played with a and by the way, BGS, that light-skinned mixed black woman that you played that was at the table with the brother and he was saying, yeah, my wife is not even nice and whatever. Remember, she was part of that crew of 3 light-skinned mixed black women. They're all light-skinned mixed. They all have black fathers, and they all said they have an issue with black men with white women, but they don't have an issue with black women with white men. She was one of them that was there, by the way, BGS, if you don't remember. Huh? And you expect her to be honest about the plight of black men concerning black women? Absolutely not. And how mean black women are? Say it again, Z. How mean black women are? One more again, Z. How mean black women are specifically to black men? Because what that brother was doing was explaining why these brothers date out and marry out, because black women are so goddamn mean, because they're mad and jealous that they're not white women. And so the whole world, black men, got to feel their anger and their rage because they're not white women. When I say white women, read upper middle class and above white women. But yeah, that's where the anger comes from, and it's directed towards black men because once again, black women are not white women. Politically, socially, definitely economically, upper middle class and above white women. Huh? And so she's trying to explain it. No, listen, the whole world doesn't care. As a matter of fact, the only person that gives a modicum of any F's is black men, unfortunately. The rest of the world does not care, and y'all know they don't care. You have to understand what black women go through. Rest in peace, Kevin. The world don't owe you understanding. And I don't even like saying that because it's kind of messed up. It really is messed up. It really is. It really is. I think the people that should be the most sympathetic to black people are other black people. Absolutely. Most definitely. Right. Most definitely. But let's be very clear. Black women try to use this sympathy card to badger black men, to beat up black men. Right? That's what that's about. Right? And I feel like, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh yeah, Split Gym. Split Gym. Let me don't forget about you, a Split Gym. And a Split Gym says, and thank you for the super chat. When they talk about goals, they never attribute that to be a societal pressure only getting married. Bruh. Okay, I said that wrong. When they talk about goals, they never attribute that to a social pressure only to get married. Okay, I'm a little lost with that statement of Split Gym. You got to explain that. I'm a little lost, right? But yeah, no, that's what it is. We have a whole lot of black women who have this weirdo. I'm gonna put this down. Yeah, weirdo way of viewing relationships and intimacy. They want to be as mean as possible, as snarky and rude as possible, right? And like FD told me, they want autonomy and security simultaneously. No, and that's not just black men saying that. I want black women to understand something. Everyone says that. Even other women say that. What? You want to be married? That's why they don't want to be married. You want to be married and have autonomy and security simultaneously? Hell no. F no. Maybe I should go eat munch on some more vagina because I don't know any man. Men will tell you that you can do that. Men will tell you that. There are some men that know good enough and they'll tell you, yeah, I'm offering that. They're not offering that. Right? So absolutely not. Sorry, Miss Tiny. Nope. Can't do it. No can do. Right? And let me y'all gives you 1 second. 1 second, everybody. And I'm gonna put the link in the chat and y'all come up because I don't know how long the reckless streams can go on today. So I'm gonna have y'all up now because I might have to end out earlier than I thought because I'm not sure if the second part of this reckless stream I can be as reckless as I need to be. So we'll see. And there y'all go. The link is in the chat. Right? And Leon says, I didn't see this. And Leon says, 90% of white women have Toyota 4Runners. Damn, they settled. Nah, you went too far up. You went too far up. They have Toyota Highlanders and RAV4s. Right? They have Toyota and thank you for the super chat, Leon. They have Toyota Highlanders and RAV4s, really RAV4s. Your average white woman is driving around here in a Toyota RAV4, a Honda CRV, if she's lucky, a Kia Telluride. Them Kia Tellurides look tough. A Kia Telluride, right? That's your average white woman right now, right? A Toyota Camry. That's what your average white woman's driving around in. It's not. It's and you let black women talk and they start talking about, well, these white women aren't told to settle. The lady is driving around in a Toyota Camry. What are you talking about? right? There's this weirdness. I don't know what they're talking about. If it's a new car, your average white woman is not driving around in a $80,000, $100,000 new car. Your average white woman is driving around in a $35,000, $40,000 new car. If she has a new car, that is. Right? So yeah, Leon, no, they're not even forerunners. Not even. If they do got a forerunner, it's the base. Right? This is the most Jamaican comment ever. You can't get more Jamaican. You can't get more. Toya said, bring back the Cressida, the Toyota Cressida, y'all. Let me tell y'all what we do to Toyota Cressidas down here in South Florida. And I know they do it in LA. You take a Toyota Cressida, you strip out that 7M. I think it's a 7M, a non-turbo 7M, or is it a 5M? That's the engine code, by the way. You take that out and you put a 1J or 2J in there. Take out the turbo, swap out the turbo, bigger turbo, intercooler, and you will see this old ass early 90s, late 80s Toyota sedan, and you don't even know that Cressida in its rear-wheel drive, that's the catch. By the way, the Toyota Avalon is what replaced the Toyota Cressida. And it's front-wheel drive, and it's just a bigger size Camry, and it's front-wheel, so that's why nobody really hooked them up like that. And then they put 1Js and 2Js in there, and all you know is that this is a 550 horsepower rear-wheel drive Toyota, and it could drift. Right? Not the Toyota Cressida. Right? Y'all didn't even know, huh? Y'all non-car people didn't even know. I know. Right? I know you musclehead guys didn't even know. I'm certain there's some 392s that then got spanked by a Toyota Cressida. Right? Because I know there's some Lexus GS 300s that done spanked Hellcats. And Lexus IS 250s and 300s. Well, IS 200s and IS 300s. Right? Yeah. DJ Scan said Rustomobile. But is it? Right? The Acura Vigor. That was another one. Right? That didn't really get hooked up like that because Acura, especially in their early days, up until recently actually, it was nothing but front-wheel drive cars. So if people hooked up the Acura Vigor, all they did was lower it on some wheels. Right? But yeah. Give me a second, name. I'm gonna let you up in a minute. Right? Indigo said, my cousin had his Cressida for mad years. They'll last forever. Grab second gears. It says little sleepers. They are sleepers. Right? They will last forever. Right? Yeah, the Toyota Cressida, that's a sleeper. If you don't know about them. Toya said, I love car talk over here. I'm saying. Toya said the Cressida. Hey, once you said that, I was like, this is the most Jamaican statement I've ever seen. Right? No, the Cressida. And what makes it such a sleeper is that you would never think that that car is capable of that. And in stock form, it's not. Right? In stock form, it is not. But yeah, 1J, 2J in there, 1.5J, which is bottom end 2J, top end 1J, turbo. Yeah, you got a problem. You got a problem, right? Definitely got a problem. So yeah. Somebody's background.
No,
But,
that was
yeah.
just me.
Okay.
That was me.
And Trell says, I miss my 626. The Monster 626. Those were dope
Wasn't
too. That
bad,
was
bro.
another car that. Give me a second. That's another car that they had. We had down here, and yeah, we had a lot of those. Lowered on wheels. Yeah. There was the all-wheel drive Mazda 6 turbo. From what year was that? That was like 2010ish time. 2010, 2011, 2012 maybe. I think they made those. I think they came with like 250 or 260 horsepower, something like that. Maybe even close to 300 horsepower. And they were all-wheel drive and turbo, and people did some work to them. I remember seeing people with those. The Mazda 6. The Millennials. The Millennial was just a giant 626. right? The 323, that was another one. That was a smaller version, right? No, the car talk, y'all already know. Don't even get Z started on the car talk. What's going on, Nima? What's going on, Better You?
Oh, hang
What's
on a
going
second.
on?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Bedside Baptist. Hope you guys going to enjoy this sermon with Reverend Better You.
How y'all brothers
Kel's
doing,
active.
man?
Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Better You, what do you think about my breakdown of Miss? I can't pronounce her name. I don't know, but I'll say Miss Tiny. Miss Tiny's stream. What do you think about that?
What was her actual name?
To put it, I can't really say it. I think it's Tanise, but I'm not sure. But
Type it in the back for me. Type it in the back for me.
Yeah. But Nima, let Better You go real quick, and then we'll have you go after that too.
But it goes to how slanted the viewpoint of society has gotten, how jilted it is. I think if I'm being objective, in terms of the 4B movement and everything and all that shit that a lot of these ladies are talking about, they really don't understand the cultural context that all of that is transpiring in, and how that environment is so completely juxtaposed and different to what we have here in America, and particularly in the Black society. So I think it's really mind-boggling how you can have somebody look at stats. This is the number one reason. And then they come back to, nah, y'all niggas ain't shit. I know what they say, but y'all niggas ain't shit.
Bro, I'm back. I'm glad you saw, because I'm like, wait a minute. You literally just said that the women and the men both said number one reason was finances. And then you turn around and say, yeah, but character flaw though. What? Man,
It's like being at the park and that dude with that nasty ass handle, which hit you with the crossover, and they already like at the rim. That's what that shit's like. Because you're like, okay, we going somewhere productive. Y'all niggas ain't shit, huh?
But I get it, because I think it's difficult. Black women have been smelling their own farts for so long. I think it's difficult for them to comprehend that everything black men say is not coming from a toxic, bow down, kiss my ass place. And by the way, they got to tell themselves that. I don't think they actually believe that. They tell themselves that, but they've been on this road for so long. I don't think they can find themselves. I think they've been lying to themselves for so long. I don't think they can find themselves. Go ahead, Nima.
Well, the thing you have to understand, first of all,
And then Better You after that. Go ahead.
Hold on, Betty. You let the Orthodox say what he's got to say before let the Baptist. Anyway, you have to understand, first and foremost, they're always going to try to make it our fault. They always try to blame it on us, because there's one thing that women will not take is accountability. And the truth is something they will not accept, or they will just twist it in certain ways. And when it comes to and to further, prove that point, BGS has mentioned this many times, but the first person a woman's going to lie to or convince into believing a lie is herself. Understand that there are a lot of women, in fact, a lot of people, men, women, or whatever you identify as, a lot of people are on autopilot. Not that many folks have the self-awareness. Not that many people have a sense of self or self-awareness. Everybody's just reacting, or they're just operating on the subconscious for the most part. Yeah. So trust and believe. When you ask a woman why this, that, and the third, she's going to try to find any way to avoid accountability. And a lot of it is subconscious, but a lot of it isn't. That's the one thing we have to understand. Yeah, they're solipsistic as fuck, but understand that it's a conscious decision to do certain things. Like when they tune out when a man's talking to them, that's a conscious decision, because they're like, this motherfucker's beneath me. I ain't gonna listen to what he got to say, because anything he says is irrelevant, because he makes me feel a certain way, and he just ain't shit.
Yeah, I'm listening to this young lady talk, and all I can think to myself is, once again, we're having a conversation where black women think they have far more leverage than they actually have. And although the entire world is showing, this is the frightening part. This is when I'm like, okay, there's something wrong, seriously wrong with your analytical skills here. The entire world is showing you Forget what they're saying, because black women are blowing smoke up your ass. White women are blowing smoke up your ass. Some black men are blowing smoke up your ass. But the entire world is showing you that you don't have the leverage you think you have. And instead of black women writ large grappling with that, what they're actually doing is doubling and tripling down on telling you that they're in a more advantageous position than black men are. And like, if that was true, then you would be the one with the larger interracial marriage rate, because that's what y'all would engage in. Stop it with this loyalty talk. If that was true, you would be the ones really earning more. You're talking that talk, but factually it's inaccurate. I just showed that. If that was the case, then there would be so many metrics that show that you're in the more advantageous position. And like, none of the metrics show that. Even with black women outnumbering black men on college campuses, damn, what is it, 2-to-1 practically? Even I don't even think it's that. It's not that. It's not that.
It's gotta be great.
But no, it's not 2-to-1. It's not 2-to-1. It's not that. It's not that bad yet. But even if that was the case, black men still earn more. Right? So okay, yes, okay, now you have a prestige because you're more formally, institutionally educated. I'm not even taking that away. I'm not making fun of that or mocking that. That does come with a certain level of debt that you're gonna have to pay off. Let's be honest, ladies, it's not taking you only 4 years to pay that off. It's taking you a decade plus, and let's be honest, more than a decade to pay that off. All right, cool. There's a certain lifestyle. So there's the car, the used car, the new car that you want to own that's going to be outside of your tax bracket. You're still going to get it. There's the neighborhood you want to live in. So there's the condo or apartment that you're going to force yourself into that you can barely afford. Black women are engaging in this activity, and yet they think they can gaslight black men to subsidize them. Once again, shout out to KMS, without any of the power that comes from that. And that's just not a thing. Right? And go ahead, Better You, I'm finish up. Because Better You was trying to say something before earlier.
This goes to show just how ingrained the misandry is in society nowadays. The fact is, women have been, as of the most recent decade, thrust forward and foregrounded. But in terms of society and how issues are viewed and discussed, going through the comments of that video, the assumption is, I would rather, if I can't get the guy that I want, even the word settle just means to come to an agreement. That's all people are saying. Like, hey, look, be real and come to an agreement.
Yep.
If I can't get the guy that I want, I'm not going to be with somebody and miserable, with somebody and abused, with somebody and oppressed. And it's like, that's
Look
not
at
the average guy.
But I'm glad you said that, because this is where we get into the words expressed and the sentiment behind the words. I'm glad you said that, because when they hear I can't get everything I want, it is abuse for them. If you are telling me that I can't get the 6'2", 7.5-inch or bigger member, $150,000 a year earner plus, house in the burbs, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, really 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom, 2-car garage lifestyle, then isn't it abuse that I'm aspiring for this and I'm never gonna get it? So why would I even be with the man? By the way, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with black women feeling that way. Here's when we get into a problem. Now you're defecating on black men because of your delusions. This and that standards. These are delusions, right? So no, I think for them, it's, if I can't have that, then why would I settle for it? And I'm glad, because when you say settle and when they say settle, is two different things. When they say settle, for them, it's abusive that the society and a few other women and a whole lot of men are saying, bitch, you sound crazy. You sound crazy. And for them, that is what we mean by settle. We're trying to make them settle for the 5'2" tall, pudgy brother that only earns $20,000 a year, $15,000 a year in his 40s. Because anything short of the 6'2" dude, aren't you telling her to settle for the 5'1" guy? Go ahead. Better you finish up and then better you finish up and then name it. Go ahead.
My bad, brother. I just want to get this one last thing off. You often say one thing. You quote Yanni a lot. What's the incentive?
Yep. Yep.
And I would simply say this: for anybody who knows their American history, Hoovervilles, tent cities,
Yep.
favelas,
Yeah.
whatever part of the world you are in, they have a particular name for these things, but these things have come back. And
Yep.
if you are particularly just taking everything out of it, just distilling it down to numbers, it's easier to pay rent with two incomes than one. It's easier to navigate life and circumstances with two individuals than one. The incentive is you have an easier time. That's the whole fucking incentive.
What did I say when I say that? What's the incentive? How about not starving? How about a roof over your head? How about that? And Yanni could say that because once again, she's earning good money on YouTube and she got her condo and she got her Beamer. And the vast majority of black women, including her subscribers, don't have that, and nor will they ever.
How about also the fact that not only does she have that income, but she's also able to she has a way of she's able to do what she can because she's got that mug and then DSLs. Also, she
got some nice lips. She got some nice lips. Yeah, she do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Better you. Did I get you all hot bottles all of a sudden? My bad.
I've heard Gary talk. I can never.
You good? You sure? We know you. We know you're gonna be. You want to go Elmer Fudd down in Texas? You're going like.
I think better you like what I think he likes what he sees, but I don't think he really want to deal with that. He ain't trying to deal with that for real.
He know. It's just so you know. Yeah, what we got? Come on, man. We gotta let him know.
Ain't nobody got time for that. But nobody's trying to deal with that for real. Nobody, nah, bro.
The truth of the matter is, I just want to look at him and hit him with that Bill Duke line. See, fucked up now. You know that, right?
Bro,
fucked up.
Man,
but truth be told,
crazy.
Like when you hear about women saying they want this, that, and the third, I just retort by saying a certain joke that D.L. Hughley said. He said, "That motherfucker does not exist. If he does, no, wait, hear me out.
Go ahead.
More often than not, that motherfucker does not exist. And if he is, he's in a same sex loving relationship. What you got is me, goddammit."
It's funny. It's I'm okay. Look, I don't take glee in chastising black women for their quote unquote standards. Number one, it's not standards. Number two, it's not about black men rising up to them. Actually, black men are doing better. Better than black women, not better than those delusions though. Number two. Number three, it is me, Mr. Z in particular, and the rest of society saying you're costing this nation. And Western women in general, women in quote unquote developed nations, are costing their literally. South Korea is like, bro, we can't afford this. What are you doing? What are you doing, South Korean women? The U.S. just checked women, and women still didn't understand what just happened to them in their face. A few white women got it, right? Conservative white women definitely understood what just happened. But all these leftist women in particular, I'm like, wait a minute, do you not understand what just happened with immigration? Fine. Fine. Let's do this. You could give black men the middle finger. Cool. Do you understand the little black girl you want your son to come home with and you're going to raise him to come home with? He's probably not going to come home with because that Latina is going to raise her daughter to smile in these white guys and black guys' face. And that Latina, her daughter, is going to break a smile to your black son before that black little girl does. And it's over.
Hola,
That's
chico.
it. That's it. Literally all it's going to take is because you know that black woman across the street from you is raising her daughter to be a little mean a-hole. And the Latina that's a few blocks away, she's not raising her daughter to be that way. So when her daughter cracks a smile and is more pleasant, she could be a whole terror behind that. Fine, let's say she is. She could be a whole terror behind. Go ahead.
Don't forget, be impatient.
Yeah, right. She could be impatient. She could be a whole a-hole. Here's the thing. She breaks a smile. At least the facade is kinder. She breaks it. That's it. That's it.
more convincing.
Far more convincing.
Far more
right?
convincing. And even I mean, and the thing is I think is like, we all, men or women, regardless, a lot of us, like I said, are not self-aware, but and at the same time, you got a lot of folks who just want to believe in the beautiful lie in the face of ugly truth. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wait a minute. Kevin Miller says all this, and they just gutted the Chevron doctrine. It's about to be really bad out here. What's the Chevron? Are we talking about the Saudis and the I'm lost with the Chevron doctrine. I think I know, but I don't know. Am I talking about the same thing?
I'm look it up.
Yeah.
If that's
because I'm thinking about oil. That's what I'm thinking about, and I'm thinking about the petrodollar. That's what I'm thinking about. Unless I'm way off.
Looking it up.
I hate that this white girl did this because everybody's saying it now. Chell says, smile and hook to goes a long way. You gotta hook to what she said, hook to that thing. And I died. But yeah, no.
Chevron doctor something else. It's hang on, let me look it up. Let me read it up for you.
Go ahead.
It's a Supreme Court that strike it down. It's curtailing. Hold on. Let me
because I'm thinking the pen. I heard Chevron and I'm like, oil?
No.
Go ahead.
No. What happened was this yesterday. The Supreme Court strikes down Chevron, curtailing power of federal agencies. And it says here, in a major ruling, the Supreme Court on Friday cut back sharply on the power of federal agencies to interpret the laws and they administer, and rule that courts should rely on their own interpretation of ambiguous law. The decision will likely have far-reaching effects across the country.
Wait. So the courts are now allowed to interpret the law?
Yeah, it says here, by a vote of 6-3, the justice overruled the landmark case of the 1984 decision in Chevron versus Natural Resource Defense Council, which gave
okay, so I was right. Chevron versus that. So that's why. Okay, so there is some oil something attached to that. Okay, yeah.
But it has nothing to do with the Saudis. This is more.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do. Yeah, but the original case was Chevron versus what you said, natural what?
The Natural Resources Defense Council.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so that was the original case, but they were able to expand that law out to obviously other type of law, and so that now allows for the courts to have to interpret the law in different ways. That's both a good and a bad thing. Oh, this is about to be a whole wild west. That's if you have a lenient judge, that's a super good thing if you have a lenient judge. But if you have an a-hole judge, oh boy. By the way,
like George Carlin said, the judiciary just like they.
Real quick, let me get this out. By the way, what's scary about this is remember we live in America. That's going to allow, because that to me that throws a monkey wrench in the whole minimum what's the term is it again, you guys, when you have to serve a minimum of time when you commit a crime or whatever. Mandatory minimum. Mandatory minimum. That might have just threw a monkey wrench in that.
Also,
that might have just threw a monkey wrench in that.
Yeah. Also, they're saying this is coming in the heel of the Chevron case is more than 40 years ago. This is like, the decision is not necessarily regarded as a particularly consequential one, but in the years since then, it became one of the most important rulings on federal administrative law, cited by federal courts more than 18,000 times. Although the Chevron decision, which upheld the Reagan-era Environmental Protection Agency's interpretation of the Clean Air Act that eased regulation of emissions, was generally hailed by conservatives at the time, the ruling eventually became a target for those seeking to curtail the administrative state, who argued that courts, rather than federal agencies, should have a say what the law means. I mean, I'm going to give you an example here.
And Kevin Miller says, instead of EPA telling you what's toxic, the courts will decide. Oh, that ain't good.
Yeah.
That ain't good.
This is undermine the environment in a sense. You know who?
Yeah. And Trell says it is suppressing regulatory power, government agencies, and makes the courts more activist. On the left, that could go bad, but at least you'll have a clean environment-ish. But on the right, on the right. And it doesn't matter if they dumping toxic sludge in that lake. Go ahead and you can swim in there. You can swim in there. You can drink out of there too. You can drink out of there. Don't worry about it. Oh my God!
How many of these judges are bought paid for?
This is about
not to mention,
Wild West out here, y'all.
Yeah, let's not forget that a lot of these judges are elected officials themselves. So the campaigns being what they are, and who knows what lobbyists are backing any individual court judge. And when we're talking about federal judges, right? Not necessarily local.
Lithium says flammable water will be the norm in most states. Trell says the courts will decide regulations for food, drugs, etc. That's scary. Kevin Miller says, what group do you think will be most affected? We already know that. Come on now. And Kobe already answered it. Black people, you already know. Flint water smoothies for everyone. That's my point. Oh my God.
You remember Mississippi? It wasn't just in Flint. You also had the same problem in Mississippi as well.
And KMS says, in summary, wait, say that again, better.
That's the bad waters all over the South. Like even where I'm from, I'm technically, quote unquote, even though the town's half black, it's considered the white town because the black town, which was like 20 miles away, is like 95% black, and they had a problem with lead in the water. So of course, like that's normal.
Venom K starts laughing. He says, bro, Flint water smoothies. I'm telling you, DJ Scan, that's hysterical. DJ Can send Flint water smoothies for everyone. And KMS says, in summary, judges for sale. They're just letting it be known now, though. We already knew that the judges were for sale. Now it's in everybody. This is low key. Damn, what is that called? Though when they pretty much said these politicians are for sale too. Y'all, goddamn, it's right. How am I thinking about this shit? I just said it the other day. But when we keep on talking about campaign finance reform on the left, Jesus Christ, I just said it the other day.
Do you remember George?
But yeah, this is the judge. This is the real quick, Neiman. This is the judicial version of the shit that I'm thinking about with the legislature. There we go. Goddamn. I forgot. Damn it. Anyway, I'm gonna remember. I'm gonna remember exactly what I'm saying in a minute. Go ahead, Neiman. Go ahead.
Remember what George Carlin said? We have no leaders. We just have owners.
Yeah.
Well, on y'all's end.
Yep.
So basically, the politicians, the judges, and even certain even agencies, they're all bought and paid for. And basically, they just do they do the bidding of the elites and the powerful. It's a big club, and none of us are in it.
Well, let me ask Leon real quick, and I agree with you, by the way, Neema. Leon, what is it called again? Where you could finance these politicians to the hilt now?
I forgot the word, but it's just when you buy politicians, pretty much it's
yeah, I forgot. Well, how did I forget this? This is about my
corporations basically. It's called what is the group that comes in and talks to them that don't work? See, you don't have short-term ADHD. You can't do that.
Yeah, goddamn, I can't believe it. My whole argument is built off of this, and I can't even say it because I forgot it.
No, the word
Citizens United. Thank you, Kevin Miller. Goddamn, Citizens United. Jesus Christ, I couldn't get this out for nothing. I'm over here. I'm sounding like Biden, y'all. I'm sounding like Biden. Super PACs. Thank you, Trail. Another one.
Worse.
Super
it could have been worse. It could have been like Mitch.
Name it. Real quick. Super PACs and Citizens United. Thank you. That's the. Thank you, y'all. Thank you. That's where I'm going. Jesus Christ, I couldn't get it out for the life of me. I'm over here being like Biden.
I wanted to keep it short.
Go ahead, Leon.
I wanted to keep it short, but so the Supreme Court now has made it basically illegal for people to sleep in tents. Okay, cool. But 2 years ago, a year ago, 3 years ago, it doesn't matter how many years ago, we already knew this was coming, that there would be an increase in people sleeping in tents. And now what we have is Black kids, their mothers and their dads sleeping in tents. And so if you make it against the law to sleep in a tent, that means you can have your rights taken away from you and you can get locked up. So you have a group of people that will soon be breaking the law that will be locked up. And there are kids living in tents across each state. So I just want y'all to have that sink in with what the floor is actually, and how that will affect women and their kids, especially if they live in tents.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already know the poor guys are going to get locked up with this change in law, but there are women and kids in tents. And we know that this country is changing the labor laws because they want kids to start back working a lot earlier. So I just want y'all to, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but they do. And that's all I just came up to say. And these ladies aren't really thinking. You know what I'm saying? They're not really thinking.
Yeah, of course not. Go ahead, Betty. You want to say something? And then after that, we'll get Vince. Damn, Vince, you left? What? Goddamn. Go ahead, Betty.
So this ties into the situation with we were talking about the kids and everything earlier with fertility.
Mm-hmm.
That ruling and the subsequent easily foreseeable degradation in environmental quality will have an impact on birth rates because, contrary to what a lot of people think, men in the United States in particular, regardless of social class, there's so much microplastics in a lot of guys' bodies now that it is affecting sperm production and fertility. So you combine that with Flint smoothies and all this other toxic sludge and all kinds of bullshit in the water, like shit, 12 fingers and toes might be the norm now.
Look, man, I'm thinking about this. Like, you couple this with, and shout out to Kevin Miller for bringing this to our attention. You couple this with what we have going on between men and women, black women and men in particular. I already said, like, this ain't gonna be no cakewalk for black men. We already know that. That we already know. But it's going to devastate black women that they can interpret the law now. Do you understand what that means for you? That the law is open for interpretation. If you're lucky, you get a cool ass judge that say, you know what, I'm not going to throw the book at you, and there's no mandatory minimum, so I'm not going to crush you. But let's be very clear: the majority of black people still live in the South. They still live in the Black Belt. Them judges now have carte blanche to crush you because they wanted to do it anyway. So we're going back to 1950s fiefdoms. There we go, in the South. And they were already there. They never went anywhere. Now they can do it the way they wanted to the way they used to do it back in the 40s and the 30s and whatnot. We just went back there. Now they're just going to hide behind the law. Oh, boy. Anyway. Go ahead, y'all.
A return to the black code, huh?
Yeah. And Indigo says, and thank you for the super chat, Indigo Flow. And Indigo says, what's good with the likes? Stop fronting on Z. No, they got my likes up. They got my likes up.
Put some respect on his like button, y'all.
Put some respect. Respect on my name. He didn't even say respect. Shout out to Birdman. Talk about the South. Shout out to Birdman.
Like Jamie Foxx, huh? Respect.
Just respect. Right.
Hey,
but no,
you gotta read. You gotta stick to the script.
Right, but this is, man. You tie this, especially with women like this. Look, and I covered this because, once again, I am so sick of this intellectualizing the misandry, and because they speak like this, and because Mr. Z is, I'm loud and right, and I can be obnoxious. I'll own it. And I think the difference is, especially when you see women like Kim Foster speak, right? Kim Foster, she gives you that, she speaks. She graduated from Harvard, so she can speak a certain way, right? That tugs at white women, particularly the type of white women whose husbands or the white women themselves got pulled. She speaks their language. And so they're saying very anti-black misandrous things. Don't get it twisted. These white women believe it too, even though they be cheating on their white husbands with these black dudes. And so because the Kim Fosters speak their language, because the Miss Tiny speaks their language, because Madison Brown speaks their language, because Amanda Marianne speaks their language, and because they have a certain look to them, right? Especially Madison Brown and Amanda Marianne in that respect. Because they have a certain look to them, and because they speak in the tone and the deliverance, and the way they enunciate their words, it's a way that speaks to a certain class of white women. They can be saying the most outlandish anti-black male things, and like nobody says anything. They weren't going to say anything before, but because these women are different than Danica Marie per se, and that's what makes Shay Sade a bit different, right? But the difference between Danica Marie or even a River and then these women, white women will gravitate to a Kim Foster, to a Tiny, to a Madison Brown, to a Menda Marianne, and more readily identify with them and what they're saying about black men, then even if we don't like them, I'm not saying that we necessarily agree with them on everything, but then even the women from the breakdown, right? Because it's the sound, it's the word choice, right? It's the delivery. And that does mean something for your laws and who passes them and who votes on them, right? So now that they're saying, and I'm going to read the article. Now they're saying they're talking about us in mainstream media, the black ministry in specific. All right, y'all hold on to your hats. I already told y'all. I'm not lying. I already told Mama Z, hey, they might pull up. I wasn't joking. I really told her that. I already told my lady's mom, hey, they might pull up. I already told my lady, hey, they might pull up. I'm not joking. Right? So, yeah.
That's
go ahead.
So, if I can intercept here, it's quite interesting because it's like you get to see like this whole system of that's geared towards like holding black men back. Because even with this lady, I didn't catch the whole video, but she's talking. You said she was going about 23 minutes defecating on black men, and then gives a little two-minute segment on black men are dealing with this, dealing with that, and over here we got a new advertisement of black femicide, and the numbers are in total in 3 years about 20 black women that's been killed versus the hundreds of black men that's been killed. You understand? Hundreds, even thousands. So they know this, but for some reason they've got some cognitive dissonance to, we're in danger. It's about us. And it's quite interesting to see that they're blind to it. And I think is more than black women is actually the people that's funding it, because it's coming from organizations and office like
I
the
agree.
domestic abuse for women. It's coming from places that are directly from government, and they're putting out these pieces on the news. So an ordinary girl's just going to see, black femicide, and is going to automatically start blaming black men. And I'll tie this to how there's no empathy for black men. For example, we just saw how they dealt with the plumber, right? He come from like shaky backgrounds, but as soon as you're not perfect, they're ready to chop you down. And that's because they don't actually care for the plight of black men, and that's funded by the government. You understand? So I don't really see it as I understand we're talking about the women, but is bigger than the women, because they're actually being pushed and indoctrinated to being blind to black men's plight and only focus on themselves, which is gonna hurt them. So
Oh yeah, of course. And by the way, L's active. Thank you for the super sticker. And no, so exactly what you just said. No, it
can I just
is
add
good.
one more thing before I
Go
forget?
ahead. Go ahead.
Isn't us, like getting on to what's his name? Aaron.
Aaron, yeah.
Isn't this the case of, let's take it back to before the Europeans got to Africa, right? We're beefing each other in our group, and we have enemies in our group. Isn't when the Europeans come over and we sell off our enemies towards them, isn't that what we're doing with Aaron? So
Say that.
we're not actually deep in that. We're still practicing the same behaviors that's going to keep us down, rather than just protecting our own, staying with our own, no matter what. Not just no matter what, but not sending off our enemies to not sending off people who we're in conflict with to our enemies.
No, so what you're saying is 100% correct. I don't think black people really fully understand or grapple with the stakes of this, of black women in particular. I think for them, they think it's just some internet online gender war, or it's some way to try to get back at black men. I don't think they appreciate the larger social and political ramifications of what they're doing to their own sons and nephews and their own daughters and nieces and granddaughters. because they think there's an escape hatch out of this where you can maybe even leave black men behind or take black men out or whatever weirdo conspiracy theory crap they got going on in their head that we, number one, we know isn't going to work, but number two, puts black people in a permanent underclass in a increasingly neo-feudal situation. And I want to be very clear. The level of feudalism we're talking about in Europe lasted damn near 1,000 years. Right? True. So from the fall of the fall of the Roman Empire to give or take the rise, so where you want to put it, Enlightenment period is what kind of started to spark the dawn of capitalism.
No,
and then or was it the vice versa?
What started it was the fallout after the Black Plague.
Yeah.
Because
was that 1300s, 14, early 14?
In the 13th, 14th century, around that
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 13th century.
So you're talking. Look how long it took them to get out of that, and even with that, they still kept feudalism going. It didn't end. It just allowed for. Go ahead.
Basically, this was a gradual transition. First of all.
Yeah.
You're transitioning from one phase to another traditionally. And let's not forget, Africa itself, in many parts of Africa, you still had societies were somewhat feudalistic. And you had fiefdoms and whatnot. And they maintained that until until the 19th century with the coming of colonialism and whatnot.
You see?
So, yeah.
What I'm saying is if we're slow walking into a techno-feudal, shout out to Yanis Varoufakis, who keeps on, he's screaming this from the rooftops. I don't know if anybody's listening to him, or the important people are listening to him, better yet. If we're moving to a neo or techno-feudal era, and black women are over here torching the best opportunity they have to not be the permanent underclass of this upcoming techno-feudal kind of regime, global regime, and they're taking us down with them because they're mad they're not white women. I keep on saying this because I mean it. I don't think they fully appreciate it, and quite frankly, they think they can rule over us in this era, and it's not going to happen. Right? So yeah,
it's not, the truth is, first of all, we're dealing with a creature. We're dealing with individuals here.
And after this, AB, I think AB was trying to talk, and then Black Rule, elder privilege, you can talk whenever you want. Go ahead, y'all.
All right, I will. But the thing I just want to mention is, first of all, when you hear, talk with Yanni say, what's the incentive? You got to understand what she means by that. What is the immediate benefit? Because you understand, we're dealing with individuals who are so solipsistic. They're focused on what is the immediate benefit to the actions they're doing. That's why they do what they do, because they're focused on the immediate benefits. They don't want to wait for the long-term benefits. They're solipsistic in that nature. It's about instant gratification. There's something in female psychology. There's something in evolutionary psychology that talks about this. There's a level of impulsivity that comes with it. But I guess some people just don't fail to realize it. We're dealing with individuals who look like adults, but they're more childlike in their antics, or childish.
I told you, petulant children throwing temper tantrums because they can't live the white woman's life.
Instant gratification, instant benefits. They're not willing to do anything unless there is an immediate benefit to it. Oh, by
DJ
the way,
Scanson, Mad Max rubbing his hands like Baby from Cash Money, hysterical. Hurry up, name us talking. AB, go ahead.
Here's a new term I gotta give y'all. And you don't have to steal it. I'm gonna gift it to you, because our brother across the lake, the brother who's across the North Sea from me, he was talking about femicide. I think we should also bring in this new term in its lexicon. That's androcide. Androcide, because andro means male in Greek. Misandry, andrology, androcide. That's a term that we should start talking about more often, because no one talks about the plight of males who are being killed. Black men, black boys are being killed here. Black androcide is something we need to do.
No, we talk about it, but I don't think we ever gave it a term. I think that might be the term. Yeah. No, that sounds about right. Go ahead, AB. What's going on with you?
What's going on, Z?
we're dealing with heifers who are now thirsting over a serial killer.
Wait, what?
On TikTok. These heifers are now thirsting over some white dude that was a serial killer on TikTok.
So I saw a thumbnail kind of speaking about this, but I didn't click it. So it's real. Okay, all right.
Apparently, it's real. This it's not. This is the crazy part. This dude unalived 2 women and assaulted a couple others, if I'm not mistaken. And they're thirsting over this dude. And I'm just like, okay, what we as men supposed to do with this?
Bruh, this dude with all the tattoos on his face and whatnot?
Yes.
Bruh. Okay.
He got you know, it looks like he got like a squiggly on the he looks like unpainted Joker or something. I'm
like, that Stitches type tattoo. Yeah, I know.
I'm just like, okay, we're supposed to take women. We're supposed to take, not women. We're supposed to take females who like this dude seriously. I'm getting. I just passed 40 last year, man. I'm starting to get that old gene. I don't give a shit. I'm like, okay, I'm not doing it. Go fuck yourself.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Go get a vibrator. Go fuck yourself.
Man,
I'm not putting up with it.
I hear you.
Go right ahead. If you unalive you, that ain't my problem.
Would you say they be? I'm getting too old for this shit.
I am.
Actually, there's a term
I
for
don't
that.
play the game anymore. You're like, you either like me or you don't. You don't like me, get the fuck on.
Yeah, no, they're not with these think pieces. But this stuff is this has real life consequences, right? So, and that's what I stress on my channel, especially after FD Signifier made this look like it was some stupid internet conversation. He done made a couple of think pieces about it since then. But yeah, no, this has this type of rhetoric and who these women may influence, who they may have the ear of, who they may know in real life has real life consequences. I mean, y'all see Olay on the internet. Olay's a real ass attorney. She knows Charlemagne. She was able to debate the mayor out of New York. I mean, these people that y'all might see their little social media presence and think it's just some internet thing. No, these are real people and they have real lives. And some of them are nobodies like Mr. Z, but some of them are, they got connections. And the way they feel about black men, because they once again are jealous of white women and they're mad that the jock didn't ask them to prom when they were goddamn 17 or 18 years old, does affect the way they advocate. Wait, don't talk about who like that.
Don't talk about Bowser like that. Stop it, Mr. Z.
I mean, like, for real though. I mean, seriously.
Like that.
Seriously, I'm serious. Right, so like, no, it has real life consequences. This has real life consequences. But go ahead, Vince, because you've been here for a minute. I know you haven't spoken really.
Oh, what's up, y'all?
What's going on?
Every time I come here, I ask myself, why am I here? What am I doing? We have these talks about these ladies and stuff like that, and then I have to check my male privilege and see if I'm being disrespectful, if I'm taking the wrong tone and stuff like that. And then I see all the shit that comes up, like what you showed.
You're a black man born and raised in America. What male privilege do you have, actually?
To shut the fuck up and take everything that's given to me and be appreciative and speak when spoken to, all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Is it a privilege or is it a burden? I'm saying, go ahead.
It's a mandate. It's not even, it's weird to me. And then I realize how things really are and things like that. Even I look at the condition that I'm in, and while all my efforts of trying to get married and all this other bullshit and stuff like that, and all that, and then that article I told you about.
This is what I would tell you when it comes to the trying to get married, Vince. I don't know if you should necessarily be trying to get married, or if you should make yourself the best version of you possibly can, and then have a woman drag you to the goddamn altar.
Yeah. And
that's more like it, right? Drag you to the altar, kicking and screaming because she's like, no, I gotta lock this nigga down, right? So yeah, no, that quite frankly, because of black women's position, especially 8 cents to the goddamn white man's dollar, black women should be dragging black men kicking and screaming to the altar, and no other way.
And it's things I'm learning, right? Like they really don't know what the fuck is going on, even despite the fact that they're educated and stuff like that. And you brought that to the light. They're not looking at history. They're not looking at everything going on around the world, things like that. And you know what I thought about while we was talking? Those Barbie dolls really fucked their head up because they are buying all these luxury
Bruh, hey,
cars and
Disney
buying the
Channel messed them up.
condo, all that stuff. Because a lot of stuff, y'all talk, even this lady, she reminded me of my ex. There's a few things I didn't even share about the relationship I had with her. Mind y'all, she was a feminist. Mind y'all, now I realized when you said the other day she was a Christian feminist too. I didn't know that made a difference. So
Nothing scarier because they can put both of their feet in any which way. They can put one foot in kind of this more secular world, right? The more modern secular world, and then they can also put their foot in more traditionalism, literally at the same time. That's why Christian feminists are the biggest walking hypocrites on planet Earth. Go ahead.
And it really confused me because she postured herself this one way, and I'm gonna tell you, it was a year ago around last week that I stopped taking the relationship seriously. I remember she said some shit to me. It was wild as shit, y'all. She said, I learned how to what did she say? The body of relationship. I was like, bitch, what? But
she said what? Wait, say that again. She said what?
She said something like, I learned how to like divide our relationship or something among them lines. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of being in love with you and shit. I'm really trying to make this shit work. And she tried to, I'm gonna tell you, she tried to swaggy bag me up for her birthday. I didn't realize that's what it was, but that's what she did. She tried to swaggy bag me to do stuff for her birthday. Yeah, because it was like this. I told her I was going to handle things for her birthday, and I get paid. Let me see what's working. Let me see how everything's working. And she was like, you take me out my femininity, and you take me out my femininity. I'm like, oh, fuck no. And I had to put on speaker so my man can hear, like, this bitch is louder. And then all that other stuff happened. But to keep to the subject, that lady who was talking, she don't really have a good idea about how all like that article I sent you about relationships in the 90s it really shook me because I'm like, I thought all this stuff was new. I thought it was just me as a person. Like I fucking suck as a person.
No. And this is why we have the black, and shout out to Black Guru for being here. This is why we have the Black Gurus and the BGS in the space. Because what we know, and Art New Style and all the older brothers, all AL, right? We need all the brothers 50 and above because we don't, Angry Man and whatnot, because we need to have a larger and more systemic analysis of what's going on because the women are being told about the somewhat about the 80s, right? Or some of the rhetoric is holdover from the 80s and the 70s. But we, on the other hand, are going through our own individual experiences thinking it's just you. And that's the beauty of the Black Manosphere because we're telling you it's not just you.
I just thought I fucking suck. It's because I was a smart dude from the hood. And I just thought it was.
No, it's not. It's not. You're not the only one. And by the way, it's not just smart dude in the hood. The Square brothers are dealing with this. The suburban brothers are dealing with this. The brothers in the hood are dealing with this. Now, just because you might be a Pookie or she might see you as Splackavelli does not mean you're not getting her ass to kiss, right? And I'm not talking about literally, right? I mean, No, all the brothers are dealing with this because this is the Black gynocracy. So from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right, you're dealing with this. Go ahead.
You just like how everybody has their different positions in the in whatever type of what you call it. Everybody getting treated differently, but it's all still the same type of what's it called? And then you put it in perspective where it's like girls are or women are coming at us in a certain way, trying to get us to be pressed to pay for the lifestyle, and it treats us like shit, and then get us in a position where we're eventually having a sexist marriage. So then it's other stuff I even question. Do I really want to get married? I don't want to have kids. I don't want to be in love. But then stuff like this made me question, what is love again? How does shit work? And like, why is it so conditional when it's supposed to be so unconditional? How come if I'm down bad for a moment or something like that, few weeks you gone? Or, all this other stuff I've been learning for the last few years.
Here's the thing. You might have to come to terms with, for most women, I wouldn't argue all, but I would tell you to tell yourself all so that it doesn't break you. They are conditional. It's all conditional. It's all conditional. By the way, it's always been conditional, right? It's just that you have eras of time where it forces women to operate like it's less conditional. Right now, you're not in that era. Right now, you're in the era where they could show their ass and show you how conditional their love for you is. Right?
Yeah,
and previous times, maybe not so much. Go ahead.
In the past, you had many more structures that regulated the behavior of women. When you had, for example, when formalized religion had much more direct, potent influence over the behavior of women. So there were certain things that women did that men did not have to be directly and actively involved in doing, because the church was going to handle their ass. And the women and the men. In fact, most of the immediate gatekeepers of the behavior of women were elder women. So it wasn't a lot that men had to do in prior eras to regulate the solipsism, the narcissism, a lot of the bipolar kind of behavior, delusional behavior that we see now. Much of that was checked by your mothers,
The both and
elder.
behavior.
What was that? What was that? I didn't.
The both and behavior. I'm gonna do the. I'm sorry. The both and behavior. It's bipolar because
the
I want to
both
do both.
and
I want to do both.
behavior.
I want both. I
I
want to be the
I
leader,
don't
and
understand.
I want you to. So
Oh, okay. Well,
when you say
I don't know.
bipolar,
One of you, Vince, let him.
let me
Vince,
finish, and
let
then
Black
you
Guru
can.
finish, because I think
Because
I don't think
I'm not following.
y'all are time synced. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody's a little off.
So and I've said this before. I don't envy the position that you younger men are in, because you're asked or being tasked to be faced with things that elder or prior generations of men did not have to be as actively confrontational towards, because much of it again was regulated by women, was regulated by religion, was regulated by social mores, to some degree was even regulated by law. Um, and most of that stuff has gone away. And now you're left to be faced with this thing that is naturally self-serving. And female is naturally self-serving. And by the way, it's with good reason that the mammalian female is actively self-serving. It's a part of our evolutionary um, development. It's a necessary element of the survival of mammals. It, however, unchecked or unregulated, leads to the troublesome circumstances that are presented.
All right.
Why'd everybody get quiet?
Yeah.
oh,
Who's
I thought I
next?
was just me. I was trying to sync back up.
Vincent,
Am I
go
synced
on
back
it.
up?
Vince, you go ahead of me.
No, we can hear you. We
Vince?
can hear you.
Oh, Black Guru. Oh,
Yeah.
who's
Go ahead,
next?
Leon. Go ahead.
Black Guru. This is
Okay.
the conversation. This is the conversation. That. Oh, well. I'm next. I'm next. Like this is the response to Black Guru. So when I talk to my great grandma, you know, but okay. Wait, hold on. I gotta echo.
Yeah, Leon, something's up with your
Okay,
background. I don't know
so
what's going on, but
yeah, I fixed
we're
it.
listening to you.
So, Black Guru, when I talked to my great grandma when I was a kid, she used to tell me that the girls were spoiled and they stopped coming over her place on his welfare head. And so when my mom was telling me, she was like, your grandma was always angry and da 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 because we got things that she didn't get. But when you start quantifying how many, 16 to 28-year-old women got welfare or some type of assistance to where they didn't have to be in relationship with their matriarchs, and they would run off with their kids because they had a place to go other than there. You start getting the breakdown of how that worked when they started questioning, their grandmas and could just run off. And you have this generation of Gen X that's talking about, I want to be friends with my kids and shit. So that already right there, when it gets to Gen X and these women are being friends with their fucking kids, you kind of start understanding why there's no authority for the matriarchal position anymore to keep the women in check. Because that's even what my grandma said. My great grandma said it, and my grandmother said it. when welfare hit, all my daughters, all their cousins did the same shit. They run to they projects or the welfare home, and we wouldn't see the grandkids for months. You know what I'm saying? Until we got along with their asses. So
So in other words, they skipped their rites of passages and started doing their own bullshit, and they left tradition alone.
Well, if I can address what the brother is saying, you're right. And part of, when you give women, because prior to that point, when Black people had to work together and was usually across generations in terms of raising children, the relationships between grandmother and mother, or even some cases great grandmother and mother, were more synergistic, more sort of ecological. So it bred an inherent deference and respect because of the interdependence, the necessary interdependence for survival. The younger women were dependent on the elder women. The elder women were dependent on the younger women to take care of them and to provide support as they age and require assistance maintaining a comfortable life. So they had to all agreeably work together and respect each other's position in order to you.
So that
No, keep no, wait. Let Black Uru finish that, and then whoever was gonna speak, and then I'm gonna go after that because I have to ask Black Uru something too. Go ahead, Black Uru.
Welfare and Section 8 and all those other programs, you essentially break the synergy between the generations of women. Now you have younger women, less experienced, less knowledgeable, more frantic, more sexually motivated because of their youth, their natural, and they're going to be wayward. Their behavior is going to be wayward. It's going to be renegade because they're no longer it's no longer necessary for them to be submissive to wiser people. Certainly, there are no men around or in a position to direct or curtail or control their behavior. And then they're raising children to then replicate and even enhance their already misbehavior.
Black Uru, you see this comment that Compassionate put down? He says, in other words, it was a gynocratic coup of the matriarchy.
That's a very apt statement. And the gynocratic coup occurred. Certainly, the Great Society greatly contributed to the coups, and because the coup was enabled by external factors, government law, the educational system aided, and it all sort of worked together to convert what was already a society that was already somewhat centered around Black females. It just became, perverted and distorted and, like I say, renegade.
Yeah. And then whoever was trying to speak before, go ahead.
Oh, that was me. I just had a comment. So that was the era when Auntie used to braid grandma hair while she did the peas and she broke the food down and stuff. That's the synergy that you're talking about. One person would do one thing while grandma sit there and speak. Kids tend to toys and cousins and stuff ran around and stuff like that. So
and while Auntie was braiding grandma's hair, grandma was talking about the past of the family. Grandma was giving specific instructions on how little sister should season the salt pork. I mean, there were you go into a kitchen, and you see 2, 3, hell, in some cases 4 generations of Black women, and they're all kind of working together and learning from each other in very sort of subtle ways. It wasn't anything particularly overt, particularly like demanding or commanding, but it was imbuing within all of them again a sort of interdependency that maintained certain, when you're accustomed to listening to older women and not just do what I tell you to do, gal, kind of stuff, but just in general, just listening and being around and hearing and being comfortable with that is much easier for those elder women to regulate your misbehavior because they're already comfortable to listening to Big Mama, right? You know, it's not like just something that's cut, that they're all always being just sort of handled and bossed around. I'm going to listen to Big Mama because she Big Mama. She'd been taking care of us for however long.
Hey, Uru,
And Big Mama's gone. Big Mama's gone.
I will speculate that the era when this started breaking up, because I wasn't there, is when that it would remind me of the breakup or that coup. It's two things that remind me of the coup. When Anakin Skywalker went inside that room and killed all them kids and became the Sith, that's a coup. And then the other thing was that song Olivia by the Whisperers. When that girl ran away, we don't know how, the effects that brought to the family.
Lost and turned out. Where you been?
Right. We need to do,
which is a really dope. The music behind that is dope too, by the way. The music behind that is really dope.
There needs to be a show done on that, because I think what's important, we need to get to the foundation of what's going on. I really think that I like this part of the manosphere because it's not hatred upon women. It's trying to find understanding of what's going on and why and where. And I think if we start getting to the dynamics and things like that, at least we could learn how to know what's going on, even if we're all going to go out, however we're going inside with, our dynamics and stuff like that. I think a lot of like Gen Z kids, because like people didn't have their grandparents or something like that, a lot of people are severed from what was going on beforehand, and they don't know why things are the way they are. They just think women just wild.
So when I look at Gen Z, this is me sounding a bit like Art New Style, because I knew y'all grew up with social media and being y'all older cousin. I could see how the internet and social media hit us as millennials, especially as kind of a trending older millennial. But when I look at Gen Z and younger millennials, that's pretty much your whole life, especially at least your cognitive life, even if social media wasn't there really when you were born. And so I look at the way everything starts with the internet for y'all. Everything, like there is no life pre-internet, pre-social media, right? Yeah, Instagram was a thing when y'all were 9 and 10 years old. It's a wrap. It's over. And when I say that, I mean the internet is real life. Now, the internet is real. I unlike a lot of other people my age and older who don't think the internet is real, I think the internet is real. This is what I'm saying, though. There's a world pre-internet and there's a world beyond the internet. Number one. Number two. Number three, much of the online conversations have real life consequences to y'all mental state and y'all emotional state and how y'all move, which is frightening, because I think there's a level of disrespect for elders, because y'all can talk to them crazy on the internet. Y'all think y'all can talk to them crazy in real life. There's a this kind of discounting of experiences from the past, right? I think there is this, it's not gonna happen to me, because there's this level of distance from the real life. Go ahead. Say it again.
Isolation.
I missed that. But let me read this too. Let me read this right now too.
Invulnerability and insulation.
Invulnerability and insulation. I heard you. And Leon says hyper-individualism. Talking about that. Hyper-individualism, egalitarian relationships with no clan or tribe. You cannot make this ish up. The struggle for average earners and beliefs are amazing. Look, like it. You let white capitalists run things, and then we wonder why relationships went to crap, and it's people with the money that's getting married and staying married, and everybody else, well, kill yourself. And so that, and I'm glad Kevin kind of was coming to that towards the end of his life, and y'all know Z been saying it, because I saw it like once I knew, once I found out what American Enterprise Institute put out forever ago now. It's like 2017. So, in like internet years, that was a zillion years ago. 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of working class, and 56% of middle class and above. Once I found that out, and once I found out who was divorcing who, women divorcing men at 70 to 80%, yeah, you didn't really have to tell me anything else. And by the way, not only that, the different classes, poorer Americans are more likely to get divorced than more well-off Americans. You didn't have to know anything else. Go ahead.
Why don't poor people marry as much or stay married as long?
I would put that more on the women and the way they view marriage and obligation, specifically finance when it comes to money. I'm not saying it's also not character and whatever, but I would put that on the women.
BGS explained it in, I think, a series of videos.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the degree to which women at a certain economic level can subside on the state and on myriad forms of state or state-like enhancements or alternative, whether it's from the state or from the business community. There's so many, welfare, Section 8, et cetera, whatever. If you're at or near the lower economic runs, you don't require poor men essentially as much to maintain a certain basic level of survival. And in fact, it's more to your convenience to not be married, because you don't have to answer to or be held down by a man. Very often these states require you to be at or below certain, these programs require you to be at or below a certain stated economic income level. Very often they require you or specifically state, or therefore single mothers, where the programs will be specifically for the purpose of you being a poor woman who is not legally connected to a man. So when you put all that together, you're going to have significant numbers and percentages of poor women who have no use for marriage at all. Marriages is the exact antithesis of what they need to operate within as they operate. Now, here's in addition to that, if you're a poor woman and you're single, you can also maneuver around assortments of men. So you have the benefit, you might have some low paying job, you have all these benefit programs because you're a single mom, and you can you can escort, whether formally or informally, sugar baby, all that kind of shit. You can live a 6-figure lifestyle as a woman who only makes $30,000 a year.
And you know what I pour into?
Go ahead, Vince. Go ahead.
Into when you say what you had just said about the being subsidized by the state and stuff like that, and that happening, that streamline into first generational college students who's not going to school to find a husband because they have a different agenda, because maybe of what they see in the house or where they've been told to do. That's my speculation.
Ebony K. Williams.
Williams is a prime example of that.
That's her. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a number of black women and black women specifically. I got to do it like that. I'm sorry, ladies. Black women specifically that find themselves with this particular mindset, and it does hurt them. By the way, everything being on you does hurt you in the long run. By the way, that sugar babying has an expiration date on it. By the way, right? That informal escorting does have a expiration date, by the way. So we see it. I mean, some of us have aunts and girl cousins that we seen this with. Mr. Z could tell you, I got an aunt. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. At one point, she was living that life. Not anymore. Not for a couple decades. It's killing her, right? The memories of living that life. Go ahead.
Here's the problem with the current society. I'm glad you mentioned that, because you're right. That does happen. And it happens to almost all of them. Very few survive that transition. But in a society where you don't have religion, you don't have excommunication, you don't have punishment and retribution for that kind of behavior, and on top of that, you have a governmental system, political system, media system, everything set up to blame generally men, and especially if you're black, blame black men. So after she's done all the sugar babying and the hoeing and the dotting and spending up all her money, on top of all that, or after that's all over, she can blame that all on you guys. She gets to blame all of it on you.
Shout out to Claudia Jordan and Vivica A. Fox.
Yeah. It's all your fault, Jermaine. It's all your fault.
Yeah. And yep, Lisa Ray, Maya. Name the black female celebrity right now who is single. Name them, because they all got the same story.
Yeah. And they all blaming Jermaine, or
Yep, all
in
of
the
them.
case of Vivica, 50.
Yeah, exactly. You were supposed to be the one to marry me.
Yeah.
50 said nope.
I mean, Vivica is astounding, because Vivica had a
Bruh.
period where there was no black man of a certain age who did not want her. So
Bruh.
the kind of mental gymnastics that she's doing on herself, her revision of reality and history, that's like some Doctor Strange multiverse of madness kind of shit she's doing
But
internally.
I mean,
That shit ain't
Black Guru,
got nothing to do with
let's be honest.
yeah.
But here's the thing with Vivica and with women of her ilk. Think about what we're asking them to do. We're asking them to look in the mirror and be honest with yourself that we're going to start the clock at 18. You missed 42 years where you could have been somebody's wife. You are rich and famous, and at one point you were damn near one of the finest women Black America had to offer, and you squandered that. You were one of the most visible Black faces on the planet, and you squandered that for damn near 40
Vivica
years.
could have went to any black man doctors convention, black man investment bankers convention, black man this, black man that, rich black men of all types, black male realtors, black male engineer. I mean, she could have had any combination, black men, IT developers, any combination of very wealthy, very accomplished black men.
You want me to tell you the
like
truth?
you said, she had a 40-year period in which she
Yeah.
could have done it.
Here's the thing. Vivica should have been with attorney Dennis Sperling. I'm not saying he's her age. I'm saying she should have been with attorney Dennis Sperling. That's who she should have been.
Representing Black excellence.
And that came out of the hood, made a way, made himself great. She should have been with one of those. She should have been with a lead attorney. That's who she should have been with. Or she should have been with Ben Carson. She did not take none of them type of dudes serious. Even with that, okay, fine. Vivica, to be honest with you, you should have been married before you met 50.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You should have been married before you met 50. That's why you put all your eggs in that one basket when you met him, because you knew that was the last train, and it was. What you should be doing right now is advising Lori Harvey on the low not to listen to her goddamn mom, because her generation ain't gonna have no Steve Harvey saving her ass. I'm saying it now. Them young niggas they're not gonna save Lori in 30 years. They're not 20 years. They're not. I'm saying it now.
Who idea was it anyway for everybody to wait till they super fucking old to get married anyway? I'm sorry.
Black women.
30-something to me is old. And who's to say that men wanted to wait till they get old to get married? That's one of the things, the core thing I have an issue with.
What's ironic about women, or Black women, is the resilience of their beauty is a kind of curse for them. If you listen to white women in particular, they know they're on a fucking expiration clock. They know, and they know it's acutely tied to their appearance. And they're not dishonest with themselves about that. They know once the wrinkles start setting in, the crow feet, the tits start sagging and all that kind of stuff, they know their market value plummets when that starts to happen. When the first initial signs of that, when they see the first cracking
Tommy Lloyd, everyone,
around their eyes, they start panicking. You know, oh God, I gotta get married, and suddenly they go from the 6'2" guy to the 5'8" guy.
Yeah,
you know, because
Tommy Lloyd, Black Guru.
Exactly.
Remember a few years ago when she panicked and she was like, pretty much it didn't work out with the white dude that was supposed to be a politician, and the reason that they checked her ass because she started sounding like a black woman with her complaining, but her screaming about it, and remember she was still like 2-3 years away from 30, and she was in panic mode.
I think Tommy, I think her dilemma is she is so dependent, I think, on selling a kind of availability, a sexual availability image. I think that's part of her dilemma. In order for her to really tie down the kind of man she wants, she's gonna have to give that shit up. And I get the impression she's a little bit too self-consumed to give that up. So she's gonna push that to the line. She's gonna push that to the very end. That's the impression. She seems a bit arrogant. She seems a bit, who's the ultimate example of what I described in terms of what happened to white women? The ultimate example of that, Julia Roberts. She was the it girl.
Yeah.
And when she started aging, she went and married the cameraman. And been with that dude for like 25 years or whatever.
Well, either you, her, or your what's her name, Jessica, the one that was married to Brad Pitt first. What's her name?
Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer. I just wanted to say Jessica. Thank you, Jennifer Aniston. So either you become Julia Roberts or you become Jennifer Aniston. Pick one.
That's a perfect comparison. That's a perfect dichotomy.
Right.
Because they were both hit, and one, made very different decisions. In fact, really, Julia Roberts was higher, on the Q rating even than Jennifer Aniston, because unlike Jennifer Aniston, Julia Roberts was a movie star. And
not just the actress off of one show.
Movie star was the highest status, at least in the entertainment business, even higher than music was. It's changed now.
Wasn't she the lady who did American Beauty? Isn't that one of her movies?
Who's that? What did you say?
Wasn't one of her movies she did was like American Beauty or something?
No, No, Julia Roberts didn't do American Beauty.
You're thinking about Pretty Woman.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Pretty Woman. Yeah.
Okay, I'm young.
So Julia Roberts, the it girl, Hollywood, love you, all that, most beautiful woman in the world, all that. Say, okay, I'm 30 or whatever now. It's time for me to go sit down. And she still got a career. She still make moves, whatever, that kind of stuff. But she didn't fall for the hype. She did not fall for the hype. She got 3 kids or whatever. You don't see her hear anything about. And you never, but black women, because of the resilience of black beauty, that's greatly enabled by the beauty industry. There's no greater palette for the machinations of the beauty industry than the black female bodice, because of the more fitter design of it, the more luscious and resilient skin. You can extend the outward beauty of your typical black woman well into her 50s. You can't really do that with other women unless they go through some really intense series of bionic machinations.
I mean, first I want to laugh at what Better Use is, because Better Use is, where did that come and go? It left me. But Better Use, was it? Yeah, Better Use said to you, Black Guru, speak for yourself. I like it when they nipple by their belly button. Hysterical.
You can
Shout
turn
out to the big
anything.
saggy titty women.
If you have an open mind, you can turn anything into fun.
But what I also want to say is, like, I don't know. I don't think they're really thinking that far. Your average woman, because okay, perfect. I bring up the Lauren versus Ebony K. Williams, but look how Lauren was talking to Ebony K. Williams on the Breakfast Club.
Well, that's your generational, because you see, every generation, and this is something you notice too. Every generation of Black women becomes even more delusional, even more
I agree.
defiant, even less respectful of prior criteria and generations and whatever. I mean, this is unfortunately the same thing happens with Black males as well. But yeah, every generation just becomes less tolerant of anything that doesn't conform to their particular wants and needs. You know, so it doesn't. I'm sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, real quick, y'all. Real quick, Vince, because I always use this, right? So you go from Shahrazad Ali speaking to Iyanla Van Zant, then you go from Iyanla Van Zant speaking to Ebony K. Williams, then you go to Ebony K. Williams speaking to Lauren, and you literally, it's exactly what Black Guru just said. It just get worse and worse and worse to the point where you have Ebony K. Williams telling Lauren, like, listen, you're already out the game. You're already aged out anyway. But I'm telling you, you need to go for the last call for alcohol. And Lauren is telling her what we all know is the biggest crock of shit that women tell themselves. No, I think as I get more experiences, I become more valuable. And everybody in there is like, whether they're yelling it literally or not, is yelling, no, don't hit the iceberg, no. And Lauren, her ego just can't let her ego cannot let her understand that Ebony K. Williams is literally living about a decade ahead of you and telling you, listen.
You know what they say? That's that bitch. That ain't me. That's that bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
No, this is actually what she's saying. That's that old bitch. That ain't me. Because that's the other issue too. She old. That ain't me. I'm young and fine.
And it's, I'm crazy.
I'm 25 or 24 or whatever. Shit, she old. She 40. You know,
that's what's crazy about that, and I'm after this, go ahead, Vince. But what's crazy about that is that Lauren don't got nothing on Ebony K. Williams looks kind of now, let alone when Ebony was probably her age. So you're talking to a woman who's been in a better position than you for a little minute, and she's telling you, actually, this ain't what you want. Like it reminds me, and I'll pause after this. It reminds me of Nicki Minaj getting on women about how they were no, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. It reminds me of Wendy Williams getting on women about their response to Nicki Minaj being married to her dude, and we know about his past and all the craziness, but they're like, yo, like, stop trying to live vicariously through these people, right?
Yeah, well, Nicki Minaj also she hates women, in case y'all don't know it. You know, I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised.
That went down with her brother, and she married a guy who
did similar.
Right. I mean, that's a talking about a misogynist. There's no bigger misogynist than Nicki Minaj, which is ironic because women don't really see it. I was talking to my younger daughter, who was initially a big Nicki Minaj fan. And she started to really kind of realize, you know, just kind of based on some of the things, the fact, for example, that apparently she's always estranged from all of the other female. She always
go at them. Every single one.
She loathes women. She loathes women. And so then when she marries a guy, you know, who was apparently convicted, right, of
I think so.
You know, SA or whatever. Then and you know, again, what happened with her brother and all that. No, that woman hates women. She hates women.
And and the reason why I brought her up is, notice when she ended up with her dude before the story really blew up about his past, and she was like, yo, y'all stop trying to make me do these celebrity relationship goals thing, right? And Wendy Williams backed her by saying, yo, y'all don't know what it's like to walk into these big ass mansions by yourself, right? And to sleep by yourself in these big ass empty homes. And I recall reading through some of the comments from different Black women, both towards Nicki Minaj and towards Wendy Williams. I'm like, these women been having money. Like, they're telling you they're living the life you aspire to, and all of that is for naught if you don't got a man. They're telling you that, and you still can't hear it. Go ahead, Vic.
All right, so there's two things I want to say.
And after that, Black Socrates and then Gil Gami. Go ahead.
Okay, two things. One, Evan K. Williams, if you need another donor, holla at your boy. Two, I want to ask Uru, what?
She already got the baby. I don't know if she need a second one, but if she need a second one, I tell her to send it to you.
Be careful what you wish for, bro. That's a Miss Andrews attorney.
Hey, look, man.
You don't want that kind of problem. But
I'm already taking my chances right now anyway with the typical woman anyway. Why not shoot aim high? All right, so
no, because she's gonna get off torturing you, and she know exactly how to do it legally. That's why. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I get a little masochistic, baby. Nah. So Uru, I wanted to ask you because the thing is, I think it is important for us to understand our role in our own situation, blah blah blah, or just call it for what it is, and shit being put against us and stuff like that. So. You brought up the delusional part and stuff like that about women, the ignorantly thinking that ain't gonna be me, blah blah blah. I got these dudes in the headlock, blah blah blah. Aside from the vagina, right? What is it about us that we do or don't know that we're doing, or that we're actually doing that's contributing to their delusion?
I got an answer for that too. Go ahead, Black Uru, but I got an answer to that too.
I mean, it isn't just you. I mean, although you've been perfectly designed to contribute to their delusions in every way, including obviously the sexual element you allude to. But
God damn, that's what I was going to mention.
You don't know how opposite your behavior is to that of the men of the world in their interaction with women. You don't, unless maybe you've spent some specific periods of time outside the country, really involved in the communities of other people. You don't know how opposite we don't know how opposite our relations are to women versus that of other men. So we can't even fully see how in every way our behavior, our body language, the tonality of our voices, all the things we do, all the things we tolerate, all the things we watch her do, all the yelling and all of her going places and not telling you about it. I like my wife, I remember she and it was kind of early in our marriage, and when she wanted to do something, go someplace or whatever, and she would be with other women, and she would tell them, she would call me and tell me what she was doing, or in some cases even ask me, could she do certain things? How shocked her friends were that she did that. How that was deplorable.
I'm sorry, Black Uru, I had to laugh because I could imagine the look on their faces. I could imagine the look on Black women's faces.
You have no idea how surprised and disappointed some of them were by her doing that. But in most other cultures of the world, that would not be a surprise, right? It would not be a surprise that a woman would. Or I remember another time my wife bought some furniture, was considering buying some furniture of some sort, which I really cared nothing at all about, but a chair or something. And she called and asked for my opinion, and she was with a couple of friends of hers while she was doing it. And I'll never, even after she bought the chair, the women, when they would visit, they would bring up the fact that I was with her when she had to call you and ask you, could she buy that chair? This is the
so she considers you a partner.
Wait, y'all. Wait. I'm sorry, Black Uru. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Black Uru, if I'm not mistaken, for the most part, you have made your wife a stay-at-home wife, right?
Yeah. I mean, she has worked, but it was mostly by choice and convenience.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a reason why I brought that up. Understand the insult. By the way, I'm on what Black Uru's on, even if she has a job. But okay, understand the insult. Somebody's background. Understand the insult. Vince, I think it's your background. Somebody's background. Yeah. understand the insult of Black Uru pretty much being the provider of his home, and his wife is calling him to say, "Hey, I'm thinking about this. What do you think?" And for the women around her to be like, "Wait, why are you asking this Negro's opinion anyway?" That it's an even bigger insult. That is this man's money. Now it's their money because they're married, but it's this man's money. Oh man. Oh boy. Anyway, continue. Y'all go ahead. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I cited those examples to illustrate the point of going back to the brother's original question. We have a whole ecosystem that in every way defers to the female. And it ain't just about, what happened between intimate man and woman. It's about the fact that y'all go to school and 90% of your teachers are probably female, for example. Women run the churches. Even if there is a male pastor, he's more of a figurehead than someone who actually runs the churches. Women run Black churches. Any kind of significant community, social programming, etc., involving children and elder Black people, you're going to have women in positions of power and influence and leadership. So you've been every way been groomed to defer to women in ways that the vast majority of which you have no thought about as you're doing them. And that's why I think it's very important for more Black men to travel so they can see the contrast in how they live versus how other men live.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And let me read this real quick. And Red False Black says, and after this, let's get Gilgami. Oh no, I guess he's in the back. Yep, there go Black Socrates. I was about to say, okay, we'll get Gilgami and then we'll get Black Socrates. And Red Falls Black says, it was always the women and above all young ones who were the most bigoted adherents of the party. The swallowers of slogans, hysterical. The amateur spies and newsayers out of unorthodoxy. George Orwell. Oh yeah, George Orwell, 1984. Yeah, I mean, like I've heard this type of sentiment expressed multiple times. Not just George Orwell, which is it is mainly the women. Even in China, they say like when it comes to the spies of who when the Chinese government really uses the women to find out who's doing what in China that they shouldn't be doing. Like it's not that the men aren't spies, but when it comes to like family dynamics and stuff like that, it's really the women. So it goes to exactly to what you're saying.
Another famous example, social example of that, what was happening during Nazism. The women were the greatest Nazis. Even at the concentration camps, it's underreported how much of some of the most vile activities that were perpetrated in those Nazi concentration camps were done by women that were barely 20 years old.
Yeah.
Nobody ever talks about that.
Yeah. Well, I can even see this, and I think you see this in America, particularly with Black women and their right now rhetoric, some actions, because it's almost like a way they think they're gonna liberate themselves. Like, where was I watching, and it said like, and the person said, they're using the language of liberation. I can't remember what I was covering, and they were using the language of liberation when it comes to like divesting. They're using the language of liberation when they're talking about single Black women and not having to be quote unquote coupled up with a man. I heard this kind of middle-aged Black woman, Stephanie Perry, kind of speak of these things in this way. And yeah, no, there's this buying in more than the men do, because I guess for them it's like I have more at stake than the men do. Once again, it's like this intersectionality thinking.
Hypergamy is just broad-based hypergamy. Who's in power? Well, okay, the Nazis are in power, so I'm submitting to the Nazis. Who in power? The People's Party are in power, so I'm submitting to the People's Party. It's a very natural thing for women to do. It's a very hypergamous thing for women to do: submit to the power. Well, who's in power? Well, the people who run the feminists are in power, so I'm going to submit to that. I mean,
that would explain
it's
the
not
French
unique
women
to
when
any. Exactly, the French
the
women
French
submitted
women when
to
the
the
Nazis were
Nazis
over there.
overtaking
Yep, yep.
of Paris, of France.
Mm-hmm.
So it's because women are more or less resistant to the environment, have less ability to impose the environment. Then when the environment shifts to some particular form of dominance, they're going to submit to it. That's why it's very
So that's
dangerous for men, particularly of the subordinate groups, to listen too much to women. It's very
Mm-hmm.
dangerous for Black men to listen too much to women, because they're going to conform to the environment. And and I always say this to Black men, never forget this: when the shit hits the fan, they can always spread their legs. Don't ever
Yeah.
forget that.
Yep. Yep.
So,
No, I
in
agree with
other
that.
words, what you're saying is that what contributes to their
You broke up. You broke up a little bit, but let me real quick, Vince, before you go. Let me let Black Socrates go, and then Gilgami. I keep on switching it, but go ahead, Black Socrates, and we'll get Gilgami in here.
Hey everyone, how's everything going?
What's going on? What's going on, bro?
I'm just chilling. I think yes, I think I saw that video some time ago. Is it about that Christian woman that was explaining relationship dynamics based on her mixing secular and quote unquote traditional
No. You mean what I covered earlier
Okay.
today, early on this stream?
Yeah.
No. This one is good because this one, she pretty much, I mean, she did have one foot in tradition to a certain extent and one foot in kind of secular world, but no, this one, she explained the 4B movement from a very Black feminist point of view.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's that segment, and then there's the other segment where she's speaking about the quote unquote manosphere, but she used nothing but Black figures except for Jordan Peterson. Excuse me, and yeah, so she's just going in on Black men throughout this whole thing, and essentially saying all of us that do not want to kiss Black women's ass are essentially aspiring for like white 1950s conservative family values, as if Black men don't understand that that's not exactly the life that Black men and Black women were living in the 1950s. But yeah, so I just broke down kind of how much of her crap was crap, based off of the numbers. But yeah, and shout out to Compassionate for helping me with that.
Yeah, but also what is wrong if a Black man wants to aspire to that? What's wrong with that?
That doesn't leave space for women like this to gaslight you into being a provider, a protector, and shutting the hell up about it.
Yeah, okay. So how about, do all Black men need to be that way? I don't understand, like, obviously what happens to gradation or differentiation in the sense that have the pool of Black men that you want to be like that and deal with them. There's going to be other Black men who are not going to conform. That's life,
but I want a wolf that I could domesticate and break.
Yeah, but I mean, in life, there's trade-offs, right? There are trade-offs. You can't have everything. So come to terms, like these conversations. This is why I think talking to women is a waste of time, because like their understanding of limitations or constraints is almost impossible for them to understand these concepts. Like, you cannot have everything. You cannot be both big, strong, and quick, and very quick. You can't be both quick and agile and very big and strong. You have to give trade-offs. Mobility for speed for mobility, mobility for strength. You have to give trade-offs. You can't have it all. You can't just be big, strong, and fast. Like, it's not gonna happen. That's not.
But why can't you? Well, why can't you be Shaq? Why can't you be Shaq?
Shaq is not as quick as Muggsy Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, he still has to sacrifice certain things. He's not going to be as quick as a Muggsy Bowl. A Muggsy Bowl is always going to be quicker than him. And he's a terror. He was a terror to the NBA because how fast he was.
Socrates, don't miss, because I see what Black Guru did there. Because so what that is the anomaly becomes the rule. Like, it's look, it's possible. It's possible.
They're literally
in math.
Real quick, let Black Guru finish that real quick, and then Black Socrates.
My point, Socrates, is there's literally in the history of the entire NBA has never been a physical specimen equivalent to that of Shaquille O'Neal. That's the.
I would disagree. I would say, well,
great.
I would say, well,
It's the very. It's
Go
the
ahead, Black
very
Room.
limited.
Socrates after Black Room. Go ahead.
It's the very limited and infrequent occurrence of Shaq. And if you want to throw Will now, I'm not. Let's not get into the minutia. Okay, Shaq and Will. So there's been two of them in the entire history of the league. But the point is, let's just take something. There have been 10,000 guys who played in the NBA, right? In the history of the NBA. 10,000
And you got two?
And I demand that you be one of two of them. I require.
Yeah, but I hear you. And again, and this is like, I had a conversation with a friend of mine. He graduated from MIT, works at a private equity, and I was explaining to him my position that including women in conversations is a waste of time because the quality of the conversation would immediately get degraded because their participation will reject certain orientation towards reality. Like they will not accept reality. And this is a proof and point what you're saying right now. How is it realistic to say, why can't I have the exception? Why can't I have the most unlikely occurrence? Why can't I win the lottery? Why can't I expect my retirement just to be the lottery? Imagine me saying this. Imagine me saying, instead of doing dollar cost averaging or investing in, steadily, slowly through your 401k IRA, why can't I just keep buying lottery tickets and one day I'll win, right? Well,
no, not even just one day. Win now.
Yeah,
one day still means that you're investing your $1 or $2 every time you go to the gas station or whatever. No. It's still too long. It's still too much effort. No, why can't I win the lottery now?
Well, look, if I can continually, using your analogy, if I could continually overspend, trying to win the lottery, and spend everything I have, but still be in some way bailed out by either some fool or government or some combination of both, then why wouldn't I continue to play?
It's very simple. And this is why economics and studying math is important and constraints, because these things aren't perpetual. You will hit a ceiling. You cannot just extend credit indefinitely. You cannot just keep printing money indefinitely. You can't do anything indefinitely because you live in a physical world, and physical world has limitations.
You're talking like a man. You're talking like a man.
No. I'm not talking like a man. I'm talking like someone who has sense.
Wait. No, Black Uru is right. Go ahead, finish that, Black Uru. No,
imposing criteria on women that they've never historically had.
I agree. That's my point.
Wait. But because I got to say this to Black Socrates, because you never probably hear this. On my channel and a couple of other channels, we do elder privilege. So like, certain level of brothers, when they speak, we try not to speak so much. Every once in a while, I jump in front of BGS or Black Uru, but for the most part, we do the elder privilege, and that's just teaching brothers to respect. But you still got to get your chance to talk. Go ahead, Black Uru.
Well, I appreciate what he's saying from the standpoint of a logical, well-trained and educated man who has a responsibility to actually hold together a human society. My point is that females in civilized society have never really had that responsibility. Their responsibility was to assist and support men to do what you described. So then when you talk about dollar cost averaging and all that, first of all, how many people on earth know what that is? But when you talk about these things that are of what very serious, very educated, prepared, and almost exclusively males engage in and project them upon women, that's like saying, well, why isn't the child, driving the bulldozer? It's just not even what is actually done and has ever really been done in any progressive civilized society. It's just never been done. So I don't expect where I always have trouble in the Black manosphere is I know women are not going to do certain things. So when you say, well, why don't they do this or whatever, I'm like, and I'm thinking like, man, my reading of history is they ain't never done those things. So why are they gonna do them now?
And let me say this, Black Socrates, and then you, and then we'll get Gilgami in here. First, let me read this. And Joe says, "So is the way of adulterous women. She eateth and wipeth her mouth and saith it was Jermaine's fault. And that is that's as about as accurate as you get, right? No, and thank you for the super chat, Joes. Exactly. But so my and this is another excuse or reason for black women in particular, because do they hate living in a country with a whole lot of white women. Their excuse will always be white women aren't told to settle. White women aren't told to do that. White women get to do this. The comparison will always, say it again, always be what white women get to do, say, act, or what they don't get to do and have to do and have to say and or how they have to comport themselves. Now, here's the catch. We all know that's bullshit. They do have demands on them. But black women say this as a way of, well, why should I have to do that? She don't have to do that. Yes, she does, number one. But number two, you say that to get out of it. You don't have to do this. And we could just watch our sons marry out or get their passports.
In other words,
right? And go ahead, Black Socrates, and then we're gonna get Gil Gami. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Black Uri and I are disagreement. He just actually buttressed my point of why I believe talking to women is a waste of time. I said talking to women is a waste of time. Talking to women is a waste of time, as he illustrated, because we're expecting them to adopt a quote unquote male logical frame, which is it seems incapable for them
but
to
Socrates,
do,
I'm
right?
doing this on purpose. But white women get to talk and white men listen. I'm joking, bro. I'm joking, but go ahead.
No, I know, but even for me to hear that will require me to speak to them, which I don't. Right? Not in certain factors, right? I'm not listening to you. Like, here's what I believe, and this is ultimately true if you study enough history. Women don't have to understand anything. They really don't. Their job is not to understand anything. All they have to do is accept it, and they will accept it. And if they argue to the contrary, you can just look at history right now and see the facts. In Iran or in Afghanistan, when women were flirting with liberalism and feminism and doing all that stuff, as soon as the regime changed, what happened? They got put in hijab, they got put in their place. Why didn't they rise up with their quote-unquote powerful independence and do something about it?
Jesus
Christ.
Because
they're not going to do anything about it. It's like in every civilization, you're not going to do anything about it except hold that. And if you don't hold that, you could die. Like you could, either way, you're going to accept it or not exist. Either way, your choice is yours. So this idea that we pretend, and we only do it because we're very wealthy and we're the number one economy. So we're playing this game where we're pretending that what women say matters. Go ahead.
Let me tie what you're saying to something that Black Uru was speaking about earlier, and tie this to one of the women that BGS covered that was part of was it World Economic Forum or was it the United Nations? I can't remember, but she gave a lecture about the manosphere and all this kind of internet man talk and whatnot. And by the way, the regression of what she feels is women's rights in different nations. All of this rises and falls at the behest of men. To what you're saying, all the women rights rises and falls at the behest of men. And by the way, the lady that I'm speaking about, I forgot her name, but she spoke on that. She said that's what it feels like, and I would argue she's right. And it ties into what Black Uru was saying about essentially the state deciding to hell with poor men. We'll cover the cost of taking care of poor women to a certain extent, and to hell with poor men. As a matter of fact, it's best that they commit a crime so we could throw them in prison, or maybe we even just lie and say they commit a crime so we could throw them in prison, and we'll generate more money that way than them working in a legitimate economy.
How would they earn money by putting poor people in prison?
They're earning money. You have to work in prison.
Go
ahead.
Yes, but
it's a select group of people who earn
Yeah.
that money. It's not like everybody in society, or no, it's GE, General Electric, or it's your defense industry. It's certain sectors of your farming industry or food industry, produce industry. If you're at a certain level or certain status in certain industries, you benefit from the prison industrial complex. But it's not everybody. It's not all of it.
So let's say if you arrest people and you put them into this prison industrial complex and thus exploit their labor by paying them, below market wages, and then sell their products, who are you selling it to?
You're selling it back to Americans or whoever.
Whoa! But you're prison Americans.
Let me ask this question. You're selling them to middle class people. You're taking
Okay.
poor people. You're
Yeah.
taking poor people. This is the pyramid scheme. You're taking, you're depressing them. You're exploiting them economically. You're taking the work value that might be worth $20, $30, $40 in some cases an hour. You're not paying them anything. And then you're producing product or goods or services from that free labor, you know, and probably under conditions that are below OSHA standards, et cetera, right? So even the cost of maintaining certain minimum maybe safety and you know standards. So you're doing that at the lowest possible cost structure.
Yeah.
You're able to sell those goods at modest pricing to middle class and upper middle class and upper class people. That's the scheme. And or export those items as well.
So let's work it at let's talk about GE and I'm gonna just assume, let's say, a washing machine, right? So at a factory, this employee would come in the door at $20 an hour at the absolute lowest, but let's say $25 an hour coming in the door if he was an employee, plus all of the benefits and all of that other stuff, plus the tax burden, blah blah blah. So really, for this employee, you're paying like $40, $45 for this employee an hour, right? Now, working at the prison, the employee is not working absolutely free, probably, but let's say they're getting their little ass money was at 18 cents an hour, something stupid, right? 32 cents an hour, it'd be dumb. Look at the difference. So, and this person is still producing the same product. It's still the same. It's still the washing machine, but the washing machine
and here's the
went
worst
from
part
you know
about
go
that
ahead.
setup. The actual cost for that customer, that prisoner, is being paid by the
taxpayer. Yep,
including the poor folks who are paying. You know, even if the poor folks aren't necessarily paying income tax, they're paying sales tax and assorted other fees. So even the poorest people, to some degree, are paying for that prisoner to then do work for free for the richest, most powerful people on earth.
So let's go into what Black Guru was saying. The whoever has the deal with that prison, they're gaining immensely. The prison is gaining immensely, and whatever corporation the prison is under. By the way, these prisons be signing these deals with these different states and municipalities, so that they have to have a certain level of capacity, or they get to charge the state or the municipality even more, right, for an empty prison. So they're making money coming and going, literally. So, like Black Guru was saying, then that prison is being subsidized by the taxpayers. That's me and you. So these people, the corporation, the prison, all of them are making money coming and going, and your money is being taken. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's another part of political corruption. The people, the men in those, mostly men, and certainly proportionally much higher Black men, who are in those prisons, count as a part of the population for making voting districts. So
even though they can't vote,
men from the city, I take Black men from New York City or whatever. They can't vote in their, you know, because I moved them to Bumblefuck, Iowa or whatever. I put them in a prison. Their numbers are added to that almost exclusively white community, which then creates an additional congressional voting district, and who of course will likely win the elections. They'll likely be white. They'll certainly be white. They'll likely be Republican, conservative, who will then vote to maintain and enhance the status quo pyramid scheme that is in existence. And that's why it perpetuates. It's a self-perpetuating system.
Let me read this real quick, and then we'll have Leon, because I know it's an emergency, and then we got to get Gilgami in. But let me read this real quick. And Mr. Donnie Max says, Lawrence Tate has been married since 2006. How many of his Black women co-stars over the years are married to? I gotta see how many movies Lawrence Tate been in. But no, I can't think of any really. But yeah. And then after this, Leon and then Gilgami.
When you think
and pick Pick
when you
all
think
your
about these
favorite.
prisons that
Like,
hold,
Wait, Leon.
oh, go ahead.
Wait, Leon. Let Black Ooh finish that up, and then you, because I know you
I was
don't
just
got that
gonna
much
say,
time.
take
Mm-hmm.
Lorenz Tate's generation
Mm-hmm.
of black men.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find that most of them are like 15, 20, 25 years married. You
Yep.
know, your Morris Chestnuts, all those guys, man. Your Don Cheadle, all those guys. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead, Leon, and then
Okay,
we gotta get Gil Gami in. Go ahead.
when you talk about these prison industrial zones, understand every prison has 100,000 or
You're breaking up
400,000,
really bad,
depending on
Leon.
how big the prisons are in that area.
Go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, those count towards your electoral vote. But when you talk about these prisoners, literally, you're talking about people that basically produce vegetables and everything, and they send to Walmart, HEB, Sam's Club, your Krugers. You're talking about North Face dress wear. You're talking about retail items. Like when you actually see how much they have paid these compared to how much they sell these fucking goods for. This is what I'm talking about. These people living in the street in these tents. They're about to be living in prison doing that labor again. Like this shit is not a fucking joke. Not at all. Like they pay those people 30 cents. And you can buy a North Face sweatshirt or outfit for 50, 60 bucks. The shirts are like 70 bucks. Like this, they used to make weapons for a while. Save the United States a lot of money. My cousin's in jail in Mississippi, and if y'all remember, a few years ago, they were getting mad because the guys would sit around and smoke cigarettes, and they would pick vegetables, and they had to use Mexican labor because they worked harder than prisoners. Okay, like this shit runs so deep it's nasty. But yeah, I just wanted to hop in and say that.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that if you arrest your customers, right, you actually shrink your market.
But they're not arresting their customers. They're because first of all, remember no, look, understand what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. It's a certain class of black men, usually poor, right? Number one. Number two, it's not so much their customers because it's working poor and poor, mainly black men, some white, obviously white, working poor and poor white men. These products, for the most part, these people weren't going to be able to afford in the first place, and they're making so much. The system is making so much more off of you in this way, in their mind, than if they had you out here, legitimately working for Burger King or something.
That's a miscalculation. They are not making more. I mean, they personally are, because it's a racket. Like a mobster shaking people down can personally make more money doing so, but does that actually help the economy or the market or the surrounding area?
They're not interested in helping the economy, brother.
I know. That's what I was saying. I was saying that. I was just saying that this behavior does actually shrink the economy, because individuals who are not economic units in the economy working and being productive and creating value and also purchasing things actually decreases the economy, because they also have to consume. They're not consuming.
Yeah, here's the thing.
But the reason why I explained earlier about how the political system maintains the status quo, the decisions that are being made are not necessarily being made for the benefit of the broader population
the
of
nation.
America. They're being made for a select group of people and their own investment portfolios. They're being made for and people like your Clintons who themselves have in their own investment portfolios prison systems. That's who it's for. It's not for the broader benefit of the American economy. It's for a select group of privileged people.
Yes.
Yeah. So
and let me wait, Black. I gotta pause it because I gotta let Gil Gami in. I don't try to bring Gil Gami in forever. What's going on, Gil Gami?
Greetings, Mr. C. Greetings to everyone on the panel and on. Yeah, I've been out for a few months, but it's good to see you all. So my contribution was actually something that was quite similar to what Ed the Black was saying concerning the dynamics of women especially concerning the behavior, is intrinsically bounded with their survival instinct. What the Black Wool was saying earlier, that whoever is in power, you would actually observe the women flock towards them, is indeed something that is observable across the different culture. And I actually had the same conversation that about the points that Black Wool was saying, because I was talking even here in Canada with some brothers in the so-called Pan-African movement who were actually someone going along the lines of the Black nationalists we can see in the United States about the giving too much importance about women in the family structure. Some of them calling them the pillar of the structure. And I told them, you cannot put the pillar of your family or the structure onto the subspecies whose way of surviving is switching sides at any when the opportunity becomes small. Essentially, it's counterintuitive to what a pillar is supposed to be. The pillar is supposed to stand despite the difficulties. While women, the survival instinct is to switch sides in order to survive. And as Black Wool once said, it is actually it was ironically from a biologist standpoint, it is actually useful for the survival of the human species. In other words, it's a kind of behavior that you will not be able to remove from what it is to be female unless you intend to bypass ethics and re-engineer the human species.
And you don't want to do it. You want them to have that in their nature. It definitely compels the species to survive. But you have to be in a position to direct it and control it and regulate
and control it when it needed to be. Yep.
Exactly, for the broader benefit of society.
And by the way, what Gil Gami is saying and what Black Wool is saying is it's in a woman's nature to be goddamn duplicitous.
Yes, indeed. That's actually I once said to my brothers and said, honor is something that is intrinsically masculine, because honor is actually, to have honor, you have to look at your own survival at the moment and said the survival of tomorrow is more important than the survival now, which is counterintuitive to what a female would say. The women the female nature is in the now and the here. Male nature is a harbinger and a representative of time. Men see in the far future. We plant the seeds of trees, we will not see the shades of the drinks, we won't be able to drink the fruit and the juice of, which is counterintuitive to the nature of female. Women want to see something grow now. They don't want the quote-unquote struggle of, if it's not there here, they don't care to invest. While on the other hand, the men are willing to sacrifice today in order to build tomorrow. So if, for example, the enemy forces were to quote-unquote entice the women by using their own nature against you, you would essentially have an enemy within, if you could say. Because
sounds
then
like the Black community anyway.
Which is what we have. They train enemies within. Everything in society does that.
We see that with I mean, like we're Black, we all descend from Africa. I mean, seriously, you see this in the Middle East, you see this across the board, you see this in South America, you see particularly the US. I mean, if you're into geopolitics, you already know about funding dissidents in a country to overthrow the government. The group of people that got an issue with whoever the hell is running shit, it's nothing to drop off $10 million and be like, go handle that for us, thank you.
Well, recently they've had these series of quote micro loans to women in the third world.
Yes.
That was directly intended to use
shout out to Pakistan
of those local men. That was directly intended to do that.
Yeah. It softens the women up to a future of well, they're already open to white rulership, but it softens them up to more direct white rulership. I agree with that. Go ahead, Yoga.
Yes, and actually, when I observe the dynamic of the different species, especially the sexually dimorphic ones, I once said you can observe that there are antagonistic forces.
By the way, that was smooth as hell. I love the way you said that. I'm gonna start saying that. That sounds way smoother than what I would just be saying LGBTQ. He said sexually dimorphic ones. Ooh, I like that. Go ahead. Go ahead. I like that. I'm stealing that. Go ahead.
So when you observe sexual dimorphic species,
Mhm.
you observe that there's a form of competitions, not only intrasexually between the
Mhm.
males of the species, but you observe it also between the females of the species. But you also observe, and sometimes this is something in humans that we don't tend to observe, there's a natural competition between the males and the females for access, for power and resources and survival. But there's also synergetic forces that between the males who go to team up between themselves, and also females to team up between themselves to gain resources. But if you want, but sometimes the conditions in the environment make it so that the balance may switch more on one side and the other. In this current environment, we see that the conditions make it so that the females' self-interest for their own in-group as female tends to supersede the proper balance that will be enabling the whole survival of the species to thrive forward.
Yeah.
Well, the advantage that women have is the men inherently know that the health and welfare of the women are the critical point of maintaining the species. That I mean, and you know that because you can literally lose 90% of your male population and theoretically continue to perpetuate the species. So even though a man might be much more capable, smarter, bigger, stronger, faster than a female, from a broader communal ecological standpoint, a female is more valuable just based on the way reproduction works. You know, if women had, many more children, in certain species, and most or all of them survive, the women would be less valuable. But because of the longer gestation period of human females, what has historically been even more precarious ability to survive a pregnancy, the female was
Ebony
more
K. Williams gave a
valuable.
middle finger to that.
Men inherently knew the women were more valuable, and so were more willing to set things up in such a way and operate in such a way to protect and preserve the life and the health of the females. It was a natural and appropriate thing to do, but it has unfortunately filtered down into other things that are less productive for what would be a prosperous society.
Yes,
No, I
indeed.
agree with that.
And we can also observe, but the side effects of this is that despite the fact that you can survive with fewer men but a large amount of women, is that to maintain the civilization, you need a certain amount of men, because men, the coordinated work actually of men is what sustains, builds, and strengthens society. Because women will not go towards technicality; they will not endeavor into the sciences. Actually, if you observe even many of the native societies of the Americas, when even there was an actual matriarchal societies and what would appear to be gynocratic societies, Dr. Chekantajop cites some of those societies. Even in those societies, men were the ones to develop the technologies. Women do not go on the general scale towards those kind of technicalities.
Let me say that in a different way too, Gary. The women mess with the magic, and the men are like, yeah, let's actually build something that actually like means something, that we can actually figure this out instead of praying to some like, some outside,
to build something, is going to be a function of a lot of different things, especially in the natural world.
Yeah.
To build some things is gonna, for example, take a certain level of strength, of like, tactile
literal physical strength.
The ability to lift, the ability to grip, the ability to withstand, to endure. And proportionally, your male is going to be more capable than your female. And then likewise, in terms of technological development, technological development requires a certain level of concentration, focus, motivation. A lot of what happens in the way things develop are a product of very often a male trying to get to a certain place to develop a certain thing, to achieve certain economic or social status, which will then facilitate his familial objectives. So even the motivations to develop are going to be much more sided with males than females, because a woman, for example, can, satisfy some of her most basic inclinations by childbirth and child rearing. And that's something that men do not have, that women have. And it's a great thing. That's a necessary part of a perpetuator of a species. This is no less valuable than some man being particularly capable and creative and etc. Because you can't create nobody if ain't nobody being born and nursed and raised. You can't create, you can't go to the moon if people ain't being raised in a certain kind of way to be able to go to the moon.
Black Guru, when you get a chance, read Leon's comment. Read Leon's comment, because that's his response to what I said and what you just said. Go ahead. Read that out loud for me, please.
Don't Bill keep those African women praying. Hey, that is a dilemma. That is a dilemma.
But I think
that is a dilemma.
Real quick, we gotta get James S in, because Mr. Z has to end out in about 10-ish minutes. So go ahead, James S, and then we'll make our rounds and close out. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? What's going on?
What's going on, James?
I'm good, man. Just to, I call it like the last win of the prison industrial complex, as I actually employed by it. My
Don't worry, I used to work for a
assessment
foreclosure law firm. I hated it. Go ahead.
Right. So I've always said the system. I think one of the brothers mentioned about economics, and I agree with Black Guru. It is, to me, to create a permanent underclass, so you can have the recycling of the ecosystem of the judicial system.
So you saying the bottom makes the top? Did I break up? Maybe? Yellow. Okay, y'all give me a second. It might be me.
Nah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Oh no, but James just ended it. He had the period so fast. I was like, wait a minute, is it me? This is silence, right? But no. So in other words, what I'm hearing is the bottom makes the top. So the arresting these people, the whole entire apparatus, the bureaucracy, perpetuates on itself. It eats itself, right? Or justifies itself, better yet, right? So you need those judges to hand down the sentences. You need the bailiffs. You need the parole officers. You need the correctional officers. You need the police officers. Yeah.
I mean, just
I remember a while ago, I looked at the financial statements for Cook County, Illinois. Cook
That's Chicago,
County,
y'all. That's Chicago.
It's mostly dominated geographically and population by Chicago, but includes other obviously collar villages and towns. But when I looked at the statement of expenditures and receipts, I observed, and this was a while ago, I haven't looked at it recently. This was well closer to 20 years ago, so it may be different than what I refer to now. But what I recall being the most startling element to those statements were that over 80% of Cook County's budget involved the criminal justice system. 80% of Cook County's budget involved the criminal justice system, judiciary system, prison system, the whole cycle of, police, sheriff, departments, all of that. 80% of the annual budget involved the criminal justice system. You have entire whole systems, whole industries, whole sectors that combine industries, all dependent on locking.
Black Earl, let me pause you for a second. Because we saw this with Ferguson after Mike Brown. When they did the audit of the police department, they found that police department was pretty much being run by taxing and ticketing the locals. And remember that police department was like 90 some odd percent white, and the locals were like 60-70% black, something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
So it goes back to what you were saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this is the thing, right? I'm glad we brought the whole budgeting thing, right? So this is one of the things that has been compelling to me because my background's in economics, and I had to write a.
You pause for a second, James. I cannot hear you.
This brother is on somebody's list because they shutting him down.
Right.
You got a little BGS happening.
Right. Let me read this while he's quiet.
You sound a little bit too serious.
No, for real though. And once he said my background's in economics, once he said economics, I was like, okay.
Cut him off.
Cut him off real quick.
Right. And let me say, and KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Women foolishly conflate their value as citizens with their value as a romantic interest. I agree. And give me a second. Let me add Rick back. And he continues to say, that speaks to their delusion and male envy. No, I agree. I don't think they appreciate like talking about a group of people that talk about nuance. I don't think they appreciate the nuance in men. They think that nuance only applies to them, much like in the black community, black women speak like intersectionality only applies to them. And it really is, intersectionality is their way of hoarding all of the social, economic, even the intangible cachet of blackness into causes, into things that they think are important. So intersectionality is about hoarding all of the maybe sympathy, empathy, any type of heartfelt anything. You literally saw this with BLM and what they did with the unaliving and deletion of black males over the past decade or so. They're hoarding the feelings and the sentiments and then redirecting it in ways that benefit black women writ large and then black LGBTQ on the periphery, right? So yeah, no, and you watch that happening especially with their ideas of citizenship, their ideas of rights, their ideas of obligation. It's all about hoarding as much, not just prosperity, as much privilege as humanly possible, and then divvying out what you think others deserve by adhering to your worldview. And quite frankly, it's very insulting thinking that we don't realize. I'm a community college dropout. If I see it, the academic black men see it also. They just don't have right now the courage. That's why we're backing them to help incentivize them to be courageous enough to call out these a-hole black women, oftentimes in academia, for what they're doing with what it means to be black. And intersectionality, I'm going to say it again, is black women's way of hoarding everything black for them and then using that to piecemeal what they think the rest of us should get, dependent on how close or far we are from the ideal intersectional person in the black community, which you would think it would be a black LGBTQ woman. Yes and no. Maybe probably a trans woman, but yes and no. Really, it's just a black woman, and then they'll like throw out crumbs to everybody else. And and it speaks volumes for their idea of romantic interest. That would mean that, the heaviest set, darkest black woman with the broadest nose and the kinkiest hair should be with Chris Evans or what's his name, Hemsworth. And it's just not a thing. That's what it should be. Say it again.
They just need to be with the IT kid. They just need to get with who they can get with.
You get it where you fit in. If in the ideal world for many of these black women, like I said, a Kim Foster, I'm saying her name today, should be with, like I said, a Crimson. Is it Hemsworth, Chris Hemsworth, or Chris Evans, or whoever the hell, or one of these dudes, right? A Justin Bieber or something. But that's not the world we're living in, unfortunately, for these people, right? So I agree. I agree with what KMS is saying here. And let me read this one from Detroit. And Detroit says, I'm in Mississippi right now and it's looking pretty empty. Mississippi. No, don't worry about Mississippi. Mississippi gonna get a whole flood of black people coming back from New York, coming back from Chicago, really New York, and coming back from California because they got priced out the game. Don't worry.
A lot of them are going to actually come from Chicago, because
right back.
the migration. People migrated from the East Coast, Southern East Coast. They migrated up to Pennsylvania, New York. The folks in Chicago migrated from
Mississippi and Alabama,
Alabama, Louisiana. So it was sort of a geographical. Then you had the folks from Texas went to California. That sort of thing. Yeah.
No, they're gonna get kicked back down. They're gonna be probably, and the reason why I say to Mississippi Black group is I understand what you're saying. I don't think they can afford Philly either. They can't afford Pennsylvania. They cannot afford Pennsylvania.
No, I'm saying in terms of
originally the original Great Migration.
Because you just have the relationships typically are sort of geographically aligned based on the originating southern states, depending on if they were more East Coast based than they were Philadelphia, New York, Jersey, DC, and then if they're Mississippi, then you talk about St. Louis, Chicago,
Minnesota
maybe,
type stuff,
Detroit, that kind of thing. Yeah,
Detroit. Okay, yeah, it's looking bad. I think we know. I go into my my doomer bag occasionally, a lot, occasionally, but so we have these conversations here. And it allows for us to be up on game and to move accordingly, concerning your individual life and then your family and your friends and the people you care about, your loved ones. Your average Black woman, your average woman, screw that. Your average woman, when I say they don't know, oh my God, it's scary. And I know a lot of professional Black women, and they couldn't be they're none the wiser. They're none the wiser. Black women in specific, they know their little career thing and whatever, and everything outside of that, when I say like completely like ignorant, I mean, and I don't mean like the word as an insult. I mean the literal definition. Just don't know what the hell is going on, and quite frankly, don't care to know. So there's a willful ignorance there. Don't care to know, and that comes at a cost. Not knowing and then not caring to know comes at a cost, right? And they're living it. Go ahead.
I was saying, like, even with the willful ignorance, right? And like I was mentioning with Uru and these budget.
Oh, no, again.
Man, James, they don't like you, bro. They don't like you. We cannot hear you right now, James. You were talking right now. Well, you were. They cannot hear you, and I got to end out, right? And I got to end out.
Can I just add something real quick before?
Go ahead.
I think the question is like, how far are we prepared to go with this? Because we're kind of like engaging in social guerrilla warfare. Because
we are. That's good. Yeah. That's a good descriptor. Go ahead. Yeah, that's good.
And we know it's not the women controlling behind the scenes controlling this narrative, and this delusion which they're displaying in front of us. We can't beat it through conventional means. So it was really interesting to me to see how black men moved in a scenario where Aaron was put on Front Street, because in ways we're still trying to conform to the gynocracy by not like we're not like them, we're polished, we haven't done anything. Most black men have a checkered past. You can't be in the West and not have instances where you might have done something great because of the situation you was put in. So I feel like it is definitely we've got to ask ourselves, how far are we willing to prepare to go with this to beat this system that's against us, or are we willing to just lie flat and just put our hands up and say, look, let's just conform to what the women are saying and we'll fit in where we're getting.
Let me make this.
I don't want to really suggest things because it would really put us on the list.
We're already on the list. I'll agree with you, but we're on the list. We've been on the list. Especially people like Z.
Really,
my channel might be too small though. So, but yeah, no, we're definitely on the list. Go ahead.
Because it's things like the passport bros, like they have such an impact, and if we was to like organize them and actually monetize them and have transparent, financials where we can check our resources, make sure that we can create our own economy, our own, and control our own environment, then we've got something to combat the women with. But I'm not sure how far we're willing to go to get those those goals
let,
met.
let me pause you right here because I got to end out. I will direct concerning Aaron the plumber off of the Pop the Balloon show. I will direct everyone to Attorney Dennis Sperling's his latest and I think it's about 30 minutes long. His latest video concerning Aaron, which I agree with just about all of it. And even as an attorney, he had a lot to say about that situation, and I'm directing people because I think he did a better job than I did at why we're not necessarily whatever sketchy thing Aaron did, where that's not what we're talking about. There's something bigger, and this is going to what Els is speaking on. This is going to something bigger because what the women put you in a juxtaposition, and y'all think it's because of Aaron's shady past. It's not about Aaron's shady past. It's that he had the nerve to talk back, and so the women put you in a position to be like, you're backing him, and you think they're telling you you're backing him because of maybe a shady past. That's not why they're questioning your backing of him. They're questioning your backing of him because he actually spoke back. Right, and people are getting their messages mixed up. The women aren't putting you in that position to give an answer because of Aaron's potential shady past. They're putting you in that position saying you're backing this Negro, this talking back Negro, right? So on that note, y'all, Mr. Z gotta go because this one can't be a regular streams. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you everybody in the panel for coming up. We maintained damn near 100 people listening. So thank you very much. We went over 100. We were a little bit under. Thank you very much. And so we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. This was a great stream as per usual. Thank y'all. To the young lady, like I was saying, we were calling her Tiny for short. This was not a knock on you per se, but there's a lot of research that you got to do, young lady, because were you missing it? And there's a lot of things that you said that need to be put in proper context that I think you might have missed. So anyway, and Detroit, I'm not going to say I completely disagree with you. And we will pause right here, truly, and y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Mr. Z out.